Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what-if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter had massive harem with Pansy? Part 2. Shacklebolt looked at Ron. Because these people are he very best at the kind of actions you and Harry are going to need, and it would be better to get some training in the types of actions you will need against the Death Eaters, rather than making mistakes in the real fights. Ron was stunned. Training? Me? But Harry's the one that needs this, he leads us. A new voice joined the conversation. We considered speaking to Mr. Potter, but he is not a planner. Ron spun around, his wand coming out. As fast as he was, it did no good. The wizard behind him waved his hand and Ron's wand spun out of his hand and into the other wizard's hand. Mr. Potter is very good at making things up on the fly, which is tactical thinking, but he's not as good at strategical thinking, or planning them in advance. The wizard offered Ron his wand back. Hello Shacklebolt, what did you have in mind? Mr. Weasley is a bit young and untried for the operational side of your group, but he could be an asset in the planning division. Shacklebolt was watching the new wizard closely. Not to mention he currently has this project he's working on with Mr. Potter, which would divide his loyalty. Ron looked at the other wizard. No, it would not. My first loyalty is to Harry. Nothing you have will change that. The other wizard smiled. And we require a field agent's first loyalty be to us. Most of them are unmarried, unattached and dedicated far beyond most Aurors. He grinned at Shacklebolt. We're still trying to get Kingsley here to join us, if he'll ever drop his off-duty affiliations. Shacklebolt smiled wryly. That's not going to happen until Voldemort is dead, so you can stop asking. He looked at the other man. Especially since Mr. Potter has had enough, and is taking charge. He's moving in directions that we've never gone before. The unspeakable looked interested. I would be interested in knowing as much as you can tell me. We've already noted his appearance in public, not once, but twice, which is a change for him. He looked at Ron. Enough of this, Mr. Weasley. You have been offered a chance to join us in a limited capability. If you pass the entrance test, you will receive training in several areas, as well as access to sources of information that most people don't have, as long as you work with us. If you work out, after the Voldemort thing is over, you may be offered a more important position. Ron considered his words carefully. He didn't have Harry or Hermione here to advise him, so he thought about it, and the possible consequences of his decision. And I don't have to tell you what Harry is doing, or betray his confidences. The wizard shook his head. We, like every other person that knows the prophecy that he's working under, would very much prefer that he win, and not Voldemort. That is, in fact, the only reason you're being offered this position at your age. We're helping in the only way we can. Ron stared at the wizard for a minute. Would it do me any good to ask how you know about the prophecy? He wizard just looked at him and Ron sighed. I didn't think so. Ron nodded slowly and made his decision. What is this entrance test? The wizard looked at Shacklebolt. It was good of you to bring him to us. But you'll have to leave now. The wizard looked back at Ron. We'll finish with you, and one way or another, we'll get you back to the burrow tonight. Ron shook his head. I'm staying with Harry right now. The wizard nodded. Then we will get you back there, whether you pass or fail. You won't remember this if you fail, but we'll get you back to your residence. Shacklebolt was looking serious. Good luck, Ron. He apparated out of the room. Ron took a deep breath and turned to the other wizard. Right, let's get on with this. Before we do this, Mr. Weasley, I have to tell you 3 things. And offer you one last chance to back out. The first thing is, that this is going to hurt, a lot. Unless you've been under the Cruciatus curse, you will never have felt any pain like this. There will be no damage to you. And before you leave, the pain will be only a memory. Do you understand that? Ron nodded soberly. The second thing is that we will be seeing your memories, all of them, even ones you have suppressed. No one here expects you to be an angel. In fact, most of us have done things that were very dark, darker than anything you can imagine, but what we are looking for is how you make certain decisions. If you pass, you're in, if not, you'll be rejected. Ron frowned. If I fail, I'll be obliviated, won't I? You said I wouldn't remember this, if I wasn't one of you. Yes. The last thing you need to know is that if you do pass, you will make a wizard's oath, an unbreakable oath not to tell anyone what you do here, who you do it with, or anything about the time you spend here. Without the direct spoken permission of your leader. The wizard looked at Ron. Do you understand the 3 things that I have told you? Ron thought about what he was getting into. He wasn't all that eager to feel anything that was close to being as painful as the cruciatus, but he looked at the other wizard, patiently waiting for his answer. Tell me something. If I pass, will the benefits of working with you be worth this? The other wizard looked at him for a long minute. While you're undergoing to the test, you'll believe that nothing is worth the pain. After it is over, you'll change your mind. Ron grimaced. Cheerful bloke, aren't you? Let's do this. So be it, Mr. Weasley. That was the last thing Ron heard, before his world dissolved in sheets of pain and rational thought was gone. Harry's room, after the meeting. Harry sat down at the table in his room and looked at the 3 quiet girls. Sit down, please. They found seats around the table and Harry looked at them. First, Ginny, would you mind telling how long I've had a fan club, and what it's about? Ginny sighed. The Harry Potter fan club was started on November 6, 1981 as a tribute to the boy who lived. The original 5 witches that started it soon found more people, and by the club's first anniversary, the club had 364 members. Ginny looked at Harry and kept on. For the first few years, the club was mostly a newsletter, offering guesses and ideas about where you were, what you were doing, things like that. Ginny sighed. By the time you were 11, there were nearly 1,000 members, and the news that you would be at Hogwarts stirred the letters up dramatically. She paused for a minute as food appeared in front of them and Dobby fussed over Harry for a minute, disappearing as quickly as he had appeared. Harry looked at her as he took a bite of his sandwich. So far, this doesn't sound that bad. Go on. Ginny sighed. Sumbo. Di at Hogwarts sent a few pictures of you doing things to the fan club that first year, and several members that were at Hogwarts sent letters telling everyone else what they knew about what you were doing. Ginny smiled, remembering. Since they didn't know everything that was going on, some of the stories got a little wild. She blushed. The pictures, and the reports that you were a good person, started a few crushes on the boy who lived, and that is when the fan club started to divide into 2 groups of people. Those that were interested in what you were doing, and where you would go with your life. And those that simply thought you were cute, and wanted to know who you were friends with, and if you were seeing anyone yet. Harry winced. Please tell me that the first group is the largest part of my fan club. It was, said Hermione quietly, until the Tri-Wizards tournament. After the stories that came from that, and the pictures of you coming out of the lake with both of the hostages, the number of people interested in your anatomy increased. Now, it's about half and half. Harry finished his sandwich and rubbed his eyes. Right. Ginny, tell me about your involvement in the club. Ginny blushed violently, her face almost becoming redder than her hair. I've been a member since I was 7. That was when I first heard the story of the boy who lived. After you went to Hogwarts from the Burrow that first year, I found a quill you had left behind. Harry took in her red face and the way she was avoiding his eyes. You used that quill somehow, didn't you? Ginny nodded, looking close to bursting into tears. I had a real, verifiable Harry Potter item. I made a deal with the witch running the club then, in return for my own chapter of the club in a lifetime free newsletter. I would give them the quill to raffle off to the club members. Harry stared at her. Excuse me, did you just say that they raffled off my quill? Ginny nodded, ducking her head, so her hair covered her face, hiding her from the other people in the room. Harry sighed and got up. He went around the table, and nudged Ginny. She looked up and Harry wiped a tear away with his hand. He picked Ginny up, getting a startled yelp and sat down, putting her on his lap. Ginny, I'm not mad. That was a long time ago, and you didn't know me then. He put his arms around her and hugged her gently. So, what happened then? Ginny laid her head on his chest. I continued to follow the letters, especially after the reports started coming in from Hogwarts, and there was new things to read, not just the same old. Where is he? What is he doing? Letters. She looked at Harry. What were you doing out late the night you lost 150 points for Gryffindor, anyway? Harry grinned. Giving Norbert to Charlie's friends. So Hagrid wouldn't get in trouble for having a dragon. Ginny blinked, thinking about that. When we're done here, you're going to sit down and tell me every rule you broke. And everything you did that is not common knowledge. Harry snickered. That would take a month or so, and I'm not sure that I remember every rule we broke, or how many times we broke the same rule twice. He frowned. Or more. Ginny blinked. Apparently, I've missed a lot, being a year younger. Hermione laughed. You have no idea. Harry turned to her. Speaking of having no idea, why did you turn so red when Miranda made her comment? Hermione froze, looking like a deer caught in headlights. She closed her eyes and sighed. I found one of Ginny's newsletters when I stayed at the Burrow, and I was intrigued. So I joined the club. Some of the letter writers were obviously in Hogwarts, and I wanted to see if I could figure out who they were. Ginny giggled. Hermione is still the only person that I know that joined the club to find out about the people in the club rather than you. Harry and Hermione both glared at Ginny, who blushed and laid her head back on Harry's chest. Hermione continued. Some of them were easy to figure out, just by what they had seen, and what they didn't know. A couple were in Gryffindor, because they had seen things in the common room, but most were in other houses. And they were harder to figure out. After all, you can't really point to one person that saw the first test of the tournament, because everyone saw it. Harry winced. How many people in Hogwarts are members of this club? Hermione shrugged. I can say that there are 19 that have written letters, but if they don't write letters, I have no way of knowing. She frowned then. That was when I started writing letters. As Lady X-Files. Some of the things they were saying were just so outlandish that I had to set the record straight. She looked at Harry. Everything I wrote was common knowledge, and all I added was a logic train of events, so that everyone could follow why you might be doing certain things during the tournament. Pansy finally spoke up. Figuring out that Lady X-Files was Hermione was fairly easy. And I joined the club so I could get some insight into how you and the trio thought. Father was already making plans to escape Voldemort's group then, as we thought he was gone for good. And we wanted out of the Death Eaters, since all they were doing was draining our funds. Hermione frowned at Pansy. How was figuring out I was Lady X-Files so easy? I was very careful not to put anything in those letters that pointed to me. Pansy rolled her eyes. Hermione, she said, rolling her eyes, your letters were well written, and how many students in Hogwarts? Do you think know Harry well enough to offer thoughts about his state of mind, and can use words like confabulate properly? Hermione sighed. It was the best word for that sentence. Harry looked at the three girls, thinking. Please tell me that none of you ever wrote for that other group you mentioned, the ones that wanted to know about my personal life, not the public knowledge things. Ginny sighed. I did, twice. Once, after the events of my first year, telling them that you were the greatest person ever, and once again, after we started dating, to tell them all that they could stop sending you personal things. Harry blinked. Personal things. Ginny colored. Pictures and other things. Harry still looked blank, and Pansy snickered. Knickers, Harry, some of the more interested people have sent you things that they think would show you how much they'd really like to be with you. Harry stared at her, blinking wildly. You're not serious. Pansy grinned. If you'd like, you request that they stop holding your fan mail, and you could see for yourself. Harry shook his head, trying to clear some very ugly images from his mind. Bulstrode's knickers were not an image he wanted in his mind. Ever. That brings us to the question I had in the first place. Who's holding my mail, and why? Also, who's answering letters in my name? The three girls looked at each other and then at Miranda. How did you know that a letter to Harry had been answered, anyway? Miranda smiled. My cousin is a member of your club, and she got an answer from you about a year ago. Harry frowned. Do you know what the letter was about, or what the answer said? Miranda shook her head. I don't have a clue. She was not all that forthcoming with information. I can owl her and ask her, if you don't mind me telling her that her letter may be a forgery. Harry thought about it. Go ahead, And be sure you tell her that I will send her a letter that is from me, if she'd give me her letter to me." And the response. He thought about it. "Where does she live, anyway?" "At our family estate in Romania." Harry frowned. "Tell her that if I can find a spare day this summer, I'll even deliver the letter in person. If it helps us find out what I need to know." Miranda grinned. "Mr. Potter, I have to warn you that Marissa is not a member of the group you don't mind. Of course, she's only 10, so it can be understood that she looks up to you." Harry sighed. "Just find out who's responsible for answering letters in my name, please." Miranda nodded. "I'll send the letter off tonight." Harry sighed. "Right, I'll leave that in your hands for now, but I'm going to Mr. Sharpstar's office, to talk to him and warn him about the people coming to his office. After that, I need to visit Luna and her father. And then I want to see if the minister will see me for a few minutes. I have an offer for him." Harry looked at Ginny. "You have to go to Mr. Sharpstar's as well, to start your job of the Shades of Grey Company. And keep your parents from finding out where you spent the day." He looked at Hermione. "What are you doing today?" "I'm going to argue with Miranda until she lets me take her to Knockturn Alley, so I can look through some of the darker bookstores." Harry frowned, looking at Miranda. "Keep her safe," he ordered, and Miranda nodded. Harry looked at Pansy. "And you, what are you doing?" Pansy shrugged. "Since I don't actually have anything to do, I'm going to go with you, until we find a job for me." Harry nodded. He looked down at Ginny, who was still in his lap and resting her head on his chest. "You have to get up now, you know." Ginny grinned at him impishly. "Yes, but is my chair at work going to be this comfortable?" Harry grinned at her. "If it was, would you get any work done?" Ginny shook her head. "I doubt it, but I'm not getting up until I get a kiss." Harry looked at her, and stood up, making her fall to the floor. He kept her from hitting the floor hard and helped her up. He put a finger under her chin and raised her head. "I don't do blackmail," he said softly, "no matter how tempting." He bent and kissed Ginny softly, waiting until she moaned and pressed herself into him to tease her lips with his tongue, entreating entry. Hermione and Pansy watched avidly. "This one is all Harry," Hermione said quietly, "and I have to say he has the right way to kiss." Pansy nodded. "He's good for her, but I prefer something a little firmer, more demanding, myself." Hermione looked at Pansy, and a thoughtful smile crossed her face. They turned their attention back to Harry and Ginny as Harry released Ginny's lips. They both looked a bit stunned, and the other two girls sighed in unison. Pansy stood up and crossed to them. She put her arms around them both and looked at them. "I am insisting on equal time, Mr. Black. Ginny Weasley got kisses from her suitor, and I want kisses from my suitor." Ginny tried to pull back, but Pansy held her, looking at her. "We're going to be closer than this. If we make that comment from before the meeting real for Harry." Ginny looked at her. "Just remember which lips are his," she said. Pansy smiled. "I won't forget. His are not as pretty as yours." She turned her head, kissing Harry before he could say anything. Ginny and Hermione watched now. Unlike Ginny and Harry, whose kiss was soft and mutually pleasing, Pansy and Harry kissed as if their tongues were dueling swords, fencing and probing. Harry tightened his grip on the two girls in his arms, and Pansy melted against him, submissively allowing him to talk. Each charge of the kiss and do as he wished. Hermione watched the body language with interest until Harry let Pansy go. Ginny was watching them, and Pansy looked down at her and swiftly kissed her, a quick kiss that had barely touched Ginny's lips when Pansy was pulling away. She smiled at Ginny. "Your lips are softer as well." Ginny froze, looking at Pansy, and Harry showed a wisdom beyond his years by remaining still and quiet. Ginny stared at Pansy for a minute and then pulled away from both of them. "I think we have places to be," she said, shaking her head. She looked at Harry and Pansy. "Are you two coming?" Hermione had an urge to ask for her kiss, but controlled it, knowing Harry wasn't ready for that yet, not with her. She stood up and crossed to the floor, stopping only to hug Harry briefly. "Let's argue about what's going to happen in Diagon Alley over a butterbeer at the Leaky Cauldron, shall we?" she asked Miranda. Miranda joined her and got some flow powder from the jar beside the fireplace. "We're not going to argue about it. You can go in there, but if something happens, you will follow orders or I will stun you and do what I need to do to keep you safe." She stepped into the flow, calling out, "The leaky cauldron," and was gone. Hermione sighed. "At least she'll let me look. Harry, we need to be back by the time Ginny has to go home. I think we should go talk to Mrs. Weasley about Ginny tonight, sometime after dinner." She stepped into the fire and was gone in a flash of green. Ginny and Harry looked at each other. "She has no idea how stubborn Mum is, does she?" Ginny said dryly. Harry shrugged. "No, but then your mum doesn't know how stubborn Hermione can be, when she thinks she's right, either. Think about SPEW. Ginny grinned. "I bet kisses on Mum." Pansy grinned, and spoke before Harry could. "I'll take that bet, and put 10 galleons on Hermione." Harry rolled his eyes. "I'll bet kisses on Hermione. She's very determined." The three of them stepped into the fire, and a few seconds later, Dobby was clearing the table in an otherwise empty room. "Ooh, the Omega Hall. Ooh." Ron shook his head, trying to shake the cobwebs from his brain. If that was what Harry had felt under the Cruciatus, he had far more respect for him. To be able to shake that off and continue doing things was just remarkable. Ron had finished the test and now a witch approached him. "Drink this, Mr. Weasley. It will help with the effects of the test." She offered him a goblet of something dark brown and steaming. Ron took it and sniffed it. "What is it?" he asked. The witch smiled and rattled off a number of potion ingredients, of which Ron only caught beetle eyes. He shrugged and drank it. When he was done, he stared at the cup in surprise. "That's not half bad," he said in surprise. The witch smiled at him as she collected the goblet and turned to the door. "Unlike Madame Pomfrey, we know you won't go through that again just to get a dose of the medicine, so we don't have to make it taste bad." Quote. Ron shuddered. "I don't think I would take that test again for any reason." "No one would, at least not anyone we want working here." Ron looked around to see the wizard that had been talking to him before the test. "My name is Algernon, and I'll be your mentor for the next week, until we decide which planning crew you'll be on." Ron blinked. "I passed." Algernon raised an eyebrow. "Obviously, or you'd be forgetting this right now, and gone in 10 minutes. Ron grinned. "Then let's get on with it. I don't think Harry plans on waiting much longer to deal with him." The older wizard nodded and the two of them stepped through the door. "Welcome to the Omega Hall, Mr. Weasley." "Ooh, Nocturne Alley, Hermione and Miranda." "Ooh." Hermione stepped into another bookstore and looked around. The old man behind the counter sighed loudly. "You again." "I don't have." He stopped as Miranda looked at him. "Oh, I mean, I might have found a few books of the type you were asking for," he said, keeping a wary eye on Miranda, who smiled thinly and put her wand away. Hermione ignored the byplay, having already figured out that Miranda's leathers and bearing got much faster results in this part of Diagon Alley than her questions. She followed Miranda and the old man to the rear and side as she found a room of books that radiated a slight chill, as if evil in them lowered the temperature of the room. She got to work, going through the books, skimming them, looking for anything that would help Harry. "Ooh, the Shades of Grey office, Ginny." "Ooh." Ginny looked around the office. She had her own room, with a desk and a chair for her, and 2 comfortable couches for visitors and clients waiting to be seen. Behind her there were 3 doors, nay of which led to a nicely equipped little kitchen and pantry, stocked with the kinds of things you served guests, mostly drinks and light finger foods. The other 2 doors led to an office with a desk and several filing cabinets and a meeting room with a large table and several bookshelves with various works on wizarding, law and other subjects. There was a fireplace in Ginny's reception area and flow powder in a canister. None of this had caught Ginny's eye like the broomstick that was in her closet. It was a brand new Nimbus 2001. Not the top of the Nimbus line anymore, it was still one of the best broomsticks on the market. And it was hers to use. In fact, if she remained employed by the Shades of Grey Company for 2 years, it would be hers, to take home as well. Mr. Sharpstar had left Harry and Pansy in his office with a stack of papers detailing Harry's properties and brought Ginny down the block, where the Shades of Grey Company had new offices, just 3 doors down from his office. They were on the 3rd floor of the building, but that was not that important to Ginny. She read the employment contract again. Besides the broom, she recognized a Muggleborn's touch in the contract. No wizard would have health benefits, whatever those were, and these other things that she didn't recognize. She looked at one piece of paper with a frown. Employment conditional underage use of magic license, she read, and pored over it. To whom it may concern. The bearer of this certificate has permission to perform magic directly relating to their job, providing that said magic is not of a dark nature, or detrimental to the proper security and safety of the wizard world. Signed, Mafalda Hopkirk, Department of Underage Magic. Ginny grinned and looked around. She pulled her ND and summoned a butterbeer from the pantry. She took a drink and waited. After 20 minutes, she still hadn't gotten an owl, and she smirked. This had serious possibilities. With a smile worthy of Fred and George, she began plotting. Ooh, Mr. Sharpstar's office, Harry and Pansy. Ooh. Harry stared at the papers the solicitor had left in front of them. Pansy was going through them contentedly, making notes on a piece of paper with a slight smile on her face. Harry watched her. What are you doing, exactly? Pansy barely looked up. In any good corporation, the companies should support each other so that you save money by dealing within the group. I'm trying to sort the companies out and see how they interact. Harry blinked. Where did you learn this? Pansy shrugged. I've been around when the parents discuss business. And I've been getting lessons in running the family, in case I had to. I am the only direct line descendant you know. Harry sighed. No, I didn't know. In fact, there is a lot I don't know about you, seeing as you still owe me your story. Pansy looked up then, as a shadow ran across her face. It's not a nice story in places, Harry. Are you sure you want to know? Harry looked at her seriously. Yes, if even half of what I think happened really happened, I'll be adding some names to my list, and I'll have another crusade to work on after Moldywort is gone. Mr. Sharpstar walked in the door before Pansy could reply, and all she said was, later, Harry. I promise. Mr. Sharpstar began showing Harry the businesses he controlled and the ones he merely had an interest in. And how they worked together, at least the ones that did. Harry had a couple of businesses that didn't do anything that helped with his biggest company's work, and they were separated slightly in the lists. Harry read a few of the papers and looked up with a frown. Forgive me if I'm reading this wrong, but do I make broomsticks? Mr. Sharpstar grinned. Very good, Mr. Potter. I was wondering if you'd catch that. He passed over another sheet. This is the company that gets the majority of the other company's products. Harry blinked at the sheet several times and passed it to Pansy without a word. Pansy looked at it and hissed. You own the Comet Broomstick Company. I have one of those. Mr. Sharpstar nodded. It's not as flashy as a Nimbus, or as fast as a Firebolt. But the Comet is a good steady reliable broomstick, and the sales of them are far steadier than the other two, who require lots of money and a need for a superior broomstick. Harry was still coming to grips with the knowledge that he owned an entire broomstick company. He sat there as Pansy and Mr. Sharpstar grinned at him. I think you broke him, Mr. Sharpstar. The solicitor smiled. No, he's just realizing that he owns a Firebolt, which cut into his profits. Pansy winked at him. Well then, Harry will just have to give it to me, and use a Comet. Harry turned to Pansy. Actually, I was going to retire it, and get a new one anyway. Sirius gave it to me, and its value is too great to be using in ways that could break it. Pansy smirked. Perfect. Since Malfoy never had a chance to retrieve his broomstick, and the story was that they were bought for the house team, that means that our Seeker will have a chance against you in whatever Comet you decide to get. Harry grinned at her. You are such a Slytherin. Seeking any advantage you can get, he accused playfully. Pansy nodded vigorously. And I just know that the brave little Gryffindor in you is dying for a chance to show that you are so good that you can still win with an inferior broomstick. Harry opened his mouth to deny it and then paused. Cho was gone, Malfoy was gone, and he wasn't even sure of the Hufflepuff's Seeker's name. He would be facing 2 new Seekers at least. He grinned at Pansy. You're right, I will play with one of my company's broomsticks. Harry smiled, looking at Mr. Sharpstar. Speaking of that, I think we really need a bit of in your face to Moldywort. See if the Comet Broomstick Company would be interested in making it public that Harry Potter rides a comet. Harry sighed. Aunt suppose they'd be willing to say that Harry Potter rides a comet while hunting death wankers, but it would be fun. Mr. Sharpstar smiled. They might not go that far to have you endorse their broomsticks. But they will be very happy to have you come on board. He thought about it for a minute. We'll have to charge them something, Mr. Potter, just to have something to show the ministry tax people. Harry frowned, opening his mouth to say something, but nothing came out, and he sat there for a long minute, thinking. Charge them a fair price, but every Canute goes to the Moldywort Victims Fund, which will be administered by the Shades of Grey Company. Harry frowned. Make that the Victims Relief Fund. If I'm going to keep the ownership of Shades of Grey quiet, I can't have them using my name for Voldemort. As soon as you have it started, hire an honest person to look into the victims of Voldemort, and see if any of their survivors need anything. If they do, make an anonymous donation to them for whatever they need. Mr. Sharpstar was scribbling notes. He finished them and looked up at Harry. How far back do you want them to look? What about the victims of the First War? All of his victims, including any Muggles you can track down. Hermione has a group of Muggle-born wizards and witches that could help you there. Ask her about how to contact them. Mr. Sharpstar nodded and made another note. While you're at it, Harry said, add 20,000 galleons from my vault to the fund. Mr. Sharpstar looked up. Mr. Potter, the Shades of Grey Company already has starting funds of 10,000 galleons. Plus whatever we get from the Comet Broomstick Company. Harry sighed, his mood falling. He stared into space and spoke quietly. Somehow, I don't think that will be enough. The three of them went back to studying Harry's inheritance in a sober silence. Harry's room, Hermione and Dobby. Miranda and Hermione appeared in Harry's room after finishing Hermione's shopping trip to Diagon Alley, and Hermione looked around. Dobby, may I see you for a minute, please? Dobby appeared, watching Hermione. What can Dobby do for you, Miss Black? Hermione sighed. First, you could call me Hermione. But right now, I bought some things to help Harry get rid of Voldemort, and I need a safe room to hide them. Dobby frowned. Missy Black has dark things, he said. Harry Potter sir will not be liking that. Hermione nodded. I don't like it either, Dobby, but Voldemort is very strong in the dark arts, and we have to know what he can do before we can counter it. Dobby thought about that. Miss Black will study the dark arts, and find ways to stop them. He asked hesitantly. Yes, that's it exactly, Dobby. Hermione knew that Dobby was a little strange, but she'd never just stopped and talked to him before. Dobby, may I ask you some questions, please? If you don't want to answer them, you don't have to. Dobby looked at her for a minute. What would Miss Black know? Hermione sat down. Why is it so hard to free the house elves? Dobby sighed. They are normal, here, he said, pointing at his head. They feel great pleasure in serving, and know that. When a wizard gives a house elf clothing, it is a great insult, as if they would rather serve themselves than have you around, plus they will not feel the pleasure anymore. Hermione frowned. They get pleasure from serving. Dobby nodded. It is a feeling like flying, but without leaving the ground. It has been so since before we have tales to remember it. Hermione blinked. House elves got high from serving properly. No wonder it was so hard to free them. Why aren't you like the rest? Dobby frowned. Dobby wants to be like them, but old Master cast spells on Dobby, and now I cannot feel the pleasure anymore. Now, I have strange urges and thoughts. They led me to try and save Harry Potter, sir, and do things I did then. Hermione studied Dobby for a minute. How do you do the things you do, like this room? How did you make it bigger? Wizards not asked that before. Dobby stared at his hands and then looked up at Hermione. Dobby does not have the words. It is knowing, doing, being. He looked frustrated. Dobby is sorry, he can't explain it. Hermione told him it was all right and watched him for a minute, remembering all the things she'd heard about him doing. She looked up. Dobby, would you do another hover spell for me? I just want it to hover for a few seconds while I try to examine your magic. Dobby looked around and saw Hermione's bags from her shopping. They rose into the air as Hermione watched Dobby. She thought, wandless I knew, but silent and no noticeable gestures either. Hermione cast several magic detection spells and didn't find anything. She was about to give up when she remembered one more spell, similar to the one they used to find underage magic. She cast it, and there was Dobby's magic, shining brightly. She released the spell, and told Dobby he could put the things down. She stared at him, considering what she'd learned tonight. Dobby's magic was an innate part of him, as the only way she'd found it was by using a spell to detect magical creatures. Hermione sighed. She'd been hoping that a human could learn to use magic like a house elf, but since it was a part of them, you would have to become a house elf. She thanked Dobby absently and asked him to make a small secure study room. Dobby said he would and vanished with her new books. Hermione looked at the time and frowned. Miranda, we have to go, so that we can LLECT Harry and Pansy to go to the burrow. Miranda started towards the flow. Miss Black, do you really expect to change a mother's mind about the safety of her only daughter? Hermione shook her head. Of course not. I am hoping that we can get her to agree to see us in public places, so that if she is seen with one of us, she won't get into trouble. Miranda nodded as she stepped into the flow. A reasonable goal. I was afraid you were after the whole thing and that I would be hearing a Weasley tantrum firsthand. She flowed to Mr. Sharpstar's office and Hermione followed her. They missed Ron stumbling out of the flow by just seconds. Ooh, Harry's room again, Ron. Ooh, Ron stumbled coming out of the flow, something he had not done in several years. He lay on the floor, debating whether to sleep there or try and get up and stagger to his room. The healer had warned him that he would feel fairly drained tonight, but this was a bit more than that. He hadn't ever felt this tired, and when you add the residual headache, he was quite willing to stay where he was. Ron looked up as Dobby spoke. Mr. Weasley is not well. Do you want some food, Mr. Weasley? Ron gagged and turned an unhealthy green at the thought of food, and Dobby's eye widened further, something Ron didn't think was possible. Dobby, get help. If Mr. Weasley is not wanting food, he might be dying. Dobby disappeared and Ron sighed. Even a house elf knew about his eating habits. Maybe it was time to change. He was still laying on the floor, staring absently at the ceiling and trying to move the bathroom closer by sheer will when Dobby returned. Mr. Weasley, Dobby has brought help. Ron looked over and blinked. He stared at the blonde Ravenclaw for a minute and then smiled. Hello, Luna. How did you get chosen for this? Luna Lovegood was examining Ron with that dreamy air that was so much a part of her. Few people know where Harry stays, and I have more healer's training than anyone else. She waved her and at Ron, who couldn't even work up the energy to flinch. Nargles have been sucking your power, she said, and Ron sighed. I have just the potion for that. Luna handed him a vial and told him to drink it. Ron eyed the potion dubiously. Luna, what exactly does this potion do? Luna shrugged. It restored energy and diminished power levels, she said, looking at him and waiting until he shrugged, and started drinking it to finish her comments. It also renders you invisible to Nargles. Ron finished the potion as he caught up with what she said and froze, watching his hand. After a minute he looked at Luna. I'm not invisible. Luna frowned at him. Invisible to Nargles, Ron. You're not a Nargle, she sighed, which is a pity. They're very cute, once you get past the power sucking. Ron as about to say something else when he stopped with the oddest expression. Luna nodded. I see the potion is beginning to work. Ron was fighting an urge to jump up and run around the room. He'd never gotten a rush like this from a pepper-up potion, that's for sure. He thought right then he could do anything, run around the world, climb a cliff bare-handed, anything at all. Ron stood up and looked around. Everything was very clear, and he looked at Luna, noting that her left eye had a spot of vivid green in the side of her iris. Wow, what is in that stuff, and how do I get more? Luna frowned at him. The rush will fade away in a few minutes, leaving you at your normal energy levels. What is in it, is my secret. I haven't perfected it yet. Ron stared at her. You created that. That is just brilliant. Luna smiled. Hermione owled me earlier. We should be going, if we're going to help Hermione argue with your mum. Luna took his arm and led Ron toward the flow. Hermione has an idea. Ooh, somewhere in England. Bella and her death wankers. Ooh. Bella looked at the parchment on the table. She'd drawn a square to represent to burrow, and a line to mean the wards. She drew a circle around one side. This side of the wards is a small grove. We will apparate into that, and meet here, she said, indicating a quivering man next to her. We'll drop the wards in 30 seconds or less. With the weakness he discovered, she waved at him, smiling wickedly as he flinched and moaned. He'll do that, she hissed, watching her latest toy, because if he succeeds, he won't be taken out of his cell for a week. The scared man looked very happy at that idea. On the other hand, if it takes more than 30 seconds, he's going to spend that same week in my chambers. Bella looked at the group of Death Eaters she was taking with her. Only one of them had been a Death Eater for more than 3 years, since the Dark Lord didn't want too many of the higher-ranked Death Eaters in the same place. The Ministry fiasco had taught him not to have all the Death Eaters with a brain on the same raid, in case something went wrong. When the wards go down, we will advance on the house. Pay attention here. The point of this raid is to capture Ginny Weasley and bring her back to the Dark Lord. She is a red-headed girl of about 16. Everyone else on the property is to die, preferably in slow, painful ways. If you can't arrange that, kill them and dismember the bodies, so that figuring out which bit goes where is a problem. Bella looked around. Ginny Weasley, though, is the Dark Lord's meat, and I will amuse myself with anyone that hurts her, understood? The Death Eaters nodded and everyone prepared to apparate out. The burrow. Molly and Ginny. Ginny flowed into the burrow and started toward her room. Ginny. She stopped and looked at Molly, waiting to hear what her mum wanted. Molly Weasley looked at the rebellious gleam in Ginny's eye and sighed. She'd spent the day listening to the silent house, but it hadn't been the silence that had made her reconsider her hasty decision of the day before, but a memory as she looked through an old photo album. Ginny, would you join me in the parlor, please? Ginny followed Molly into the parlor and sat down, watching her mother. Molly sat down and looked toward Ginny, but her eyes were seeing something far away in time. Ginny frowned. She'd heard this story many times. Molly caught the frown and held up her hand. You've heard that, I know. What you haven't heard is that my father hated him with a passion, and forbid me to see him ever again. Ginny was listening now, as she'd never heard the slightest whisper of trouble about their marriage. I hid it for a while, but after we left school, I was caught sneaking over to his house one day and I left home that day. Molly looked at Ginny. I told my father that I loved him, but he was my past, and Arthur was going to be my future. Molly looked at Ginny. I don't want you involved in this war. You're my youngest, my only daughter, and I don't want to lose you. She held up her hand as Ginny started to say something. I know, you'll be careful, etc., etc. All of you will say that, but count the children I have in this war, darling. Bill, Charlie, Fred, George, Ron and you. That's 6 of my 7 children. Bill's already been hurt. Ron and you were hurt in the ministry. How long is it going to be before one of you comes back to me the same way Fabian and Gideon did? Ginny stared at her mother. She'd never thought of the numbers of Weasleys in this war like that. But Mum was right, the law of averages would catch up with them sooner or later. Before she could say anything, Molly continued. I reacted out of fear for you last night, and I was wrong to do so. I was not wrong to keep you out of the war, but to order you to stay in hiding like that was wrong. Harry may love you, I hope he does, but he doesn't need you in this, any more than he should be involved. War is the job of adults. Ginny frowned at her mother. Harry is the only person that can kill Voldemort, she blurted out. Molly stared at her, her face going pale. I shouldn't have said that. Ginny said, it's Harry's secret to tell. Molly frowned as so many little things fell into place for her. Half-understood comments at order meetings, the care and time spent on Harry. All the things that hadn't quite added up over the years fell into place in that instant. My poor boy. Ginny stared at her mum. Harry hasn't been a boy since he killed the Voldemort possessed Quirrell in his first year, Mum. Voldemort has tried to kill him more than a dozen times according to Hermione, and he's always lived. He's not a boy. Molly was about to say something, when they felt the wards quiver and break under a massive flux of power. Ginny was running for the door with her wand out as Molly reached for the flow powder. The crack of multiple apparitions sound. Ed and the next thing they heard chilled them to the bones. Bring me the girl, and make everyone else suffer before they die. Ginny had heard that voice before, and she cursed. Molly looked at her. That woman out there wanted her baby. Molly Weasley pulled her wand and stood up from the floor. No one was taking her baby without a fight. Ginny looked around, finding a niche where she could see and still have a bit of cover. Bella wanted to kill her family, did she? Ginny grinned mirthlessly. She had an interesting new variant of her bad bogey hex to test out, and Bella would be perfect. First though, she was going to teach these fools that attacking the Weasleys would cost them far more than they wanted to pay. The two women looked at each other as the front and back door exploded within seconds of each other, and the sounds of fire came from the roof. In that instant, with danger coming for both of them, they only knew fear for the other, and they had a moment of perfect agreement. The say death wankers were about to find out why you didn't want to anger a Weasley woman. Right, sorry about that, Cliffy, but what am I saying? I love doing Cliffies like that, and I'm not sorry about that. I am sorry that it took me so long to update this, and to be honest, I have no real excuse. As those of you that read the updates on my profile know, I put this on hold for NaNoWriMo in November. I finished that, yay. 50,000 words in 30 days. Go me. And to be completely honest, I just couldn't bear to look at my keyboard until nearly Xmas. A week at home with my kin and animals helped out, and I started writing again in early Jan. I finished this chapter and started the editing process, and then went back and read the entire thing in one sitting. Chapter 6 just didn't fit as written then, and I threw it all out and started over. So, here it is, and I hope you like it. It should keep most of you happy for a while anyway, being 29,245 words according to OpenOffice, a program I highly recommend. Next is a chapter of prophecy. The last chapter before the excrement strikes the oscillating rotary blades. I'm having a mild problem with my Hermione bunnies, so they may sit and age for a bit before I work on them again. Until then, I highly recommend the following authors: Utter PD, Jekine, everyone at fanficauthors.net, and Rustbite, to name a few. Love, Raven, Death, Fire and Respect. Death, Fire and Respect. Hermione stepped out of the flow into Nicholas Sharpstar's office and looked around. Miranda had come through and was busy looking in every room for possible threats. Harry and Pansy were sitting at a desk, having moved enough books to spread out some papers. They had looked up when Miranda and Hermione had come through the flow, but were back to examining the paperwork again. Hermione looked at Harry. He was not happy about something, Hermione could tell. He had that slight little line between his eyes that meant something had annoyed him, a sight Hermione had seen many times over the years. Usually in Professor Snape's classroom. She went over and sat on a stool next to Harry. "Hello Harry, Pansy, what's all this?" Harry looked at her and smiled briefly before returning his attention to the paper in his hands. Pansy handed her a sheaf of parchment. This is an overview of the Black family holdings that Harry will be assuming control of when he becomes of age. Hermione looked at the list she had in her hands and frowned. "Oh dear," Harry snorted. "That's a bit of an understatement, Hermione. They own quite a bit of Nocturne Alley and Borges Row as well." Hermione recognized a few of the names as shops she had been in seen when she was in Nocturne Alley earlier today. Borges Row was the French equivalent of Nocturne Alley, and Harry appeared to own nearly as much of it as he did Nocturne Alley. She looked at Harry, understanding the anger now. Harry had enough problems without anyone finding out that he controlled close to half of the dark arts trade in 2 countries. She thought about it for a few minutes. Harry would not want to own these businesses, but he couldn't just sell them off to anyone that wanted them either. Anyone that wanted these businesses would probably be a follower or a supporter of Voldemort. Given the changes in the war's publicity that Harry wanted to start, this was not going to look good if anyone found out. And these records would be public knowledge in a little under 2 months when Harry came of age. She looked at the list again and frowned. "Harry, you do know that you don't actually own most of these businesses, don't you? You own the premises they are in, but you don't own the business itself." Harry looked at her and she pointed to a small note at the bottom of the third page. This note explains that any business on this list with a P behind it means that you own the premises, but not the business itself. Basically, you're the dark landlord. Harry was reading the list when Hermione made that comment and he paused. Looking at her, Hermione just shrugged. I couldn't help it. Pansy was snickering. I can just see it now. She made a sneering face, very much like Snape's face, whenever Harry was in sight. You're late with the rent. Crucio. Harry just sighed as he pointedly ignored the two giggling girls. It was Miranda that defended Harry. Mr. Potter would never. Crucio. Someone for being late with their rent. Harry smirked at the two girls until Miranda finished her comment. He'd simply evict them, and when the dark things came out of the shop and then they'd get hurt. Harry blinked, looking injured. I don't hurt people that often, he protested. No sir, you don't, said Miranda calmly, but I have noticed that a good many people that have been less than helpful to you have ended up in a bad way. Voldemort, disembodied for over a decade, Quirrell, dead. Barty Crouch Jr., kissed. You didn't actually do most of those things, but all of those people did things to you. The list goes on, but I think you get the point. Harry frowned as he thought about what she'd said. What about Bella and Wormtail? Miranda shrugged. Bella is new to the list of people that have hurt you directly. And Wormtail suffers every day in two ways. Voldemort's tortures, and the burden of an unpaid wizard's debt to you. She favored Harry with a lopsided grin. I'm sure that if I give you another few months, you'll find a way to make their lives even more unbearable. Harry grinned. I don't think it will take a couple of months. In fact, I rather think anyone around Moldy Ward will not be happy starting Saturday. Harry smiled to himself, thinking about the rude shock in store for Moldywort this weekend. Pity he couldn't count on the snake-faced Rigel falling over of a heart attack. He shook that off and looked at Hermione. I believe you had something you wanted to do tonight. Hermione looked at the clock and nodded. Ginny has already shown that she will find a way to be with you. Even if she's told not to. We're going to try and talk Mrs. Weasley into letting her be around you in public places so that if she is seen with you, she has an alibi. Harry smiled. You are brilliant. I was wondering how to get into the papers without worrying about Ginny. Miranda stepped up to the flow. What's the name of the Weasley home? Hermione sighed. The Burrow. Miranda nodded and stepped into the flow. A flash of green fire, and she was gone. Hermione stepped up to the fireplace and looked back at Harry. One of these days, Mr. Potter, we're going to talk about you saddling me with her. She's a wonderful person, and completely determined that for the next year, I won't suffer so much as a hangnail. She glared at Harry's smile. It's not funny when she's dragging me out of an interesting book to get some exercise. Hermione turned to the flow and cast the flow powder. The Burrow. The fire flared up green and then turned red, spilling Hermione back onto the floor. The three of them stared blankly at the flow for a second and then Pansy swore. Someone has blocked the flow to the Burrow. Ooh, Ron and Luna, Harry's room. Ooh. Ron shook his head as the rush wore off and he stopped having urges to jump around like a happy Dobby. He took a deep breath and looked at Luna, feeling better than he had since the argument with his mother. Right. Explain what we're doing again. Now that I can concentrate. Luna frowned. I really have to work on that. It shouldn't hit you quite like that, she said. Luna looked at Ron. Hermione wants to guilt your mother into letting Ginny be seen with us this summer. Ron blinked several times. Hermione the bossy is going to take Mum on over the safety of Ginny. He turned toward the flow. I have got to see this. Luna stood up and started toward the flow. I simply hope they don't say anything they can't take back. Harry doesn't need internal fights when he has to face he who should not be respected. Ron stopped, looking at Luna. What did you call him? He who should not be respected. Ron just looked at her and she smiled that dreamy smile and held out the flow powder. He likes capital letters in his name. And that has more than just calling him you know who. Ron shook his head. Your potion must have done something to me, because that almost made sense. Luna smiled again. Or maybe, Ron, you're just learning to see the world from a larger perspective than you have before. Ron looked at Luna, studying her for a minute. 1 minute, you're acting as if you don't live in the same world with the rest of us. And then you say something like that, and it seems that you see things clearer than anyone. How do you do that? Luna held out the flow powder, and her smile was all woman. It's a gift. Ron threw a bit of the powder she was offering in the fire and called out, "The burrow." Luna jumped aside a second later as he flew back out, landing on his butt in the room as the fire flared red. Ron frowned at the flow. What the hell? Luna stared at the flow, and her eyes were dreamy, but her voice wasn't. There's something very wrong at your home. Ooh, Molly, Ginny and Miranda, the burrow. Ooh. The two women looked at each other as the front and back door exploded within seconds of each other and the sounds of fire came from the roof. In that instant, with danger coming for both of them, they only knew fear for the other, and they had a moment of perfect agreement. These death wankers were about to find out why you didn't want to anger a Weasley woman. Ollie saw the first Death Eater come in the front door, his wand raised, and she was ready. Molly had known for some time that her home might become a target, and she'd set up a few defenses without making them obvious. "Accio spoon," she called, and the spoon propped over the door sailed toward her. The Death Eater looked up at the motion, just in time to be struck in the face by the falling iron cauldron that the spoon had been supporting. Ginny was watching the back door and didn't see the first enemy go down. A Death Eater stepped through the remains of the back and Ginny already had her wand pointed at the door. As the man stepped through the doorway, Ginny cast a very simple household spell. Reparo. She wasn't casting at the man, but at the pieces of the door. The door tried to fly back together and reform itself. But there was an obstruction and the Death Eater screamed as dozens of sharp wooden splinters dug their way into and through him. Outside, Bella frowned as she heard that first scream. That had sounded almost like one of her men. Molly saw the next person coming through the front door and banished the first Death Eater back out the door, knocking the second one over. And giving herself the few seconds she needed to set up her next trap. Wingardium Leviosa, she chanted, and the bucket next to the door spilled soapy water and oil over the floor just inside the door. While she watched the door, she accioed 3 of her larger knives from the kitchen. She kept them handy, hoping not to have to resort to such drastic measures, but afraid she would have to keep Ginny safe. Both of the Weasley women looked up as someone on the other side started thinking, and the sound of breaking glass came from at least 2 windows out of their sight. Very soon, they WOULD have enemies coming from 3 or more places at once. Molly looked at Ginny, seeing the fierce anger burning in the girl's eyes. "I don't suppose you'll leave, if I tell you to, will you?" she asked in a resigned tone. Ginny looked at her mother. "After you, Mum, but if you're still here, I will be as well." Molly sighed as she cast the chilling charm to turn the soapy, oily mess on her floor to ice. "You're as stubborn as I am, Ginevra." Ginny winced, but smiled at her mother before turning her attention back to the door. "Thank you, Mum. I think that's the nicest thing you've ever told me." The 2 women froze as an unearthly scream rose in the living room and death exploded out of the room an instant later. "Ooh, Harry, Hermione and Pansy, Mr. Sharpstar's office." "Ooh." Harry stared at the flow desperately. He knew what was happening at the Weasleys. He could see the dark mark floating above the house, as clearly as if he was there. Hermione and Pansy jumped as Harry's magic exploded, sending tendrils of magic crawling over everything in the room and making the glass in the window vibrate. Hermione looked around and grabbed a parchment. "Pansy, keep him calm for a minute. I need a minute to create a portkey." Hermione set to work, setting her mind on the drive down to the burrow. Since you couldn't use a portkey to get directly to the burrow, the closest she would be able to get was the driveway. She shivered as Harry's magic touched her, crawling over her in an oddly intimate way. She kept on with her task, even as her mind catalogued the feeling for later examination. "It's warm, and feels reassuring somehow, even though I can feel the power behind it. It's as if I know that this power will never hurt me." Hermione continued to think about that in the back of her head as she finished the portkey. "Portus." Pansy crossed to Harry, steeling herself to touch him. She reached out and touched his arm, flinching at the raw anger in his face as he whirled. "Harry," she said desperately, knowing that she was about to die. Harry glared at her for a second, and she felt those bits of magic touch her, roaming over her body and raising all the little hairs at the back of neck and along her arms. It was hot, a fiery blast of power that made her want to fall to her knees and beg for mercy. "Harry, you have to calm down," she forced out, "Hermione's making a portkey. And you're not helping us get to Ginny." At Ginny's name, the magic flared higher for a second, and then Harry closed his eyes and his face stilled, as if something had simply wiped the emotion from him. A few seconds later he was looking at the still terrified Pansy. He reached out, stroking her cheek with the back of his hand and ignoring the flinching. Pansy looked at him and Harry spoke quietly, so that only she heard him. "As long as you are true to me, I will never hurt you deliberately." Pansy stared at Harry, and knew in that instant that Harry was everything Hermione and Ginny had said he was. This man was so good that he didn't understand just how rare he was, nor that other people could only hope to emulate him. In that instant, Pansy realized that Harry saw everyone had wasn't trying to hurt him or his friends the same way she saw her family, and he would do anything to save them, just as she would for her family. Harry's family was just a bit larger. Harry and Pansy stared at each other for a minute. Harry willing her to trust him, to know that he'd never hurt her, and Pansy having that moment of insight into Harry. "I've got it," Hermione said, and Pansy watched as Harry changed. Becoming the fighter he needed to be to protect his family. Harry looked at the two girls. "I don't suppose you two will stay here?" he questioned. Hermione had an instant of humor. "Sorry, Harry, but I must have messed the portkey up. It will only work for 3 people. Pansy looked at Hermione for a second and shrugged. She blurred and Hermione yelped as she turned into a snake. "Pick me up, Harry. And next week, you're going to teach me to fight like the DA does. Right now, I'm better off in this shape." Harry picked her up, looping her around his neck. He looked at Hermione and gestured at the parchment she held. "Stories later," he commanded. "Let's go." A few seconds later, Mr. Sharpstar rose from his stool, rubbing his arms where Harry's magic had touched him. Harry's power had touched him, examined him and then left him alone, as if knowing he was not a threat. He crossed to the flow and called the Auror's office. Getting the attention of the night duty Auror, he told him that the burrow was under Death Eater attack and pulled his head out of the fire. He sat back down on his stool and considered the scene he'd just seen. Brains, bravery and enough power to level Diagon Alley. That group had everything, and some hidden talents as well. Nicholas Sharpstar smiled at the picture of his wife, killed in the First Voldemort War. "I think our vengeance has arrived, Mary love. I think we may finally see the end of that rat jerk, and I'll be able to fulfill my promise to you." He went to work on Harry's affairs with a smile. "Ooh Miranda, the burrow. Ooh." Miranda stepped out of the flow and her training kicked her into action before her mind caught up. She tossed a red powder into the flow even as her wand came up. "Reducto." She cast. "Wah." Ching as the arm reaching through the window exploded at the elbow, leaving the forearm to drop on the floor. She took a second to swallow a potion from her pocket and then a Death Eater's face appeared in another window. Miranda charged, feeling the potion kick in, making her reflexes jump, boosting her already impressive physical skills to levels unmatchable by anyone not on this potion. Somewhere in the back of her head, her logical mind was screaming as her heart rate rose, racing to supply the blood flow needed by the increased activity of her body. That thought had barely crossed her mind though when she reached the Death Eater and stuck her wand 3 inches deep in his eye. She gave the man a second to scream his pain and then ended his suffering forever. Reducto. She turned toward the only opening to the rest of the house and the hand not holding a wand swept under her robes and came out with an ugly crisp knife. 25 centimeters of flame-bladed steel, it was designed to tear and rip flesh, making wounds that were hard to heal. She started toward the doorway at speeds not obtainable by anything completely human, aware in the back of her mind that she was a terrible sight. The potion she took boosted her strength, reflexes and speed, but at a high cost. Her heart rate was 4 times normal, and the blood was flowing through her system so fast that it elevated her blood pressure to levels that made some of the smaller veins in her extremities pop, making her face and hands appear blood red, and covering her eyes with a film of blood. Add the absolute lack of any expression on her face, and she was a frightful sight, one that even gave some of the smarter giants pause. She burst into the eating area of the kitchen and noted Molly and Ginny instantly. The two of them were staring at her as 4 Death Eaters entered the room, and before the Weasley women got over the shock of the bloody demon that had entered the kitchen, she had one Death Eater's head off completely and had rolled under another, banishing him through the ceiling and into the inferno that was the upper floor of the burrow. His screams did not last long. Long before they ended though. Ginny had shook off the shock and turned back to her door. She hissed as she saw the being in the door, and saw the light glinting off of his hand. She had known him for a long time, but never met him as a man. "Hello, Scabbers," she called, and Peter Pettigrew looked at her, as she cast a new spell she'd made at him. This thing was the cause of most of Harry's pain, and Ginny was going to make him suffer. She cast a new variant of her favorite hex and swore as it missed. Peter was already transforming as he took in the scene in the burrow. A defender was in there, and he was not going into tight quarters after her. A defender could be killed, but it usually took a dozen wizards with lots of room to move. The bottom floor of a burning house was not the place to fight her, and he wasn't sure what Ginny Weasley had cast at him, but given the spells she normally used, he was quite certain he wouldn't like whatever it did. That girl could be ruthless at times, and she had his vote for the Weasley most likely to become a Dark Lord. He transformed again by Bella. "I think it's time to leave, and take this information to the Dark Lord," he told Bella. "There's a defender working with the Weasleys in there, and all of our people are dead, or about to be if they go in there." Bella's eyes lit up. A defender, truly. She looked at the door and stepped in that direction, pulling her wand. "I've always wanted to try my hand," she said, as Wormtail stared at her back. He'd known that she was insane, but this was bloody nutters even for Bella. Wormtail shrugged and ran for the edge of the anti-apparition wards. If she had a death wish, then it was his duty to get away and tell the Dark Lord what had happened to the raiding party. He winced at the thought of the pain he would suffer. But at least pain meant you were alive to feel anything. In the burrow, Molly had gotten another Death Eater when he fell on the icy oily slick she'd created. As he fell, she activated the arm on the two broom handles that she'd removed the bristles from, and they started beating him in the head. Ginny had no enemies in reach at the moment and had time to look at Molly's handiwork. The brooms were beating the Death Eater and singing Mum's favorite Celestina Warbeck song. Ginny noted with a grin that the broomsticks were keeping perfect time with the song. She looked for Miranda, but she had already killed everything in her reach and had gone out the back door, where she was causing Death Eaters to regret their choice of hobbies by the sounds. Ginny looked at the bits of Death Chur's Miranda had left behind and shuddered. Something fell out of the ceiling and Ginny's gorge rose as she realized it was the body of the Death Eater that Miranda had banished up into the ceiling. She looked up, becoming aware of the heat and flames and coming out of her niche. "Mum, I think it's time to go." Molly looked at Ginny as a bit of the ceiling fell. She didn't bother replying but held Ginny's hand as they crossed to the back door, figuring that anything that Miranda left behind wouldn't bother them, unless they stepped in one of them. They stopped just outside the house, stunned by the scene in the garden. Weirdly lit by the burning house, it was impossible to tell how many dead bodies were in the garden, but one thing was certain. Not one of the bodies they could see was intact. Molly looked at Ginny, and they were both pale. "This is why I didn't want you involved in this war," Molly said quietly. "It would kill me to receive you back like this." Ginny looked at the destruction of her home. The only home she'd ever known, and the death scattered around the back of the house. "I understand." Molly looked at her, and saw that Ginny did understand. She dropped her moth's hand and ran around the side of the building, where Molly could barely hear shouting, and assumed that the battle still raged out in front of the burrow. Molly sighed, thinking about how she'd felt around Arthur all those years ago. And still felt about him. She remembered the glow from Ginny when she heard Harry and sighed. "And he is your future." "Ooh, Ron and Luna," Harry's room. "Ooh." Ron stared at Luna and felt fear grow in his heart. Luna took his hand. "Don't worry," she said, "help is already there, and more is on the way." Ron stared at her as if she was even more nutters than normal for her. "Pardon me if I'd like to be there when my home is attacked," he said sarcastically. Luna smiled again. "Your wish is my command." She looked around. "Dobby." "Yes, Miss Luna?" Dobby asked, appearing in front of them. Luna frowned, looking at him. "Are you and Winky strong enough to carry Ronald?" His home is being attacked by Death Eaters, and he needs to be there now. Dobby's eyes got wider than normal and he shook his head so hard that his ears flopped in his face. No, no, Miss Luna. House elves can't do that. Only wizards can apparate with another being. Luna sighed and looked at Ron. She stepped closer to Dobby and whispered something in his ear. Dobby stared at her. Promise. Enough for Dobby and Winky. Luna nodded, and Dobby turned to Ron. Please be sitting down, Mr. Weasley. Dobby said even as Winky appeared and the two of them stepped closer to Ron. What are we going to do? Ron asked, nervous for no reason that he could name. Luna smiled, and it was her dreamy smile again. Magic, Ronald. Anyone should know that. Ooh, Harry, Hermione and Pansy, the burrow. Ooh. The two teenagers and the snake appeared at the start of the drive to the burrow. Harry started toward the fire engulfing the burrow. Ginny. Harry was shimmering again as he stared at the fiery ruin of the burrow and his fear for Ginny grew. The magic was creating a nearly visible aura around Harry as he ran toward the burrow, dropping Pansy in the grass at the side of the drive. A Death Eater left on guard made the mistake of standing up and casting a curse in Harry's direction. It missed as Harry ran, but it flashed by close enough to get Harry's attention, and his wand rose. Expelliarmus, he ground out, and the spell caught the unfortunate Death Eater in the wand hand. Harry had always been good at this particular spell, and with his feelings running high, the Death Eater had no chance to hold on to his wand. His wand, and the hand it was in tore themselves free at the wrist and flew off into the darkness, disappearing from sight before they even started to arc downward on their short flight. The Death Eater was still staring numbly at his wrist when Hermione stunned him. Harry ran on, fear growing in his heart as the top floor of the burrow fell in, sending tongues of flame shooting high in the sky. Harry was looking at the burrow and missed the rat that stared at him from the grass. Unfortunately for Peter, Pansy was slithering along as fast as she could go, and came up directly behind him. She was going to ignore the rat until she saw the silver paw. Pansy realized what that meant and struck. Peter started to turn and his rat instincts kicked in as he caught a scent that raised fear in the rat. He jumped high, trying to avoid the snake that was trying to bite him. Neither of them was completely successful. Pansy got a bit of the rat, but didn't get any poison in him. Peter avoided the bite, but the snake was too close, and the next thing he knew, he was wrapped up by the snake, and it was staring at him, less than 3 centimeters from his snout. He thought about transforming, but even as he started, the snake hissed at him. When he looked at it, it shook its head, no, very distinctly. He stared at it, and realized he'd been caught not by a snake, but an animagus. Peter sighed and got as comfortable as he could when he was being squeezed tightly by an animagus who was watching him closely and showing him fangs that literally dripped with poison. He began trying to think of some way to get out of this one. Hermione stunned the Death Eater and took a second to use his robes to make a rough bandage around his arm. She wasn't all that worried about him dying, but from the screams and sounds coming from the burrow, he very well might be the only survivor. And they might want to ask him a few questions after Harry calmed down. Even as she stood up and turned to the burrow, she saw what looked like a quaffle sail into the woods. A second later she realized it had been a head, and she winced. Somebody up there was not playing anymore. Hermione started toward the burrow, hoping to get at least one more alive, to double see. Heck, the answers she got from the first one. Bella had started toward the burrow when she saw a woman shoot out of the back door and disembowel one Death Eater with one hand while casting a spell at another one that set him on fire, providing a hellish red light to illuminate the scene in the garden. The defender was moving so fast she blurred, darting, leaping and rolling like a possessed acrobat. This was a brutal performance though, as every time the bloody-faced demon came near any Death Eater, blood flew. Worse yet, her right hand would point at someone, and curses flew continuously from it. Bella stopped, considering the scene. She'd been watching the Dark Lord torment people for years, and even he'd never shown such a variety of ways to cause pain. Bella was half in love with this defender, until she got her first good look at her, when she came up next to one of the Death Eaters and stuck the knife in her wand in his belly. Bella sighed as the defender cast a spell to heat me tall on her own knife and left it there to roast the man from the inside out. If you were a man, I'd back you against the Dark Lord, and we could have such fun, Bella muttered. She backed up until she was outside the anti-apparition wards. The defender finished scanning the yard and found nothing still living. She looked at Bella and Bella looked at her. The two women stared at each other, evaluating the other woman. Bella noted the slowing movements of the defender and nodded. Those impossible speeds were a potion then. And most of those spells were simple ones, used creatively. Bella would have to put a few hours in looking over the spells she knew, looking at them for damage and pain potential. She looked at the woman then, seeking to look under the guise of the defender. What sort of woman was she? Could she be turned, or used? Miranda Riddle stared at Bella, wondering if she could stay on her feet long enough to take her. That potion allowed her to do things impossible for any normal human, but the cost was high. Until she got to her potions, she was going to be as tired as if she'd been working hard for 4 straight days without a break. Defenders were bodyguards, and they normally faced 1 to 6 enemies. Trying to kill or kidnap the person being guarded. Miranda had taken that potion a bit too early, following her training, and she was coming off of it with the most dangerous Death Eater in front of her. Miranda stared at her, seeing the respect and the challenge. She understood that perfectly. Bellatrix Lestrange was a legend, unbeaten in years, and only backed down by 2 men alive. Voldemort and Harry Potter. Miranda wanted to test her skill against that legend so badly she could taste it. She looked in Bella's eyes and knew the stories were true. That man was not even on the same plane with reality. She was a cunning and crafty enemy though, and that made her a challenge that any defender would rise for. Both women looked sideways as sounds came closer, recognizing that a duel could not happen now, and both of them relieved in a way. Miranda looked at Bella and made a decision. 4 days from today, we should meet at the Wicker Basket. We can decide when and where then. Bella sighed, smiling happily. I will know you, but how will you know me? Miranda smiled, tapping her leathers. Wearing this, and a scowl, how many people do you think approach me? Bella giggled. Only those tired of living, I would think. I will be there, unless the Dark Lord has other plans for me. Miranda nodded. Until then. Bella raised her wand in a duelist salute, admiring the nerve of her opponent. She didn't even flinch, as if she knew Bella wasn't going to do anything right now. I don't suppose you'd join me, for some creative mayhem. No, pity. Fin. Oha non venimo a contatto di ancora, il mio amore. Bella apparated away, having stayed just outside the wards when she saw the defender. Miranda blinked. That whole scene had been absolutely surreal. She'd challenged Bellatrix Lestrange to a duel, been accepted and then called my love by her. Miranda sighed and swayed slightly, only to find strong arms holding her up on both sides. She swore to herself. She was crashing hard. If she didn't notice 2 people coming up behind her. It was bad enough that she hadn't realized Bella was moving in time to do anything, and only luck in Bella's twisted insanity had made it a salute and not an attack. Then Molly and Hermione had managed to come up behind her without her noticing. She looked at Hermione, making sure she was unhurt, and saw 2 of her. Hermione had heard the conversation between the 2 women, but didn't think Molly had and wasn't going to say anything until she could talk to Miranda privately. She looked at Miranda and sighed. She'd seen Harry looking like that too many times not to know what was going to happen next. Good night, Miranda. Molly tried to levitate Miranda only to find her spell sliding off the leathers. Until she levitated a bench from the garden and laid Miranda on top of it. What do you mean? Harry's living with those muggles, isn't he? Hermione shrugged. Sort of. Let me tell you about the last 2 days. The 2 women went off with Miranda following Molly and Hermione telling Molly about the last 48 hours, leaving out very little. Ooh, Ron, Luna, Dobby and Winky, here and there. Ooh, Dobby. Winky and Ron appeared in the kitchen of the burrow, and Ron had barely realized that there were bodies everywhere and the house was on fire before they were back in Harry's room. He was about to scream at Dobby when Dobby spoke first. We must go back, but not in-house, it's going to fall in too soon. We appear outside this time. Ron choked down his comments and had a new problem as Luna sat in his lap. Can you carry us both, Dobby? I think Harry may need us all. Dobby looked at Winky and nodded. Winky and Dobby grabbed Ron and Luna and disappeared again. Ooh, Augusta and Neville Longbottom. The Longbottom estate. Ooh. Neville was puttering around in the greenhouse when his grandmother called him urgently from the house. He grabbed up his wand and ran for the house, looking around for trouble. Neville's grandmother stood on the front walk, dressed to go out. Come with me, Neville. The Aurors have a report of Death Eaters at the Weasley residence. Neville nodded, and grinned at his grandmother as they prepared to apparate to the burrow. I see you still haven't gotten around to telling the Ministry that the private Auror line is still active here. The elderly woman shrugged. I'll get around to it, one of these years. They disappeared with a crack. Ooh, everyone, the burrow. Ooh, Ron, Luna, Dobby, Winky, Neville, his grandmother and the Furs. Wave of Aurors appeared nearly together at the drive to the burrow, causing a great many raised wands and a couple of aborted curses as people expecting to find Death Eaters popped into sight. Har. Y had come around the corner of the burrow and been hit with a high-velocity redhead, who had attached herself to Harry quite firmly. He got away, she said mournfully. I had Scabbers in my sight and he got away. Harry shrugged. Wormtail is good at running. One day, he'll run out of places to run. Right now, are you hurt? Ginny shook her head. Mum and I are fine, mostly. Harry nodded, looking around at the devastation. You did all of this? He questioned, pointing at 3 very dead Death Eaters, including one missing his head. Ginny shook her head. Mum and I got a few, but they were in the house. As far as I know, everything outside the house is Miranda's work. Harry sighed in relief. I owe that woman. If she hadn't decided to start guarding Hermione when she did, I'd have been too late here. The 2 teens turned as the burrow fell in, flames leaping high as they devoured the Weasley home. Ginny held Harry tightly as she watched her home. She didn't bother wiping the tears away as she mourned the only home she'd ever known. Molly and Hermione found them there, and Harry frowned as he took in the body floating behind Mrs. Weasley. Is Miranda okay? He asked worriedly. She's fine, said Hermione. She just pushed herself a bit too far. She told me what to do in this case, and as soon as we get back to your place, I'll have her up and about again. Hermione looked at Harry. Do you remember what I said? About us having a talk about Miranda? Harry nodded. Yes, why? Just forget it. The 4 of them started around to the front of the building and Harry stopped. Looking around he frowned. Hermione, have you seen Pansy? Hermione was about to say something when she remembered what Pansy had done in the solicitor's office and she looked at Harry. He shook his head very slightly and Hermione nodded. No, but she can apparate. Maybe she went for help. Harry started looking around, worried. You 3 take Miranda away from the house. I'm going to check and make sure none of these are Pansy. Hermione took Molly's hand and started toward the sounds of other people. Let's go and see who else is here. Ginny looked at Harry and held him tighter. I think I'll go with you, Harry. You tend to get in trouble when you're on your own. Hermione shrugged. She can help you look for her, Harry, and it's not as if we're going to have that many secrets anyway. Harry nodded and the 2 of them started back toward the burrow. They hadn't gotten very far when Molly shrieked. Harry and Ginny whipped around, their wands coming up and seeking a target. Molly W. as pointing at the side of the drive and Hermione was calming her. Harry, she called, it's your spy. Harry started toward them as Hermione calmed Molly, who didn't seem to like snakes much. The only thing that had kept her from hexing the snake at the side of the road in fact, was that she was still using her wand to levitate Miranda and the bench. Harry came closer and saw Pansy in her animagus form wrapped around something. It wasn't until he was bending over that he figured out what she had. You stopped for dinner? He asked her in Parseltongue. No, you bleeding idiot, I've got a rat with a silver paw here. Harry looked again and smiled. Beautiful work, Pansy, but stay in that form. Molly thinks you're a real snake, and there are a lot of people here. The people in question were approaching in fact. The Aurors first, having gotten the cluster at the drive straightened out. The first 2 Aurors had their wands out and were approaching carefully. Identify yourselves. The Auror wasn't rude, but it was obvious that he wanted some answers, right now. Hermione stepped forward, ignoring the wands that pointed at her as she moved. We are the people who were attacked. Molly Weasley, Ginny Weasley, Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger Black. The girl on the bench is my defender. The Aurors looked at each other. The first one shrugged and lowered his wand, while keeping an eye on the group. Harry Potter. Harry grabbed Wormtail by the scruff of his neck and told Pansy to let go of him. Stay in this shape, and keep quiet and I won't give you to the Aurors, Harry hissed. At Peter, who remained limp and unresisting. Harry picked up Pansy and slid her into his shirt. Yes. The Auror came closer and looked at Harry's forehead. Would you mind telling me what happened here? Since the Ministry debacle, I am given to trust your word. Harry stared at the Auror in disbelief. You're in a minority. Yes, I know, he said, waving a hand at his partner. But we spent 2 hours cataloging the damage to the hull as well as the injuries gotten and spells used there. Your version of the events, or rather, your team's accounts fit the damage much better than the official story. Harry sighed. I finally meet a good Auror, and I can't tell him anything. I arrived after the event was over. After Hermione gets her defender back on her feet, you'll have to talk to her. He pulled Ginny up. The defender. Ginny and Molly were the only ones here, during the attack. The Auror blinked and looked at the floating form of Miranda. 1 defender and 2 women drove off Death Eaters. I am impressed. Hermione looked up. One of them was Bellatrix Lestrange. I saw her in the Ministry. But they only drove off Lestrange. The rest are around the house. Hermione appeared to be thinking of a tactful way to say this. In various states of terminal disrepair. The Aurors looked at each other again. The one that had been speaking to Harry grinned. You know, sir, between you and your friends and now this defender. I think I'll take a vacation. You know who is dead, he just doesn't know it yet. He smiled, showing he was only kidding, and then turned serious again. Does anyone need street mungos? At everyone's negative response, he nodded. Mrs. Weasley, if you'll come with me, I need to ask you some questions. Miss Hermione interrupted him. It's Hermione Granger Black, of the Black family. He blinked. I see. Which name would you prefer? Hermione shrugged. I am in the wizard world, I'll use my wizard name. The Auror nodded. Well then, miss, if you would NDLY take my partner along to wherever you need to go to get your defender back on her feet. She'll ask you the questions I'll be asking Mrs. Weasley, and we'll get this over with. Harry was staring at the Auror in disbelief. He's polite, believes me, and wants to get all this out of the way so we can get on with our lives. No threats, no attempts to arrest me, nothing. Hermione, who knew what Harry was talking about, laughed. Would you like to ask Voldemort to schedule his attacks only when they're on duty? Harry nodded eagerly. Yes. Oh, make that a no. After he gets my gift, I don't think he'll be in any mood to be reasonable. The male Auror stared at Harry. You're sending the Dark Lord a gift? He asked incredulously. Harry grinned. He'll get it Saturday. Harry looked around. And motioned the 2 Aurors over to the small shed that Arthur Weasley kept his muggle things in. Hidden from the rest of the group, Harry told them his plan was. The 3 of them came back around the building and Harry was smiling. The male Auror was frowning thoughtfully and his partner was grinning. Mr. Potter, I would like one of those gifts, when you have a chance. I'll pay for it, of course. Harry shrugged. No need to pay, Auror. She rolled her eyes. My partner doesn't use names, so he always forgets to give them. I am Auror Amanda Wilkes and he's Senior Auror Theodore Roswell. She looked at Harry. Yes, there is a need to pay. Aurors are forbidden to accept gifts from people they interact with in the course of their duties. Harry thought about that and smiled slyly. Well, they are Muggle-made. So let me convert the price. Oh, yes. It will cost you 2 nuts. Amanda looked at him suspiciously. That seems quite low, Mr. Potter. Harry grinned. Well, if you find the shop I had them made at. And if you can get the Muggle who made them to say otherwise, and if you can prove I undercharged you, I'll accept the difference. Amanda looked at him as the rest of the people there watched them. I hear a lot of ifs in that statement, Mr. Potter. Could I assume that you can get in contact with the shopkeeper quickly? At Harry's smirk she sighed. Then I'll just have to take your word for it. Ron couldn't hold back anymore. Would somebody tell me what happened here? Ron was nearly shouting in his agitation. Harry turned to him and saw Hermione off to one side, bending over a figure. What have you got there, Hermione? Hermione looked up. Harry, she said in a strange voice. Do you remember disarming a Death Eater on the way to the house? Harry thought back. He'd been worried about Ginny and the Weasleys, running down the drive. Oh, yeah, I remember. Is he alive? She looked at him. He's missing a hand, where your spell tore it off, but that's not important. Harry, it's Professor Snape. Vengeance, flight and anger. Yes, I know it has been too long and I will try to update more often. I can point to a busted wireless card and a shortage of funds that made getting a new one a tad difficult, or to the sheer amount of hours I put in at school and work or with my SO, but I think you'd rather find out what Harry is going to do to Snape. This chapter will take us to Monday, ending the first week of the summer. 7 days down, 358 days to go. Unless I need an extra day, in which case this will suddenly become a leap year. Ooh, everyone. The burrow. Ooh. Harry stared at Hermione for an instant as he absorbed what she'd said. The Aurors were quicker to understand, not having the emotional baggage that Harry did, and they started toward Snape. The motion jarred Harry out of his immobility and once again power flowed from him. Everyone froze as an invisible wind swept across them, fueled by years of hatred and abuse. Everyone felt it a bit differently, or a lot differently, depending on who they were. Hermione noted that despite being stronger, it felt the same way it had in the office. She looked around, trying to judge how the others felt it. The two Aurors were staring at Harry, awe plain in their faces. Harry shimmered to the eye, as if a heat wave had wrapped itself around him. They felt the magic as tendrils of wind that examined them and stopped, a presence that watched them warily. Dobby and Winky felt it as sunshine, a power that warmed them and made them more than they were, and they basked in it, knowing that Harry was theirs, as they were his. Ron felt it as a cool wind, one that checked him and wrapped itself around him like a protective blanket. Pansy shivered, still feeling the heat and wanting to change and beg Harry for something. Peter Pettigrew felt it as a scouring blast, stripping his illusions away and baring the smallness of his very soul. It stopped and pulled back, watching him like a snake. His own caution and the rat's fear made him go limp and still, trying to hide. Ginny felt it as a warm and tingling joy, that caused her to remember many happy hours holding Harry. It flowed over her and she welcomed it, pulling closer to Harry. Mrs. Weasley felt it as a comforting blanket, one that she'd had as a very young girl, that kept the monsters away. Luna blinked as a tsunami washed over her, stripping her dreamy expression away and began fighting it. She knew she was not like the others, but she didn't want to be like them either. The wave receded, replaced by her more familiar magic. The two magics swirled around her and she watched them, making sure Harry's magic couldn't touch her inside her shell. Miranda stirred as something touched her, and she woke with her energy levels being replaced slightly, enough that she could sit up and look around. Augusta Longbottom felt it as an impersonal but friendly force that examined her and left, sweeping on toward Neville. Neville was watching behind them, worried about Bella returning, and was surprised by the magic that flowed around him like armor. He couldn't see what was going on, but he knew that this was Harry's doing. Harry had always tried to shield his friends, to be their protection against the world, and this was more of the same, with Harry's feel all over it. Harry was not aware of the reactions of his magic, or of the way people felt it. He simply knew where they were, and the sense that had saved him on occasion told him that there were no threats close by. He walked over to Hermione and Snape and looked down at his enemy. "I've dreamed of this." Snape, helpless at my feet. Harry's voice was low, almost conversational, but everyone shivered at the sheer menace in it. Quote, "None of those dreams ever ended with him in less than 5 pieces. Harry looked up at Hermione and Ginny, standing beside him. His eyes had that pale shine, the fire that made them seem to glow and he look on his face did not bode well for Snape's continued existence. "Ever since he killed Professor Dumbledore, I've been dreaming of what I would do to him if I ever had him in my hands." Harry looked back at Snape. "So many possibilities, so many choices," he said, fingering his wand until a small cough caught his attention. Harry looked up at Auror Amanda Wilkes, who had coughed. Her eyes widened as Harry's magic examined her again, this time with an edge to it. "Mr. Potter, I know that you have some history with this man, but Professor Dumbledore meant a great deal to at least 3 generations of wizards. Don't they deserve to be involved in vengeance for him?" Harry frowned at her as his magic edged higher, sensing his revenge slipping away. Amanda kept her expression calm, but inside she was beginning to understand how 6 schoolchildren could capture 11 Death Eaters. This man was like a force of nature. You could shelter against it, or avoid it, but if the fury of the storm came crashing down on you, it would destroy you. Pansy hissed, fearing that Harry would do something that would keep him from being able to protect her family. Harry, you cannot take a proper revenge in front of witnesses. Ginny, Ron and Neville were behind Harry completely, willing to let him do whatever he wanted. Hermione sighed, her hate battling her logic and losing. Harry, if you take revenge now, against a helpless man, how will you be different than Professor Snape? Isn't that what he's been doing for years? Taking revenge against you since he couldn't do anything to your father. Augusta Longbottom watched Harry Potter battle his desires and offered another view. Mr. Potter, it seems to me that the Ministry has a hard time holding on to Death Eaters. If you give him to them, they will try him, convict him and send him to Azkaban. He will then rot, unless he is freed. Of course, if he is freed, you can always find him again and then, maybe there won't be so many witnesses around. Ron snickered suddenly, drawing all eyes to him. Besides Harry, imagine what the Daily Prophet is going to have to say when you capture another Death Eater. Harry frowned at nothing, looking at Snape. The people around him remained quiet, watching the young man battle with himself. Harry sighed finally, his magic receding. I suppose you are right, he said, looking at the others. Except for one thing, Ron. I didn't capture him, Hermione did, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows it. Me, no, you stopped him, Hermione said, staring at Harry. Harry smiled slyly. You captured him, Hermione. A young, muggle-born schoolgirl captured a senior Death Eater. Hermione blinked as she thought about it and began to smile, a smile matched by most of the people around her. You know, I believe you're right, Harry. It was much easier than I thought too. I thought he was supposed to be dangerous. Luna smiled. Can I have the first interview? Hermione looked at Luna, hesitating. Harry guessed at her thoughts. Luna, this would be another of those public service announcements, really quite boring. Luna nodded. I know, but you want to use Daddy's paper for that sort of thing. And one of us should learn to write them, so we don't have to depend on the pest. Harry and Hermione frowned at each as Luna reminded them that their other choice was Rita Skeeter and had to concede that Luna had a point. The 2 Aurors had finished tying Snape up and Auror Roswell pulled a portkey from his pocket. He looked at the group of people watching him. I'm going to take him to Auror headquarters personally. The Ministry may lose him later, but it won't be on my watch. Harry smirked. Please make sure he knows who took his hand, and who captured him when he wakes up. In fact, you can tell him I'm keeping his hand as a trophy. Hermione, Molly and Mrs. Longbottom all frowned at him and Harry held up his hands defensively. I'm not even going to look for it. The smirk returned, but he won't know that. Auror Roswell smiled and shook his head. Remind me never to get you mad at me, he said as he used the portkey to take Snape away. Auror Wilkes frowned at where her boss had just disappeared. I'm sure, she called irritably after him, that doing so would get you out of the interviews and clean up never crossed your mind either. She turned to say something to the group but was interrupted as multiple apparition cracks sounded. Everyone turned toward the sounds and their wands rose, only to be lowered a minute later. Fred, George, Bill, Charlie, Mr. Weasley and Lee stood there with Katie, Angeline and a few others that Harry knew from school but didn't actually know well. The twins had bulging pockets and their wands while the rest had only wands, except Bill, who had a wand and a scepter of some sort. They knew group froze, staring at the burrow, fully engulfed in flames that were dying down but still high. It didn't take them long to get caught up on the events of the night and they had a strange tale of their own. They had all been doing things, according to their own lives when each of them got a portkey and a note that the burrow was under attack. Dropping what they were doing, they had answered the call and been sent to one room, where another portkey, big enough for them all, had waited. They had tried to use it, but it had failed. Figuring out that it had failed because the place it was trying to go no longer existed had taken a few minutes and then they had simply tried to apparate until it worked. When the first of them disappeared, the rest had followed. Molly Weasley, now that the danger was past, was more than happy to feel Mr. Weasley slid an arm around her. She slumped, leaning on the man she shared so much with. They looked at each other while the other drew away, giving them a space to be private in. "How will we rebuild?" Molly asked softly. "Right now," said Arthur. "I don't care. We'll worry about that later. I'm just thankful everyone is safe." Harry was staring at the burrow. "Bill, have you been told why you're in England yet?" Bill shook his head. "Just that I'm going to be creating threefold wards for AC. Eustomer with high security needs and a large pocketbook." He blinked and looked at Harry. "How did?" His voice trailed off as he figured it out. "You're my client." Harry nodded. "This is one of the places you would have warded. When the builders start rebuilding it, I want those wards to be perfect, cost be damned. Build them into the very structure." Arthur heard him and frowned. "Harry," he started to say, until Harry whirled and focused those eyes on him. Harry tilted his head. He wouldn't bully the man who had done so much for him. A sly smile crossed his face as he crossed to stand before them. He looked at them earnestly. "Haven't you said I was family, and that I should consider this my home?" Arthur and Molly looked at each other, knowing what Harry was going to say, but unwilling to refute the love they had for Harry. "Of course, Harry, but nothing. I am simply rebuilding my home." Harry grinned. "I will, of course, be guided by you doing so, but it would be nice to have a room that wasn't violent orange." Ron jerked, staring at Harry with an injured look. "What's wrong with orange?" he wanted to know. Harry was looking at Ron's parents. "I think you will find that I won't even have to spend as much as you think. Bill will help, as will Charlie, I think." Fred and George frowned. "You forgot someone, Harry," Fred said. "Not that you would know," added George. "But we've got enough to add a room or 3, continued Fred. Harry shrugged. "As long as you don't endanger my investment." He froze suddenly as Molly sniffed. Harry looked at her, and seemed to wilt as he saw her frown. "Harry, dear, is there something you'd like to tell me about where the twins got the money to start that shop?" "No, not really," Harry said, "but it doesn't appear that I have a choice now." Molly frowned at him a minute longer while Harry waited for the explosion he knew was coming. To his surprise, she began smiling. "Got you." He blinked at her in surprise while she chuckled at his expression. "Honestly, dear, I may not be Hermione, but they just don't know that many people with money to loan." The final proof, though, was when they bought Ron the dress robes. "Only you would have thought of that. I've just been waiting for somebody to be brave enough to tell me about it." She frowned at him. "Although I must admit, it is lucky for you that you were at home during the summer when I figured it out. Or you would have gotten an howler." Arthur smiled at Molly. Whatever he was going to say, though, was interrupted by another apparition crack. The group turned and once again, wands were raised. The being that stood there, though, completely dumbfounded almost everyone. He was nearly 2 meters tall and wearing some sort of armor. His head was covered with an old helm from which a set of dragon horns rose, and he held a wand and a large knife, nearly a short sword, that flickered with a soft flame. His face was painted in diagonal stripes and he had Barrel Y appeared when he was charging toward the group. He saw the group and stopped. The lone fighter and the group stared at each other, and then recognition set in for most of the group. "Percy." Percy removed the helm, and as he did, he shrank to a more normal height, the paint disappearing from his face. His face was flaming, but he refused to budge under the weight of all the stares. He looked beyond them and stared at the burrow, or the remains of it. For just an instant, an implacable hate rose in his face, and then he was simply Percy again. "While I may disagree with some of the opinions of my family," he said, making everyone blink to hear Percy coming from a man in dragonhide armor, "they are still family, and violence is simply not allowed." He slid the sword into its scabbard without looking at it, demonstrating an easy familiarity that raised a few eyebrows. He suddenly grinned at Fred and George. "What? No pranks or unkind comments?" Fred and George looked at each other. "I think we've been had again." With that exchange, the rest of the Weasleys crowded around Percy, touching and babbling in a tumult that no one that had not grown up in a large family could possibly make sense of. Harry grinned as he watched them. "Excuse me, Mr. Potter." Harry turned. Mrs. Longbottom was standing next to him. "I am offering the hospitality of Longbottom Manor to the Weasleys until their home is ready again, and I was wondering if you would care to join them. Harry shook his head. I can't. I have to stay where I am for a while longer. She nodded gravely, eyes on Harry. If you would, I would like to meet with you on the 15th at 1100 am. Perhaps at Gringotts. Harry nodded, watching her curiously, but she didn't elaborate, merely stepping back and rejoining Neville. Harry wondered about it for a minute and then was distracted when Ginny found her way to him again. Lee and the others had left about an hour after they arrived. When Harry asked them why they had come, Lee had merely grinned and told him to ask the twins. Harry made a mental note to do just that. Talking to the Aurors took another couple of hours and Harry got to see firsthand what happens when a defender goes into battle. Not counting the 4 that Molly and Ginny had dealt with, 11 Death Eaters would not be leaving the burrow. 7 of the 15 bodies were too badly burned to be identified, as they had all been in the burrow as it burned, but the rest were sent off to St. Mungo's to be examined and identified. Harry had looked at them all, and had only known one of them. William Calasher had been a 7th-year Slytherin when Harry was a 1st-year, and Harry had never actually met him, but that birthmark on the side of his face was unmistakable. By the time the Aurors had finished gathering up all the bits and pieces Miranda had scattered around, Harry was looking a bit green and most of the others had retired to the front of the house to wait. Pansy was dozing around his waist. Peter was being very quiet and Hermione was the only person still with him. He'd asked her why she kept watching, even after she threw up twice, and Hermione had simply looked at him. She did this for me. Harry had slipped an arm around Hermione and pulled her close. He understood that completely, and it was a similar thought that had Harry watching. He'd made the deal that had Miranda defending Hermione, and he had to watch the aftermath. This was, after all, his doing even if he hadn't been here. 2 of the Aurors came out of the little grove carrying a sack. We found the head. Harry winced at those words and Hermione hugged him. Don't get upset, Harry. Neither of us knew just what Miranda would do, and to be honest, after hearing Ginny's story, I'm not going to waste any sleep on what happened to them. Harry sighed but nodded. Knowing that this whole raid had been done for the specific purpose of kidnapping Ginny had put a whole new slant on things for Harry. It was nearly midnight before everything was done and Mrs. Longbottom had left much earlier to prepare rooms for the Weasleys that would be staying with them. Right now, that was only Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny. The fire had long ago gone out, aided by a few spells, and Arthur and Molly were combing through the rubble, looking for anything that might have survived. Luna had left to go home and give her father a report on what had happened. Harry and Hermione could only hope that the story didn't get twisted too much. The Weasley boys were standing guard around the workers, in case the Death Eaters tried anything else, and hoping they would. The reality of what had happened and what could have happened was beginning to sink in, and all the Weasley boys were united in their desire to hurt somebody or something for the loss of their home. Percy had been questioned about his attire, and he had only looked at Ron. I literally cannot say anything about it. Ron had blinked and then eyed Percy thoughtfully. He had also refused to let go of the helmet, despite the twins attempting to get their hands on it. Even now, they were eyeing the helmet and talking to each other in half-sentences that made perfect sense to them. When the time came for everyone to leave, the Aurors left first, promising to return in the morning to make sure they hadn't missed anything. Neville left next. Carry word that their guests would be along shortly. Finally, only Harry and Hermione were left as the only human non-Weasleys. Pansy was still dozing, wrapped around Harry's waist, and Peter had long ago fallen asleep. The group spent a long minute staring at the ruins. Each of them was remembering the burrow, paying silent homage to the old building that had seen so much love and laughter, tears and pain. Bill was the first to break the silence. I have to go. I have wards to design, he said with a significant look at Harry. I'll do my best. He disappeared with a crack. Charlie sighed and followed him without a word. Percy hugged his parents. I will be contributing to the rebuilding. He followed the other 2 men then. Fred and George looked at everyone and each other. For once, only Fred spoke. We have to open the shop in the morning. We'll be by to see you all after we close for the day. He looked at Harry. We're still working on your little project. The 2 of them disappeared. Ron sighed and hugged his mother. He started to say something and fell silent. He was gone then, leaving whatever he had been going to say unspoken. Arthur took Ginny's hand after she kissed Harry goodbye and they disappeared. Headed for the Longbottom estate. Molly looked at Harry. "You will take care of my little girl." It wasn't a threat, or even a warning, merely a statement of fact. Harry nodded silently. Molly nodded in turn, the two of them in perfect accord that Ginny not get hurt, and then Molly followed her husband. Harry and Hermione stared at the burrow for a few minutes longer. Both of them busy with their own thoughts. Finally, Hermione turned to Harry. "Harry, I have a question." Harry looked at her. She indicated the burrow. "We don't have a flow," she said, laying out the problem logically. "We can't side a long apparate, and I don't know where to make a portkey to. How are we going to leave?" Somewhere in England." Voldemort looked up as Bellatrix came in the room humming and with a dreamy look on her face. "Where is the girl?" he asked. Bellatrix smiled softly. "Potter must have more money than we knew, and he cares for her. He has a defender guarding her." She smiled again, picturing the scene as the defender had exploded out of the house. "They are everything they are rumored to be." Lord Voldemort stared at her and then invaded her mind brutally, ripping everything she'd seen out of her head. He sat back and thought about this new development. This would change things. Voldemort thought he could take a defender out, and Bellatrix was going to give it a shot in a few days, so he would wait and see what happened. If Bellatrix won, he would ensure that the news was spread, increasing the fear people had of his Death Eaters. If she didn't, he'd simply give the people something else to think about. There was a daycare center that was open 24 hours a day for people that worked nights. The slaughter of 10 or 12 children would not go unremarked. Not if it was done right. Far more worrying was Wormtail. According to Bellatrix's memories, he'd left long before her, but he wasn't back yet. That meant he might have been captured. It was vaguely possible that he was hiding, trying to avoid the anger he thought Voldemort would be feeling at this failure, but Voldemort had not lost all grip on sanity yet. No one walked into a defender unprepared and got away unscathed, and Voldemort knew it. That anyone had gotten away at all was a small miracle, and Voldemort would not punish them for this mission. Against a normal force, he would, but defenders were not normal. He looked at Bellatrix, who was still dreaming about the defender, and shook his head. That woman was completely insane. It was a good thing the defender was a woman, or Bellatrix would be following him around, trying to seduce him into more and more death and destruction. He frowned as he felt the pleasure rising in Bellatrix. He didn't need this right now. "Go away." He watched her go, knowing from the sounds of her steps that she was heading for the cages they kept muggles in. Some muggle was going to entertain Bella in her rooms tonight. Voldemort was no longer capable of pity, or even he might have felt sorry for the muggle. Since he couldn't, he turned his mind to thinking about what he'd have to do if Pettigrew had been captured. Friday, the Order Without a Name. Harry's room. Harry woke up with a kink in his neck. He tried to move, but something was on his arm. He looked over and got a face full of bushy hair. She told him who was laying on his arm without him even having to see Hermione. He tried to move his other arm and stopped, coming fully awake. Someone was laying on that arm as well. Now that he was awake, he could tell that there was a soft lump on his legs as well. Harry thought back. They had come in late last night after Hermione had made a portkey to her house, and they had flowed from there. They had sat down on the couch and Hermione had curled up under his arm, looking at him rather desperately. "I don't want to be alone tonight." He had nodded and let her stay, even though it felt a little odd to have her there. He'd called Dobby and given Peter to Dobby, telling him to cage him until tomorrow. Dobby had nodded and disappeared with the animagus. Pansy had slithered out of his shirt, changed and gone into her room without a word. A few minutes later, she'd rejoined them with a blanket. She'd draped the blanket over them all and curled up under his other arm without a word. She'd been asleep in minutes, leaving Harry to stare at the fire until he drifted off to sleep. Harry tried to look at who or what was laying on his legs, but he couldn't see over the girls, not that he have seen much without his glasses anyway. He shifted slightly, causing 2 murmurs of protest. "Ladies," he said, trying to shift as various bits of his body informed him that while it may be why teenage boys' fantasy to sleep with 2 or more women, The reality was that they had cut off most of his circulation and Harry was beginning to feel the effects of it. The bushy mass on his right shifted slightly and a pale oval came into view. Two dark spots opened and Harry had no problem realizing that Hermione was looking at him from just centimeters away. "Good morning, Harry," she said sleepily. "Good morning," he said automatically. "I hate to disturb you, but I need to get up." "Why?" came a voice from the other side. Harry finally figured out who was on his legs as Ginny's voice came. Floating up from somewhere around his stomach. "I'm comfy, and I didn't get enough sleep. You make a good pillow and I want to stay here for a while longer." Harry was about to reply when he heard choked laughter. He closed his eyes. "Please tell me I didn't just hear Fred and George." More laughter was his answer and he groaned. That was Fred and George, but those giggles did not belong to any male he knew. Now that he thought about it, the room felt quite full. "Would someone hand me my glasses, please?" he requested. "If everyone is going to be looking at me, I'd like to be able to look back." A hand came around and put his glasses on his face. Harry looked up into Tonk's smirking face. "Great." He looked around and groaned. His first thought was that there were entirely too many redheads in the room for him to be caught sleeping, however platonically, with the only redheaded female in the Weasley family. His next thought was to wonder why they were all here, a thought he voiced aloud. "We decided that since big things were going to be happening tonight as the families left Moldywart's team, we might want to have a planning session." Remus' voice was amused. "I must say though, that in your place, I wouldn't be in a hurry to get up." Katie giggled again as she added her bit. "All those years of playing Quidditch together, and you never let us know what a ladies' man you were." "I'm hurt." Luna was scribbling something on a parchment at the table. Harry can't help it. He swallowed a Morty at some point and everyone knows they attract the opposite sex. Hermione stirred at that, looking at Luna. "He ate a what?" Luna looked up. "An Amoriti. Muggles call them love bugs." Hermione blinked sleepily. "Oh, okay." Harry sighed. "Ladies," he said again. "We have company, and I am the host. While this is quite nice, I think I had better get up so I can get rid of these people." "One condition," came Pansy's voice. "We will do this again, right?" "Say yes, Harry, or I'm not moving," said Ginny. Hermione just sighed and gently kissed Harry on the cheek. "Please," she said softly. Harry was almost certain that she didn't even realize that her face was perfectly placed to blow her breath in his ear, giving him yet another blood flow problem. "It was nice to be held by you." Harry sighed and gave in. "Yes, we will do this again, as soon as we figure out how to keep circulation in my legs while we do." The girls started moving slowly. Pansy was the first to get off him, after claiming her good morning kiss. Ginny was next and she took her time kissing him. He was too bemused by the situation to be startled when Hermione moved up and claimed his lips as soon as Ginny was done. She didn't force anything, but her kiss was not that of a sister either. It was slow and full of promise for another day. Harry blinked at them as they stretched and he tried to stand up. The lack of circulation in his legs made it difficult however. He nearly fell, and it was only a great effort that he hobbled into his room hunting the loo without falling. He was about to shut the door when he heard Fred or George. "Sleeping with 3 women. I'm not surprised the poor boy can barely walk." Sitting at the table eating breakfast, Harry was glad they had something to distract them from this morning's sleeping arrangements. He had a feeling that Fred and George at least would have twitted him for the rest of the morning. He looked down the table. One side was full of redheads. The closest one was Ginny, followed by Fred, George, Bill, Ron and of all people, Percy. Beyond them were Katie and Angeline, along with Daphne and Blaise. The other side of the table had a more varied group. Hermione and Pansy were first, followed by Luna, Neville, Remus, Tonks, Shacklebolt and Wilkes. Harry had raised an eyebrow to see her here, but she'd merely waved and continued chatting with Shacklebolt. He finished his meal and looked around. "Let's get down to business." The P stopped their individual conversations and looked at him. "Most of us know what is going to happen today, but I would like to know where the new people stand before we start planning." Percy stood up. "I will not be here for that. I have been sent to give you a message. Ron Weasley has a thing he is doing that he cannot talk about." I am here to tell you that it will help you in what you need to do. That it will not take much of his time, only 3 days a week for the summer, and that it is completely legitimate. Harry nodded as he thought about it. Does it have anything to do with your appearance last night? Percy frowned. Sort of. I am not in his area, but we work for the same people. That is all we can say about it, and I would appreciate it if that information didn't go any further than this room. Harry nodded. It will not. Percy nodded and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Mr. Potter, you set a fine table. Thank you for the meal, but I must be going. Harry nodded, rising as Percy strode toward the flow. Percy, he said, you're welcome here anytime. Percy turned and nodded slowly. He was gone a second later. Harry looked at Wilkes. And you? Amanda Wilkes shrugged. You impressed the hell out of me last night. I don't think the Ministry has what it takes to defeat you-know-who, and the Order of the Phoenix is in disarray. You are our best hope and I want to help. Harry blinked into his other sight and evaluated her. He came out of it and nodded. Welcome to the Order. The Order of what, Harry? Asked Fred. I was wondering what you were going to call your group. Harry grinned. I'll leave fancy names to Moldywart and the Death Wankers. I'm too busy to worry about it. He turned serious. Ron, are you free today? Ron nodded. I'm going to be working that other thing Monday, Wednesday and Friday. The rest of the time, I'm at your disposal. Harry nodded. Kingsley, I'm assigned to you, Harry. The Ministry has decided that you have a few too NY run-ins with Death Eaters not to have an aura with you, and since we get along, I was chosen. Harry frowned. Shacklebolt was a good man, but he was a good man. That meant he might consider it his duty to do something about some of the things he'd be seeing if he was always around. Kingsley saw Harry's hesitation and guessed the reason for it. I should mention that my orders specifically tell me to remain in the background and do nothing unless there are Death Eaters present. He frowned. In fact, I think the minister is making this more of a political thing. I have direct orders not to interfere in anything you do unless the Death Eaters are here, in sight. Harry sighed. I think you're right. He's still trying to get me on his side. He considered that and shrugged. Nothing we can do about that now. Harry sighed and turned to Hermione. Would you keep notes please? This is likely to be a long meeting. Hermione nodded and called Dobby. She was ready a few minutes later and Harry was about to begin when Moody stepped out of the flow. Harry nodded and invited him to sit down. Bill, your part is the easiest. You know the Fidelius charm, don't you? Bill nodded. Good. You'll be casting it at least once. Possibly as many as 5 times tonight, depending on if we do the family heads together or separately. Bill nodded, thinking about it. Will you be the secret keeper? Harry grinned at him and pulled Hermione's notepad around to himself. He wrote 2 lines and tore that sheet off, quickly folding it. He handed it to Ginny, who leaned behind the twins, and handed it to Bill. Bill opened the sheet and read it several times. He finally looked up at Harry. Okay, I'll try it, and if it doesn't work, I'll have your alternate notified. Harry nodded and ignored the IOUS looks he was getting from almost everyone to move on. Moody, how did your hunt go? Mad Eye grinned. I have enough trainers to teach 30 people a day, 7 days a week. All of them are good people. All with training and experience. He frowned. Most of them have personal reasons to hate Voldemort as well. Harry nodded. Find a place to do the training. A group will start Monday. I'll be around on Sunday to look it over and get a quick lesson. Moody nodded and grinned mirthlessly. Don't think we'll be any easier on you than anyone else, he warned Harry. Harry looked up. I would hope not. I have to face Moldywart. And if I lose, he lives forever. Wilkes gasped. Harry looked down at her. Get one of the others to fill you in on everything after the meeting. I don't have time for it today. He looked around. Kingsley, Ron, you need to assemble a strike team. Assume that something has gone very wrong and you need to cover the withdrawal of innocents from the fight. Ron frowned. Same rules, Harry. Our people come first. Harry nodded. Always. Just remember that the families are mine also. Ron sighed. Just once, I'd like to see you do anything without complicating it. Harry grinned and moved on. Hermione, I need a half-dozen portkeys, taking a person to St. Mungo's in case of injuries too severe to treat on the spot. He looked at Luna. Ron mentioned that you Know a bit of healing magic. Luna nodded. I know a bit. I'm better with potions, as Ron can attest, but I can heal. Harry nodded. You'll be with Ron and Shacklebolt unless you're needed. Then the twins will go wherever you're needed. The twins frowned. Before they could say anything, Harry spoke again. I'm saving you as my troops of last resort, yes. You are far more valuable to me with that other project and the store in Moldywart's face than as a couple of fighters, no matter how good you are. Harry sighed. Besides, if things get that bad, I think you'll see all the fighting you want. By the end of the planning session, everyone had a basic idea about where they would be, what they would be doing and how to get all their wands pointed in the same direction, which is all Hay could do until they knew more about where they would be and how many people there would be tonight. Around 10:30 Harry dismissed everyone to get a nap. It had been a very late night the day before and it would be another one tonight. He went and sat on the couch after everyone had found a room or a bed in a room. Some of the rooms had spare beds in them now and still some people had used the flow to go home. Harry was about to go find his bed when Ginny and Pansy sat down beside him and Hermione sat on his legs in much the same way as when he'd woken that morning. He was about to say something when he realized they were all staring at him and none of them looked happy. It came to our notice, Mr. Potter, Hermione said, that all of your planning failed to assign any of us ladies a position or duties. Harry smothered a grin. He'd hear them out. And it occurs to us, said Ginny in his ear, that maybe you simply forgot about us and needed to be reminded. That occurred to them, Pansy said. I was thinking that you might try to keep us out of the battle, if one happens. Hermione rested her hands on his belly and her chin on her hands. Whichever it was, we decided that you deserve a chance to explain and let us know what you've got planned for us. Harry grinned at them. I have nothing planned for you. All three girls began glaring at him. Ginny, if we go out there, what are you going to do? Watch over you, she said promptly. Hermione shrugged. What do I always do? Follow you and try to help out where I can. Pansy, I need you, Harry, to protect my family. I'm going to be watching your back. Harry smirked at all of them. Now, since you're all doing things, and you know what you're going to be doing, why should I make plans for you? The girls considered that and Pansy smirked. A smart man, as impossible as that sounds. He knows better than to give a woman orders. Pansy found her head between Harry's hands and Harry in her face. Wrong. In this we agree, because I want you around me so I can watch over all of you. However, if I tell you to do something while we're out there, you had better do it. Do you understand that, Pansy had tried to pull her head away but Harry held her firmly and she stopped as a familiar heat washed over her. She listened to him closely as he finished. He held her, looking her in the eye as she felt the strength in his arms and smiled. I understand, she said, and felt the heat build a bit more. She licked her lips, focusing on Harry's lips now that he was done talking. Hermione was watching with interest and Ginny was confused. Harry was aware of her interest and he tightened his hold for just a second, a move that made Pansy shiver. Harry frowned softly as he remembered something he'd only heard about in whispers at the park in the Muggle school. He released Pansy, seeing the flash of disappointment in her eyes. Hermione was watching him, and the woman that had been watching him for 6 years knew when Harry made the connection. He took Pansy's head in his hands again and drew her down for a kiss. Pansy submitted to it happily and Ginny blinked. When he was done, Harry held Pansy until she looked at him. You do as you're told, you get more of this. If not, you don't. Pansy nodded happily while Ginny shook her head. She wasn't quite certain what was going on, but, if you try something like that with me, I'll hex you into next week, she warned Harry. Harry looked at her and smiled. He bent down and kissed her. She gladly accepted it and kissed him back. He drew away after a second and smiled at her. You're not Pansy, and you get a different reward. Lots of kisses and a fur in front of the fireplace. Ginny smiled. She'd mentioned to Harry once that the common room would be much better with a bearskin rug or something similar in front of the fireplace, and he'd remembered. Hermione watched Harry and smiled. He was such a good man. She looked at Pansy, still dreamy-eyed, and her smile grew somewhat. She knew exactly what Pansy was. Hermione was a very logical girl and she had carefully examined all the things she liked, and when she had a list, she had gone hunting for information on her likes, including her preferences in bed. Pansy's likes dovetailed with one of her favorite two likes perfectly, and she was looking forward to showing Harry how to get the most out of it. She became aware of Harry staring at her. "And what do you want? To follow instructions tonight?" He pulled her up and watched as she fought his grip. "Not what Pansy wants, and you've never been a Snogfest person. So what does Hermione want?" Hermione sighed and smiled, aware of the other girls watching them. "Why, good sir," she said innocently, "whatever do you mean?" Harry watched her for a minute, searching her eyes with his. Hermione felt, for just a flicker of a second, the touch of Harry's magic. Harry continued to watch her and she thought for a second that she had imagined it. "I mean," he said, leaning forward, "that I will do many things to you, some that you can only imagine." Hermione smiled as Harry stressed the word imagine. She knew that she had felt that flicker now. Because Harry had found her favorite game. She wondered for a second if he even knew what was happening. Harry looked at Hermione and thought he should have known she'd like imaginative games. Anything that didn't include her mind as well as her body would obviously be second-rate to Hermione. He smiled as his eager imagination promptly started conjuring images for him. He pushed T.'s images away with difficulty and looked at the ladies. "If we're going to do this, we're going to find a different way to do it. I will need to be able to walk tonight." Hermione looked at Harry as she thought about the problem. 3 girls, 1 boy, far too many clothes. She pulled away from that image, knowing that Harry would not even consider sleeping in the nude with all of them yet. She worked it out and got up. "Come on. I'll show you how we'll do it for now." She led the others into Harry's room, judging he'd be more comfortable in his room. She made Ginny lay down first, with Harry spooned up behind her and Pansy spooned behind Harry. Hermione herself spooned up behind Pansy. Ginny looked back. "But you're not next to Harry," she protested. Hermione just smiled. "Not this time, but nothing says we have to do it the same way every time." Ginny considered that. "Okay." They lay there and it was Pansy that sighed happily. "I could get used to this," she said. She put an arm over Harry and Ginny, with her hand on Ginny's belly. Ginny had one of Harry's arms as a pillow and she reached down and took Pansy's hand in hers. Hermione just wiggled up close to Pansy and whispered in her ear. "I have you good and pinned here, don't I?" Pansy wiggled for a second and Hermione put an arm over her, using Harry to hold Pansy still. Pansy sighed. She had thought that Hermione knew what she was and this only confirmed it. Not only that, but Hermione knew how to play, unlike Harry, who had guessed what she was, but didn't know how to play the game. The 4 of them drifted off to sleep, each of them happy with what they were doing, even though they hadn't removed any clothing. Roland de Leander, Montague Manor, Surrey. Roland frowned as he approached the manor house. This was the Montague family seat for Merlin's sake. How did he get within 30 meters without being challenged? He was here on Snape's orders, trying to determine if any of the Windermere families had escape plans. As the Zabinis had, he shivered at the thought of finding an escape plan in place. He didn't think the Dark Lord would be happy about that. He was about to knock on the door when the entire house just disappeared. In fact, he found himself back on the country lane that led to the house and the grounds, but unable to find the grounds. He swore. The Dark Lord was not going to like this. Peter Pettigrew. The cage. Peter sighed again. He wished Harry would come along and do something, anything with him. This waiting was going to drive him insane. He looked around again. He was in a smaller cage. But he had to admit it was a nice cage. He had food and water and even a nice exercise wheel. He also had several large clumps of bedding and a private corner to do his business. Peter sighed again, and walked around the cage looking for a weak spot. He hadn't found one the first 30 times, but hey, it wasn't like he had anything else to do. After he was done and still hadn't found a weak spot, he began considering making one. The cage was made of metal, so he couldn't bite a hole in it. Magic was out of the question while in this shape. That left one option and Peter quivered as he started to change. Dobby would not be doing that, if Dobby was Ratman. Rat is small and fits in cage. Man is big and does not fit. Cage will not break ever. Ratman be. Big mess to clean up if he makes the change. Peter sighed again and stopped changing. The house elf might be wrong, but Peter was not yet so desperate that he'd try it. Yet, he frowned and curled up to try and get some more sleep. It made the time go by faster. Harry, please come do something to me. Ooh, Mr. Blunt, somewhere in Scotland. Ooh, Mr. Blunt looked up as another owl flew in the window. His great-granddaughter retrieved the message and looked up. The Montague family is under the Fidelius. He nodded, smiling at her. They were disappearing a lot earlier than they had planned on. But a little bird had warned them that Snape was asking pointed questions about escape plans, which made waiting a risk they were unwilling to take. Snape and his two assistants were all key. They willing to rip the information out of your head, even if it killed you. Since Mr. Blunt had certain protections that no one else had, he was waiting for Potter's team to come so he could tell them about the changes that they had made. He grimaced. He'd seen 3 Dark Lords in his life, and he hoped that this would be the last one. He looked up as a rush of air announced the arrival of a portick. And he watched as Potter and 4 women appeared, followed closely by a mass of redheads using a portkey and another portkey with a more varied group. He nodded approvingly. They had not all traveled together, nor appeared so close together as to present a single target. They were close enough to watch each other though, and to cover each other. Mr. Potter got up from where he landed and took a minute to look around. He couldn't see the people appearing in the meadow they had chosen for their rendezvous, as they were all under their family's own Fidelius charm, but then again, this was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Maybe he could see them. Harry looked at him and walked over to join him. I thought you were going to wait until dark, he said mildly. We were, but Snape and his minds. Uckers are hunting for escape plans after the last few days, and we couldn't take chances with the families. Harry smirked. I don't know who his minsuckers are, but Hermione captured Snape last night. He frowned as he thought about something. Darn it, he'd forgotten about Peter. Well, Dobby had him caged, so Wormtail would be there when Harry got back. Harry pushed the rat out of his mind as he looked around. Mr. Blunt was looking at Hermione. You captured Snape. More to you than meets the eyes, girl. Miranda looked over at him. She is adequate. Not at Mr. Potter's level, but she is acceptable. Mr. Blunt raised an eyebrow. How would you rate Mr. Potter? He asked her curiously. To get an adequate from a defender was high praise indeed, and he wanted to know what she thought of Harry. Miranda shrugged. I have not yet been in battle with him, but Headmaster Dumbledore's Phoenix will fight with him and he slew a 20-meter basilisk with a sword at 12. I could have made a defender out of him then. Now, he's too old. Mr. Blunt blinked. From a defender, there was no higher praise. He raised his estimate of Harry. We're waiting on one more owl, and then all the Amelies will have reported in and will be ready for the Fidelius charm. Who will be casting the spell for you, Mr. Potter? Harry motioned at the mass of redheads outside. Bill Weasley, a curse breaker for Gringotts, is going to do it. We need to know if you want it done separately, or if it should be done as a single charm. Mr. Blunt frowned. If he can cast it more than once, separately. That way, a single incident doesn't expose everyone. Harry nodded. I understand. He looked at Ginny. Would you tell Bill what they want, please? Ginny nodded and walked over to Bill. They talked for a minute and Bill looked around. The meadow appeared to be empty and he chose a small grove to the north to cast the spell. Bill, Charlie and Ron walked over there as Ginny came back to Harry to tell that Bill would be ready in about 10 minutes. Harry nodded, still looking out over the meadow. How many people are out there? Harry couldn't see the people but he could feel something, and the EU glasses were clear enough that he could see whole sections of the meadow grass being crushed. That implied people on top of the grass. Harry filed the knowledge that the Fidelius charm didn't hide the results of your actions from the people who might be watching away for later. He wasn't going to say anything about it, but he could not figure out why Moldywort wasn't making more use of the charm himself. It must be a vanity thing. Ron came up then, telling Harry that Bill was ready for the first family head to be protected. Mr. Blunt sent his assistant after Mr. Grimaldi. Harry nodded. With the dark mark, he was in the greatest danger of being found, and the sooner he was under the Fidelius, the better. Ron was frowning at the meadow and Harry looked at him. What's the problem, Ron? There are innocent bystanders out there, Harry, and if something happens, I have no way of knowing where they are and if they're in the way. Ron looked over at his strike team, who were also watching the meadow and talking in low tones. How can we protect people we can't even find? They know what to do if something happens, Mr. Weasley. Everyone out there has their instructions. Mr. Blunt looked at Ron's dubious look and sighed. He would have to be a bit more specific than that. Those that can, will apparate to a secondary escape point, taking as many as they can with side-along apparition. The rest have portkeys to take the younger ones away, as well as those that cannot apparate. Everyone should be gone in 5 minutes or less. Ron and Shacklebolt looked at each other. That would make their job easier. They went over to the people they had for their team, and Harry was bemused to see that there were some of the people from the Burrow last night. He crossed over to Fred and George. Lee told me last night to ask you about where these people came from. Fred and George shrugged. We don't have any more faith in the ministry than you do, Harry, said Fred. We decided that if something was to be done, we'd have to do it, as you're stuck in Hogwarts most of the year and can't help us in Diagon Alley. George nodded. After trying to get the order to do something, we realized that they wouldn't do anything without Professor Dumbledore's approval, and he was not willing to approve anything that looked like an escalation in the fighting. Fred took up. We understand, he was trying to keep the fighting to a minimum, but that wouldn't help us. So, we took a page from you and started a group, mostly our friends, who were willing to do something. Harry nodded. How much training have you gotten? Fred sighed. Not as much as we want, he admitted. It's a bit harder to find trainers and have the time to train when you have to hold down a job to support yourself. Harry thought about that for a minute. Get with me this week, and we'll see if we can't help out on that. I can think of a couple of things, and we'll try and get you some time with Moody's people. Fred and George nodded. Monday, after we close the store, George suggested. Hermione frowned. Tuesday would be better, she said. Harry has a number of things he's doing Monday. Harry smiled at Hermione. Are you my appointment secretary now? Hermione glared at him. I am acting as your personal assistant, Mr. Potter. I don't do secretary. Harry raised his hands. Okay, I give. He looked at Fred and George. Tuesday night then. Quote. Harry was about to say something else when an apparition crack turned all their heads. Mr. Sharpstar stood there with Mr. Weasley. He saw Harry and came to meet him. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. I have a few more papers for you to sign and a few letters from various people that have been delivered to me, since normal owls can't seem to find you. Harry was about to say something. When he remembered something, he reached into his robes and found the letter the cloaked witch had given him. Fred, I got this under suspicious circumstances. Check it for anything harmful, will you? Fred took it and looked at the ornate writing. It's from a pureblood witch, he said. The script and ink color tell me that. It's an old family as well, they're the only ones that use formal English for letters anymore. The twins started muttering things over the letter as Harry turned to Mr. Sharpstar. I'm sorry about that, but you reminded me of that letter, and I wanted to deal with it before I forgot it again. Mr. Sharpstar nodded before handing Harry a sheaf of papers. The final few acceptances for the refugees. Total, you have 52 people in your families now. The Black family, despite being the oldest of the three, got only 11 new people, and the Tonks accepted your invitation, so you have 3 Tonks, as well. He looked at the paper he had kept. With all of Mr. Zabini's sisters staying with him, the Montague family had the largest group, with 26 people, leaving the final 13 in the Potters. He smiled at Harry, including one little girl who tells me to tell you that she always has a kiss when you need it. Harry blushed. Tell Miss Potter that I will remember that, and thank her for me. Mr. Sharpstar nodded. I also have some new business for you. The Montague estate was empty, and I assumed you might want it, so it was purchased and the families are hiding there, until we can sort them out and find places for them all. At the latest, that will be on your birthday, when you can access the Black and Potter family properties. He frowned. On that note, the house ghosts at the Montague Manor are insistent that you come out and meet them. The most they will say is that they have some information that the head of family must know. Harry sighed and looked at Hermione. She nodded. Tell them Harry has Alred. Why plan to meet with his families on Monday, and since they're all out there, he can talk to the ghosts then. Mr. Sharpstar nodded and made a note on a scrap of parchment. Other new business, here is your mail. And there are no curses on it, or unknown magic. The Gringotts letters and the Wizengamot letter both have magic, but it's standard privacy magic to prevent anyone but you from opening it. Harry accepted the stack of letters and leafed through them. 3 letters from Gringotts, one addressed to each of his family names, one from the Wizengamot, and several from the Daily Prophet and Witch Weekly. It was the last 2 letters that left him blinking and stunned. The first was from Victor Crumb and the last one was from Bellatrix Lestrange. He handed the others to Hermione and opened Victor's letter first. Putting off Bella's letter. Mr. Potter, I have no doubts that you remember me from the tournament in your 4th year. While I do not live in England, nor am I particularly interested in your country's internal disputes, I have recently become aware that your Dark Lord is attempting to recruit people in my country. While the thought of our dark wizards leaving the country is a good one, I feel that it would be only right to inform you of this. In particular, he has recruited a man named Ivan Gorchakov, a Russian-born wizard who is a paid duelist. He has killed several times, always on the dueling field. I have told you what I know, and hope that you will use it to your profit. If your people do not stop this Dark Lord, he could very well become a problem for us. And I do not wish to stop playing Quidditch to fight. It just doesn't pay as well. Victor Crumb. Harry frowned and looked for Miranda. He handed her the note and watched her read it. She frowned and looked at him. I know of Mr. Gorchakov, but despite being a paid killer, he has always followed the rules. He will only fight under the cover of the laws regarding dueling. She frowned. Maybe Hay're hoping to get you on the dueling grounds with him. He does have a great deal of skill, and you don't even know the rules. Harry sighed. Another thing to worry about is not what I need right now. He looked up. Pansy, would you make sure everyone knows about this? I don't want anyone getting caught up in some plot to trap me into a duel. Pansy nodded and started toward Ron and Shacklebolt. Harry looked at the last letter. He looked at the return address again. All it said was, Bellatrix Lestrange. He opened it, knowing that Bella would never trap a letter. Her madness would insist that she be there to gloat. Inside the envelope was another smaller letter and a sheet of paper. Harry raised an eyebrow to see Miranda's name on the second letter, and he handed it to her. Miranda looked at it and blinked. Both of them started reading their letters. Mr. Potter, I understand that you might be somewhat startled to be receiving a letter from me, but I find myself in a bit of a puzzle. Soon, I will engage in a duel to the death. Custom dictates that I have a second there, and I cannot be certain that any of my current associates would act in an honorable way if I were to look as if I was in trouble, or even losing. You are the most honorable person I know, and yet your use of a certain curse in the ministry leads me to believe that you would abide by the rules of a death duel. Despite the illegality of such a duel. In short, Mr. Potter, I am asking that you be my second at the duel. An owl addressed to Bella Burlon will reach me with only minor delays. Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry stared at the letter in disbelief. He had known that Bellatrix was insane, but this went far beyond mere insanity. He handed the letter to Hermione without a word and looked at Miranda. Mira. NDA had the impassive mask that Harry was beginning to think of as her defender face. She looked at Harry. I was going to ask you to be my second, but it seems Bellatrix beat me to it. She frowned for a second, while Harry absorbed the fact that Bellatrix and Miranda would be in a duel to the death. I suppose Miss Weasley would be a good second. I accept, said Ginny, looking at Miranda. Provided you give me a couple of classes in what I need to do. Miranda grinned at Harry. Not much, if Harry accepts her request. The 2 seconds in a death duel are there to witness only, so that each side has a witness they trust to tell them if it was a fair duel. Other than that, you simply make sure that the other second doesn't interfere in the duel. Harry growled and his magic flared slightly. So, I almost have to agree to this. Or leave Ginny facing a Death Eater alone. Miranda nodded slowly. I think you're right. Bellatrix can't just ask anyone. Most people are scared spitless of her. Harry frowned. Hermione, would you find a parchment and a quill, please? I might as well use her owl to send my acceptance. He looked at Miranda, considering her. Can you beat her? Miranda sighed. I don't know. This is about that very thing, Mr. Potter. Bellatrix Lestrange is a legend. For years, she has been the most dangerous female alive, equaled only by Voldemort, Professor Dumbledore, and now, you. Beating her would prove my skills in a way that cannot be disputed, especially if it was in a duel to the death and one-on-one. Harry was thinking about that when Dobby popped up. Harry Potter, sir, Mr. Grimaldi would like to talk to you. As Dobby spoke, Mr. Grimaldi appeared, standing next to Dobby. He was furious and glaring at Harry. How dare you insult my family like this? He said as Harry looked at him. Putting us in the hands of a house elf. Harry just stared at him. Sir, before you say something rash, allow me to show you something. Harry turned to Dobby. Dobby, come here. Harry knelt, so that he was looking Dobby in the eyes. Dobby, you know what you are now, don't you? Dobby nodded. I is Harry Potter, sir's house elf, and a keeper of his secrets. Dobby is most happy to be Harry Potter, sir's house elf. Harry nodded. Dobby, listen to me. The secret you hold must not be known to anyone, not even Winky, unless I tell you to your face to tell someone. You were ordered to use any means to protect that secret, just as you would me. Do you understand that? Dobby looked at Harry, and for once, there was something like intelligence in his eyes. Harry Potter, sir, can always trust Dobby. I am your house elf, Harry Potter, sir. Harry smiled at Dobby. I knew I could count on you, Dobby. Thank you. Harry stood up and turned to Mr. Grimaldi. Sir, I nay. Edit a secret keeper who was unfailingly honest, completely loyal and strong enough to defend himself if someone did figure out who he was. Dobby is all of that. I have seen him knock Lucius Malfoy on his ass. And Malfoy didn't do anything about it. As for the rest, Dobby is my house elf, and completely loyal to me. Name a better secret keeper, keeping in mind that the only other time I know of this charm being used. A close friend of the family involved turned on them, after 8 years of friendship. Mr. Grimaldi was still angry, but they could see him thinking about it, and then Harry smirked, adding another thought. Besides, which of your former associates would even consider this idea? Mr. Grimaldi blinked as he considered that. He looked at Harry with a new gleam in his eye. There's more to it than just that, though, isn't there? Harry grinned and opened his robe. I've had this a while, but yes, there is more. Mr. Grimaldi caught the small crude button Harry tossed him. He read it and raised an eyebrow. SPEW, he said, saying it as a word. Hermione blushed as Harry and Ron looked at her with smiles. I was young. I think I could do a bit better now. Harry shrugged. I don't really care what you call it. But I am going to stuff the unreasoning bias of the wizard world down their throats. Dobby has a soul, is a reasoning being, and a good person, yet he's treated as less than a Death Eater. Simply because he's not human. It's time for that to stop. Hermione sighed happily. Harry grinned at her. I never disagreed with your goals, Hermione, just the means. We'll have to change the attitudes before the treatment will change. Hermione blushed. I know that now, Harry, but I was 11. Mr. Grimaldi sighed. Mr. Potter, you do realize that changing the Wizard opinions about this will be harder than defeating the Dark Lord. Harry shrugged. I will do it though. Wizards live a very long time, and after I've gotten rid of Moldywort, I don't have anything else to do. Mr. Grimaldi rolled his eyes. Great. Yet another crusader. That's for the future though, Mr. Potter. Right now, I'm going to take the families home. We'll sort out the volunteers and be back to you on Wednesday. He started to walk away and stopped. I would be careful about standing still when Mrs. Warrington finds out what you're doing. She's a bit old-fashioned, and in her youth she was a great duelist. He smirked suddenly. And before you ask, no, I'm not going to warn them. They should have the same fun of finding out that I did. He walked away and Harry noted that there were 2 trails being made in the grass close to him. He'd brought back up then, or was being followed. Given the paranoid nature of the families, Harry assumed the first. Harry looked at Mr. Blunt. Do you have anything to say about my secret keeper, sir? Mr. Blunt frowned. I wouldn't, except for one thing. I have heard the name Dobby in gossip. Is he truly a free house elf? Harry nodded. The highest paid house elf in the world, in fact. Mr. Blunt nodded. How do you know someone won't hire him away from you, and become his new master? His answer came from Dobby, not Harry. Harry P. Potter Sir pays Dobby because Harry Potter Sir is great wizard, greatest wizard alive. But he does not need to. Dobby would work for Harry Potter Sir for free. Harry Potter Sir does not mind that Dobby is not like other house elves. Harry Potter Sir treats Dobby like person and trusts Dobby. Dobby is Harry Potter Sir's house elf always. Harry smiled at Dobby. Any other questions, sir? Mr. Blunt was looking at Harry thoughtfully. The house elf was insane, but he was also fixated on Harry. Mr. Blunt wanted to ask how Harry had created such loyalty, but looking at Harry, he knew that Harry did. And he even understand how unusual his house elf was. Not at this time, Mr. Potter. Hermione was also staring at Dobby thoughtfully. She was beginning to realize that Dobby was changing. She thought out what Harry had told them about Dobby and compared that to what she was seeing today. The beginning of an idea was stirring in her head, but she had to test it before she'd say anything. She was not going to give Harry wrong information. She did have a reputation after all. The rest of the charms went smoothly, with Harry having to explain Dobby to the other family heads as well. Mr. Parkinson was more irate with Pansy than Harry. I thought you said there was nothing wrong with his choice. Pansy shrugged, avoiding his eyes. From Harry's point of view, there isn't. Dobby is everything Harry said he was. Mr. Parkinson glared at them both. I was expecting someone human at least. Harry looked at him. Sir, with all due respect, Dobby is far more human than the people you're trying to escape from. He understands compassion, loyalty and trust, which is more than you can say for Moldywort. Mr. Parkinson sighed. In the future, Mr. Potter, would you please refrain from surprises like this? They're bad for my heart and our agreement. With that veiled threat, he left to begin sorting his family out and taking them home. Harry was talking to Ginny when he suddenly felt a cold wind down his back and ducked, dragging Ginny with him. A curse shot by their heads, missing by mere inches as they fell. Miranda pulled Hermione behind her, putting herself between her charge and the direction the curse had come from. Harry rolled over and jumped to his feet, barely avoiding a second curse. Dobby. Harry Potter Sir, Mrs. Warrington is angry. Harry Potter Sir. As Dobby spoke, she F.A. dead into view and Harry dove aside to avoid the next curse. You ignorant little worm, I will strip the skin from your bones for this insult. She raised her wand to throw another curse, but now that they could see her, Ron's team had a target. Multiple apparition cracks sounded and Mrs. Warrington found herself surrounded by many wands, held by people that did not look happy. Mrs. Warrington, Harry said, pushing through the group to face her. No insult was meant or intended. Mr. Potter, you are either a lying jerk or stupid on a level that exceeds belief. Harry frowned and the first touch of his magic began. I will accept a lot, but you had better explain yourself, ma'am. She stared at him and suddenly deflated. You truly don't know, do you? She said in a wondering voice. You have read the Potter family books, haven't you? Harry blinked. We have books. Mrs. Warrington stared at him in shock. Mr. Potter, all of the old families have the family histories recorded. Their children are read out of them. Learn to read with them and have to read all of them at least once before starting whatever magical school they go to. It is a custom that dates back before recorded history. She stared at him again. You've never read them. Harry shrugged. Until now, I've never heard of them. Mrs. Warrington hissed in dismay. You must find those books, Mr. Potter. You were Respo, N. Sibyl for a dozen agreements between the Potters and other families, dating back at least 4 centuries. How will you know what to do without the instructions in those books? Harry groaned. Agreements? With who? How many are there? And what do they want me to do? Mrs. Warrington frowned. I can only answer that for the one between your family and mine, and I will not do that in front of witnesses not in our families. Harry sighed as he felt the beginning of a major headache coming on. He rubbed his temples as he thought. Mrs. Warrington, I knew nothing of this. The choice of Dobby as Ret Keeper was made strictly on his merits, with no other reasons that did not have to do with Dobby himself. If in doing so, I have truly offended you. I apologize. Mrs. Warrington put her wand away. I will accept that it was unintentional, but it happened. I must ask you to break the Fidelius and do it again, with a different secret keeper, one that is mutually agreeable to both of us. Harry frowned and looked around. Bill, are you up for breaking it, and casting the charm one more time? Bill sighed. Give me about 15 minutes and I will be. Harry looked at Ginny. Is Miss Weasley acceptable to you? Mrs. Warrington frowned. I would prefer a witch who is of age, Mr. Potter, and one who is quite good at defense. Harry grinned, but before he could say anything, Miranda spoke. I cannot, Mr. Potter. It would conflict with my charge. Harry sighed. Pity. You fit her description quite well. Harry looked around. His eyes fell on Aurora Wilkes and she sighed. I knew you'd get around to me. Will you do it? Mrs. Warrington frowned. Who are you? She asked. I am Aurora Amanda Wilkes, of the Penhold family. Amanda said calmly. Mrs. Warrington considered that for a minute. Your mother was Arabella Drake, wasn't she? Of the Drake-Penhold alliance. Marriage. Amanda nodded. Mrs. Warrington turned to Harry. She is acceptable. Harry nodded. Bill, would you take care of this, please? We'd all like to go home sometime today. As the three of them walked away, Harry had one more thing to say. Mrs. Warrington, we will be discussing this later. I want to know why you attacked me like that. I hope you have a very good reason. She studied him. It is good enough for me, Mr. Potter. She frowned, looking at the people around Harry. I will be waiting for you, but you should really find the Potter histories. Then you would not have to ask. Harry looked at Pansy. I think we're going to sit down and have a long conversation about the old families and their customs. Before something I should know but don't bites me. Pansy nodded. I agree, although I don't know anything about why she was so upset either. She frowned. There was an agreement between our families. But it was finished about 300 years ago, and I never thought about what the Potters might be still involved in. She shook her head. I keep thinking of you as your mother's son, a Muggleborn, raised by Muggles. And forgetting that you are your father's son as well, with a history in the wizard world that is actually longer than ours. Hermione looked up. Just how old is the Potter family? Pansy shrugged. I don't know. It would not surprise me to learn that there was a Potter in the first class at Hogwarts though. Harry blinked. He looked around and smiled at Ginny. I have a little project for you. He frowned. Even if it means you're going to actually have to go to work to get it done. Dobby and Amanda appeared, and Dobby looked at Harry. Mrs. Warrington is much calmer this time. As she faded into view, Harry smiled. I can tell. I'm not ducking. Curses. He looked at her. Just out of curiosity, what was the multicolored one? I didn't recognize it. Mrs. Warrington thought for a second. It's called Muddle and is a mid-level hex, designed to confuse an opponent by mixing up his senses. You see smells, hear colors, that sort of thing. Harry blinked. That would make fighting hard. Would you mind teaching that spell to a few of us? Not at all, although, I would like to know how you managed to duck a curse from someone you could not detect. Mrs. Warrington looked at Harry. Harry scratched his head. I'm not sure, he confessed, thinking about it. I just felt something like a cold wind, and every time I've felt that before, something bad was happening. Useful talent, Mrs. Warrington said dryly, for someone that gets in as many fights as you do, Mr. Potter. She turned and disapparated, going to join her family in hiding. Bill came up, yawning. I never knew how draining that spell is. I'm going home to sleep for a day or two. Thank you, Bill, said Harry, studying him. Are you safe to apparate? You look tired. Bill yawned again. Probably not, he admitted. But I have a portkey, and Fleur is waiting with a meal. He smiled. She is beginning to understand just what it takes to be a curse-breaker's wife. With that, he pulled a small flat stone from his pocket and disappeared. Harry frowned as he watched the spot where he had been. Something about portkeys was in the back of his head. Harry, we're done here. Can I release the rest of them to go home? Ron was watching Harry. Harry looked up, still trying to pin down the thought. Go ahead. Make sure they have a way to be contacted. I don't know when they'll be needed, but the twins and I are working on getting them some training as well. Ron sighed. That would be good. Some of them aren't as good as the DA. They need some serious help. He turned to go back and Harry went back to thinking about portkeys. He stiffened suddenly as the idea came to him. Hermione, I need a bit of research from you please. Hermione smiled. My speciality. What am I looking up now? Harry took her to the side and murmured to her for a minute. They watched her face as her expression changed, from surprised, to intrigued to determined. Ginny grinned as she spoke to the few people left. Harry told her what he's thinking of, and what he wants. Surprise, that she didn't think of it. Now, Harry is explaining how he thinks it can help, in case she can find a flaw in his idea. That's the intrigue there. And finally, the look of Hermione on the hunt. Ron snorted. That's a look I know well. Miranda sighed. I hope this hunt doesn't take us back to Knockturn Alley. I am appalled that she went there alone. I was not happy to be in some of those shops, but she didn't care, as long as they let her look at the books. Ron laughed. Harry takes risks to save people, Hermione just wants to know everything. Get used to it. He smiled at his two best friends. They'll never change. Harry and Hermione rejoined the group, and Harry looked at them. What is everyone smiling about? Ginny just stepped up and burrowed under his arm. Come on, Harry, let's go home. Harry grinned. 1 minute, I have an owl to send first. Pansy sighed. Harry looked at Luna. May I have the owl, please? Luna nodded and handed an owl to Harry. It was an average-looking owl with a peculiar gleam in its eyes. It had a charm laid on it, that would allow it to find Lord Voldemort. Harry dug a package out of his robes and a letter, which he had written personally. He tied them to the owl and looked at the owl. Take these, and then leave instantly. It will not be safe there shortly. The owl stared at him for a few seconds and bobbed its head, hooting softly before flying into the gathering dusk. It was barely away when the second part of the charm kicked in and the owl disappeared from view. Harry used his new glasses to pierce the invisibility charm and watched the owl until it disappeared from sight. He turned to the others and smiled. Let's go home. Shortly, the meadow was quiet and empty of human life. Saturday morning, Harry's room. Harry woke up slowly, aware that someone was entering the room. He looked up and the person came close enough for him to identify Ginny by the mass of red hair spilling down her back. She crawled into bed behind Hermione and snuggled close to them. Good morning, Harry. Harry sighed, trying not to think about pansies. Warm softness spooned up in front of him, or Hermione's female bits pressing into his back. Good morning, Ginny. He felt her hand come over Hermione and come to rest on his stomach. Harry laid there, listening to the three girls breathe. He smiled to himself. He was living every adolescent boy's fantasy, and he was male enough to admit he liked it. He frowned as reality intruded. Pansy was with him because Moldywort wanted to destroy everything Harry liked about the wizard world. Ginny loved him, and surprised as he had been to find it, Hermione did as well. But before he would be truly free to love any of them back, he had to deal with a certain snake-faced Dark Lord that wouldn't leave him alone. Harry began thinking again about the plans he had working, and the plans he wanted to make happen. He had the core of a group he could trust. He had a pool of people to draw from, for tasks of a less dangerous nature, and all he needed for personnel now were trained fighters. He set aside the people problems, and started thinking about the public. The wizard world allowed the Daily Prophet to set their opinions, and change them with every new article in the paper. Since the current ownership of the Prophet was either Death Eater friendly, or outright supporting Moldywort, Harry had to do something about that. He would use the Quibbler if he had to, but he would prefer to neutralize the Prophet entirely. Harry smirked to himself as he thought about something Pansy had said. He needed to hit the Death Wankers in ways they were not expecting, and Pansy had offered up an idea that Harry had not considered. It was not going to be an instant thing, requiring some groundwork laid in the Wizengamot, but Harry would get Mr. Sharpstar started on it right away. Fred and George were working on that other thing for him and Harry grinned. If they could do it, he was going to have a great deal of fun playing with that. He'd have to wait and see if they could do it though, so he moved on. With the families behind him, he controlled a great deal of the Wizengamot now, and it was time to start working on that. There were a couple of law changes he wanted to make, and a couple of laws that would have to be slipped in carefully. Most important, He wanted to start having death wankers treated like dangerous animals. Treating them like the wizards treated werewolves right. Now would be a good start. You're brooding again, Harry. Hermione's sleepy voice came from behind him. He turned carefully, getting his glasses from the small cubicle in the headboard that Dobby had put there. He smiled as Hermione's face came into focus. What are you brooding about? Now. Harry sighed and started to get up, only to have Hermione hold him. You can tell me right here. Harry started with the idea Pansy had suggested, laying it out for Hermione. He went into the things he wanted in the Wizengamot, vaguely aware that Ginny and Pansy had woken up and were listening as well. The four of them spent an hour talking quietly about Harry's plans, each of the girls offering ideas of their own. Harry listened, offering changes to some ideas, turning down some and accepting others. Hermione's ideas were logical, straightforward and designed to hurt the enemy in ways they wouldn't be able to do anything about. Ginny's plans were more involved with carrying the battle to the Death Eaters, more physical. Pansy had several ideas like Hermione's, and a couple like Ginny's, but hers always came with a twist, designed to hit the opposition in veering, twisting ways that they wouldn't be expecting. Harry listened as the three of them began offering their views and ideas to changing each other's plans. He'd never tried to work with so many different personalities, and watching what Hay could do as they plotted together brought home what the Sorting Hat had been saying. Someone knocked on the door and Harry told them to come in absently, as he listened to Hermione outline the plan the three girls had decided on. When nothing was said by whoever came in, Harry looked up. Miranda, Luna, Remus and Ron were standing in the door. Miranda was wearing her defender face, but the corner of her mouth was twitching. Luna was staring, looking at them the same as always. Remus was smirking broadly, half turned to examine the Quidditch poster on the wall. Ron was turned completely around, and the back of his neck was redder than his hair. We were wondering, Remus said in a voice thick with suppressed laughter, if you were going to get up today and do anything. I see that you decided to have your first council of war privately. He coughed. I can see why though. Order meetings are never like this. Miranda merely raised one eyebrow. I hope not. There are some people that should not be exposed like that. Harry frowned, looking at his bed partners, really looking at them for the first time this morning. It had been a warm night, so they had simply slept on top of the blankets when they came in last night after dropping Ginny off at Longbottom Estate. Harry hadn't even thought about it, being tired and used to the girls disrobing in front of him, but Hermione and Pansy were only wearing knickers. Small skimpy knickers at that. He craned his neck to look at Ginny, who was wearing the same thing, but had also added a bra. She blushed as he looked at her. I'm not quite as. Harry interrupted her. I understand, believe me. Harry was wearing his pajama bottoms, despite Pansy's request last night that he wear the boxers she bought for him. Harry was not that comfortable with disrobing in front of the girls yet. If everyone is done gawking, get out. We'll join you shortly. Pansy stood up and faced the group at the door. Unless you want to watch us get dressed. Ron was already headed out and Miranda followed him. Remus snickered. As interesting as that might be, you're all a bit young for me, and Tonks would be annoyed. He followed Ron out the door. Luna stood there a second longer, looking at Pansy. Don't do anything to hurt Harry. He is very important to us all. With that, she wandered out the door. The four people left in the room looked at each other. Harry laid back on the bed and sighed. I'm going to hear about this from Ron, he predicted. Ginny was about to say something when Hermione spoke absently. If he starts to say anything to you, tell him that I have not forgotten. Just say that, and nothing else. Pansy blinked at Hermione. What haven't you forgotten? Hermione sat up and straddled Harry, taking a second to smirk at Pansy. Anything since fourth year, I think. She looked at Harry and bent down, kissing him softly until he responded, and then becoming more demanding. When she was done, Harry blinked. Pansy let him set the pace when they kissed. And Ginny was soft and loving with her kisses, but Hermione was firm, demanding and controlling. Harry didn't have any time to think about it though, as Ginny pulled his head to the side to claim her morning kiss, and he was vaguely aware that Pansy was waiting for Ginny to finish. By the time the three of them were finished with Harry, he had a very silly smile on his face. The girls started dressing and Harry went into his bathroom to dress. When he was gone, Pansy looked at Hermione. I told you he'd go for it. Hermione smiled. I always hoped that I could do this with Harry. But I never saw any way to break him out of the best friend role he'd put me in. A shadow crossed her face. Plus, I would rather have been his best friend forever rather than risk losing his friendship. Ginny nodded. I think Harry is just that way. You really have to be his friend before he thinks of you in any way. She made a face. But he always has a hard time changing the way he sees you. Once he decides you're in a category. It took him 5 years to stop seeing me as Ron's little sister. Pansy smiled. I am so glad I didn't have to wait 5 years. I'd have hexed him long before that. The girls were done getting dressed and waiting for Harry when the bathroom door opened. Harry stepped out to find all the girls looking at him. Harry looked at them and then down at himself. What, do I have my shirt on inside out? Hermione sighed. No, Harry, but we really have to talk about your penchant for black. Harry was dressed in black slacks and a black turtleneck. Pansy sighed. And when we're done with that, we're going to have a talk with Hermione about using words like penchant in everyday conversation. The 4 of them went into the main room. Ron, Remus, Luna, Neville, Miranda and Auror Wilkes were eating breakfast at the table. The 4 of them joined the others. Good mornings were said and Harry and the girls started eating. Harry looked up after a minute. What have we got planned today? Hermione thought for a second. Not much. We have to go into London to do the final fittings on your suits, Mr. Sharpstar has some things for you to look at. And I assume you want to ask him about the Potter histories. Harry nodded. Definitely. If I am bound by some kind of contracts, I want to know what they are. Hermione nodded. Other than that, we don't have anything planned. Harry nodded. Then we need to go see Luna's father and talk to him about using the Quibbler, and how we're going to protect it. Then, we need to stop by Diagon Alley, so I can buy a comet. Ron stared at Harry. Why do you need a comet, Harry? You're got a firebolt. Harry shrugged. I have a gift, from a man who died. I can't replace that, like my Nimbus was replaced, so I'm going to retire it. Since I own the Comet Broomstick Company, I thought I should buy one. Harry looked up at the silence. Except for Hermione and Pansy, no one else had known that Harry owned a broomstick company. And they were all staring at him. Ron sighed. Harry, if you didn't have insane relatives, a Dark Lord after you and a habit of ending up in the hospital wing regularly, I could hate you easily. Remus blinked. I had forgotten about that. James never really talked about the Potter family business, and we assumed that like most of the old money families, the Potter fortune was tied up in real estate. Harry smiled wryly. No, Sirius left me enough problems in that area. Remus looked confused for a second and then nodded. I remember Sirius saying something about his family owning the wrong bit of land. Quote, Pansy choked on her orange juice. If owning Nocturne Alley can be dismissed that easily. Hermione blinked as a thought struck her. Harry, I want to see that list of properties again. Maybe a threat to have the rent raised will get me into the darker books. She looked at the glances everyone was giving her. I'm looking for information on Inferi and Horcruxes. Do you think they sell those kinds of books in Flourish and Bots? Miranda sighed. The rules haven't changed, Miss Black. Hermione rolled her eyes. After seeing what you do, I am not going to argue with you about it. The rest of the breakfast conversation was lighter, as people made an effort to relax. When they were done, Harry looked at the rest. Ron, you, Luna, Neville and Auror Wilkes can do whatever today. But make sure you get in touch with all of our people. Tomorrow I want everyone available, in case Moldywort attacks. The group thought about the gift Harry had sent to Voldemort and collectively shook their heads. Ooh, somewhere in England, Voldemort. Ooh. Voldemort was certain of it now. Wormtail had been captured. He would never have gone this long without checking in on his own. He sent a Death Eater after his people and thought. The last week had been a series of blows. First Potter stole most of the younger people, and then he stole nearly a third of Voldemort's followers. The reports of that debacle were still coming in. Voldemort looked at the Quibbler. If he ever found the premises that paper was published on, he would tear it to the ground and salt the earth. He was distracted then, as an owl came in the room. He recognized the charm that he had taught the Death Eaters so they could send him owls and allowed it to land. He took the pack-ag. He had carried and was not surprised when it left as soon as the package was untied. Birds and other natural creatures didn't like to be around him anymore, not since he'd come back in this body. He blew Ked up as his followers started filing in. Raven, go find Bella and scout Diagon Alley. I want to know if they have increased their protections. Take the young Malfoy with you. Lucius stirred, as if he would say something, but remained quiet when Voldemort looked at him. Voldemort looked at the package and stilled, his eyes flaring into a glowing red. Dork Lord Moldywort hiding in the dark. He read the address and snarled to himself. This was Potter's work. He cast a detection spell over the package and found no magic on it at all. He was beyond angry now. Potter had stolen his people, but only ones that should know the charm that allowed owls to find him were all still here. Most of them were in the room with him, and that meant Potter had turned one of them. Look, he hissed, holding the package up. Harry Potter has sent me a gift. Isn't that nice of him? He ripped the paper covering the package and a letter and a smaller paper-covered package fell out. Voldemort ignored the smaller package and picked up the letter. Let's find out what Mr. Potter wants to say, shall we? By this time, his followers were pale and looking from side to side, seeking an escape route. Voldemort kept one eye on them as he began to read Harry's letter aloud. Dear Moldywort, I thought you might want to see the latest clothing fad before I start it. If you would like some for your death wankers, let me know and I'll get you a bulk rate discount. I hope you have a will made out, your coffin chosen and someone to speak at your grave. I will look around, but I think you killed all the riddles and the gounts are gone as well. So I think when I'm done with you, Tom Marvolo Riddle, Mr. Half-Blood, Dork Lord Moldywort or whatever silliness you choose to call yourself this week, you are goin' to go to your grave unmourned and unremembered by anyone save me, and I will use the fame I earn ridding the world of your pestiness to make sure that the next Dark Lord never gets as far as you did. By the way, Peter Pettigrew was instrumental in finding the one that betrayed you, which is why he stayed with me after the pathetic showing of your people yesterday. I hope you have better people hiding in the dark with you. Because the ones you sent are dead. Well, except for Bella, and she has an appointment to keep. I thought you might like to know that Snape was captured by a Muggleborn SC. Hoolgirl and is going to be tried and convicted of the murder of Professor Dumbledore. I only wish they would let me kill him, but I'll have to settle for watching him get kissed. I have to go now, I have an interview to do. So the world knows that the death wankers are pathetic. Look for me, Tommy boy. I'll be coming for you soon. Harry Potter, Baron Potter, Lord Black, the Montague, the boy who lived. The man with too bloody many titles, and the one that knows what the prophecy says. I'll tell you the full prophecy, for all three Malfoys, intact and given to me. Voldemort looked at his followers, most of whom were white and visibly trembling. Mr. Potter grows bold. This might upset a lesser man, but I am above the petty ranting of a child. He listened to several audible sighs and then turned to face the window. I am wondering about one thing, however. The only people that knew how to send me an owl are in this room, for the most part. My lord, said Lucius Malfoy quickly, implied that Pettigrew was helping him. Might he have given Potter the charm? Lucius was sweating heavily, but he was trying to save his life. If the Dark Lord started brooding on that letter or looked at that package, people were going to die. He could feel it. My lord, I am not the traitor Potter speaks of. I ask you to look for yourself, and see that. Lucius moved up and knelt at Voldemort's feet, suddenly glad that Draco was not here. At least the bloodline was safe. Voldemort nodded and turned to look at Lucius. He reached out with his magic and invaded Lucius' mind, searching it for information. Lucius quivered with the pain, but pain was becoming a close friend, and he didn't fall over at least. Voldemort finished searching his mind and looked at the rest of his followers. Who will match Lucius' offer? Who among you is loyal enough to let me into their minds willingly? Most of the Death Eaters stepped forward, but one, a man named Justin March, stayed where he was. Voldemort looked at him. Why will you not let me search your mind? Justin March had known he was going to die from the moment the Dark Lord had started reading the letter. That knowledge gave him a courage he'd never had before. Because of two things, Lord Voldemort. I am no longer your man, body and soul, although it has nothing to do with betraying you. I simply doubt you can effectively lead us to victory. Voldemort and March watched as the rest of the Death Eaters scrambled to get out from between them, backing as far away as the chamber would allow them to. Voldemort turned his attention to March. And the second thing, Justin pulled himself up, standing proudly. I am a pureblood, with a magical history that goes back 800 years. I was willing to follow the heir of Slytherin. But I researched the ritual you used to come back. Bones of the father, flesh of the servant and blood of the enemy. That left you no connection with your Slytherin mother. Ergo, you are no longer that heir. To make matters worse, your father was a muggle, I found, and Potter's mother was also. You, sir, are one of the very mudbloods I am trying to destroy, with muggles in 2 of your 3 bloodlines. And there are suspicions about Pettigrew's blood as well. Voldemort stepped away from the wall. You are very brave, suddenly. Why? Voldemort knew why, but he wanted March to say it. Justin looked at him. I have defied you, insulted you and am no longer completely loyal. In the way of your rule, you have to destroy me, or you will look weak. I know that I will die this day, and that, Lord Voldemort, is a knowledge that leaves me free to speak my mind. Voldemort looked at him. You will die, true. I will grant you one thing, for your honesty. You will die quickly, under the killing curse. Rather than being turned over to Bella. He turned and looked at the rest of his followers. This man has brought something up that some of you have thought about, and now that it is out, I will address those concerns. I am shocked that you did not do more research, March. If I am no longer the heir, how do I keep the family ability of being a Parseltongue? Without waiting for an answer he spun, looking at Justin. I'll tell you why. The magic that makes us what we are is tied to your spirit, not the body it inhabits. Did you think I didn't consider that very point before I used that ritual? There were a couple of other rituals I could have used, but none of them would have circumvented Potter's protections like that one did. My soul is still the soul of Slytherin's heir, and I am that person. If the body was that important, I would not have my memories or my powers. Since I do, I have to believe that my research was correct and your magic is tied to an intangible bit, your spirit. He turned, raising his wand. Goodbye, Justin March. Voldemort waited a beat and spoke again. Avada Kedavra. He looked up at the rest. Does anyone else feel as he did? No one else spoke. Pity. I think some of you are lying. Voldemort spun, and as he stepped down, his foot hit the package Harry had sent him. He looked at it and picked it up. He ripped the paper off of it and held up a shirt. He was looking at the back of it. Potter should really have done more research, he said conversationally. He's missing quite a few names here. Tommy, Rigel, Riddle. Who knows what a Rigel is? Voldemort looked at his followers, but they were too busy staring at the front of the shirt to worry about anything except how many of them were going to die. Voldemort turned the shirt around. Moldywort and the Death Wankers World Tour, he read, coming soon to an Azkaban near you. He looked up. I don't understand the point of this shirt. It is insulting, but not that bad. My lord, said Matthew Stragan. Potter is imitating a Muggle thing. He has reduced our efforts to the level of a Muggle music group trying to sell records by playing their music in different places. The Death Eater was furious. Voldemort looked at him. I see. He pondered the shirt for a minute. So, we are an entertainment for Potter, are we? Voldemort smiled, a slow smile that made a chill run down the spine of the Watchers. Then I suppose we should entertain him. He looked up. But that is tomorrow's task. Right now, I must ensure there are no more disloyal people in my ranks and that Potter has not truly turned one of you. Voldemort reached out and grabbed the nearest Death Eater. He searched the man's mind, ignoring the gasps and screams of pain that continued until the Death Eater passed out. When he was done, he dropped the body and looked up. Next, the Quibbler, Saturday morning. Harry watched Luna and Hermione working on the interview about Snape's capture and the attack on the Burrow. Ginny and Pansy were listening and offering advice. Miranda was watching over Hermione and being asked questions about her part in the fight. From the look on her face, she was not happy about it. Harry turned to Oddball Lovegood. I appreciate your willingness to work with me on this, sir. Are you sure you don't want any help protecting the paper or your people? Oddball smiled at Harry. Mr. Potter, accepting your help would imply that I don't trust the ghostly Grundys to protect us, and that would insult them. Harry sighed. Talking to Oddball was a lot like talking to Luna. They were not quite in the same world with the rest of the wizards, and Mr. Lovegood's insistence on trusting creatures that Harry had never heard of was making Harry nervous. He was going to ask the Lovegoods to print some things that would make Voldemort very angry, and he didn't want invisible monsters to be the only defense the premises had. He'd been talking to Mr. Lovegood for nearly an hour though, and the man simply refused Harry's offers. Harry looked around the small building again. The Quibbler was run from the Lovegood home, out of a building set in a small grove behind the house. Besides Oddball, there were 2 older witches that wrote articles and helped print the paper. Harry sighed again. 2 old women, 1 middle-aged man, and Luna were the total defenses of this property. Well, he would just have to hope the ghastly golems, or whatever they were, could do the job. Harry was not going to force the man to do anything. Luna came into the small alcove that served Mr. Lovegood as his office. "Here's the public service announcement, Father." Oddball took it and Harry blinked as the man changed, reading the parchment and frowning at it. He marked lines on it, scribbled things in the margins, and made edit marks in places. When he was done, he handed it back to Luna. "Rewrite this, and for Merlin's sake, watch your commas." Luna nodded and went back to the table where the other girls were. Hermione took the parchment and looked it over. She turned and looked at Mr. Lovegood, who was muttering something at a stuffed animal, and back at the paper. Shaking her head, she got another piece of parchment and started writing. While the girls rewrote the article, Harry gave Mr. Lovegood every detail he could remember about Tom Riddle, including Augusta Longby. Autumn's story about him cleaning the toilets his first year. Oddball was a different man while he worked, focused and with a keen grasp of the right questions to ask to complete the story. When Harry was done, Oddball looked at it. "This is a lot of information, Mr. Potter. Since it is a public service announcement, I will have to verify as much as possible. It will be a couple of weeks before it goes to print." Harry nodded. "I understand. Some of that information took Professor Dumbledore years to acquire." Harry paid for 4 subscriptions to the Quibbler, 2 for his place, 1 for the Burrow, and 1 for Remus. The last one was mostly a joke, as Remus's opinion of the Quibbler was very much like Hermione's. When the ladies were done with the interview to Mr. Lovegood's satisfaction, Harry and the girls left. Heading to Diagon Alley, Harry checked on the twins, but they hadn't finished working on Harry's requests yet, so Harry and the 4 women had a quick lunch at the Leaky Cauldron. While they were eating, Rita Skeeter came up. "Mr. Potter, how are you?" Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Rita was being far too polite. "Very well, Miss Skeeter," Harry said. "To what do I owe the pleasure of this meeting?" Rita sat down. "I've just spent a fascinating morning at the Ministry, where I learned a lot of things. Would you care to comment on any of them?" Before Harry could answer, Ginny spoke. "You're being very polite." "Why?" Ginny's opinion of Rita was plain in her voice. Rita frowned at her. "Ginevra Weasley, isn't it? Normally, as I am not talking to you, I would not answer that. However, you were part of what I learned about, and I suspect Mr. Potter has the same question." She smiled coldly. "He simply has better manners." Pansy put a hand over Ginny's as she bristled, distracting her. A move watched by Rita with interest before she turned back to Harry. "The last interview we did made me quite a bit of money, and has allowed me to raise my prices. Since you seem to be good for business, you get better treatment." She shrugged. "Until that changes, of course." Harry grinned. "I understand that, but you will have to wait until tomorrow for an interview. I am relaxing today, with a few members of my families." Rita frowned. "Can I ask you 3 questions today?" "No more, but there are a couple of things I really need to confirm before I finish this story." Harry sighed. 3, no more, and I reserve the right to refuse to answer anything." Rita nodded. "Rumor in the Ministry has you at the fight with the Death Eaters. Did you really cut off Severus Snape's hand?" Harry nodded. "I did, but only by accident. At the time, he was in Death Wanker attire, and I didn't know who he was." Hermione Granger Black came up and stunned him. Rita looked at Hermione. "Well, it seems I might have to talk to you, also." Hermione smiled. "You could, or you could read tomorrow's Quibbler. Everything I know about the attack will be there." Rita sighed. "That figures. You both like that paper." Harry nodded. I do. It, unlike the Daily Prophet, does not glorify the death wankers or moldywort. Harry had said that just to see what Rita did, and he was not disappointed. Rita stared at Harry, her mouth falling open, and then she looked around to see who was listening. Mr. Potter, are you insane? You're going to get people killed talking like that. Harry shrugged. I've been calling him that for a week now, and nothing has happened to anyone that has heard it yet. Perhaps moldywort isn't as strong as you all believe. Rita shook her head. You are insane. You will understand if I don't print your name for you know who. She looked at Harry and glanced at Miranda. Second question. Have you hired a defender to protect Miss Weasley? Harry shook his head. Miranda Riddle is a member of one of my families and she is not protecting Miss Weasley, but Miss Granger Black. Harry frowned. Miranda, which of my families did you join, anyway? Miranda smiled. I am a Black, and Lucas is a Montague. Harry nodded. Sorry I didn't ask you sooner, but it slipped my mind. Rita listened to the exchange with interest. Well, there's a question I don't have to ask. You will be the head of 3 families when you come of age. Harry nodded, aware that he couldn't hide that information. I will. Rita wrote something on her pad and looked up. My last question then, has to do with the events at the Ministry last year. It took a while, but I have learned that your fight with the Death Eaters started in the Hall of Mysteries. Would you care to comment on that? Harry frowned. He thought for a minute while Rita watched him closely. All I will say, is that those of us that were there, were lured there by the Death Eaters for some purpose of theirs. Since I have not spoken to them, I cannot honestly say what their ultimate goal was in doing so. Rita stared at him for a minute. You know more than you're saying. It appears that I will have to do some more digging into that night. She stood up. Thank you, Mr. Potter. You've been most helpful. When may I call on you for a longer interview? Harry looked at her. Let me see what you do with this article. And I'll get back to you. Rita smiled. Mr. Potter, that was a great statement. No promises, but an implied threat that, never, is the answer if you don't like what I write. You've changed, Harry. Harry shrugged. It's not like I had much choice. Having an insane Dark Lord after you does that. Rita winced again. Excuse me, but I'll just be running along, before some Death Eat. R hears you talking like that and decides to do something about it. She left, and Harry used his sight on her as she walked away. Rita was a dark gray, with a large black spot and the smallest white spot Harry had yet seen. He frowned. He was beginning to understand the spots. The white spot was a measure of love. The more people you loved, the larger your white area was. Harry felt a moment's pity for Rita, who loved no one but herself. The rest of their meal passed quietly, with most of the talk being Hermione fretting about being so late in buying the books for their 7th year. Harry and the group had a great deal of quiet fun watching Hermione descend on Flourish and Bots after lunch. When the sales clerk saw her coming, he closed his eyes. He opened them when they opened the door and stepped inside the store. Miss Granger, how are you? Hermione smiled at him. Fine, Archie. How are the kids? Harry blinked as Archie and Hermione exchanged a few words and then Hermione passed Archie a list. I need all of this. And what have you got that's new? Archie looked at the list mournfully. Hermione, he said, are you trying to buy us out? It would be easier just to make an offer for the store all at once. Hermione smiled again. But then I wouldn't have the fun of coming in here and poking around. She started going through the shelves then, running her fingers over the books as she read the titles. Harry watched her with a smile. Ginny moved up next to Harry. She's almost caressing the books, Harry. Watching the way Hermione's fingers danced over the spines, Harry had to agree. He moved over to Archie. Excuse me, but would you put all of her purchases on this, please? Harry handed him the Gringotts card. Archie took it and looked at Harry for the first time. Speaking before he even really saw Harry. She's going to make quite a dent. He stopped and looked at Harry again, his eyes flickering to Harry's forehead. Mr. Potter, I'm sorry I didn't greet you sooner. Harry waved that off. Hermione is a good customer, I take it. Of course you would take care of her first. The two of them turned to watch Hermione approach, carrying another armful of books. She set them down on the counter and looked at the card in Archie's hand. She looked at Harry. Well, that changes things. She turned back toward the books, grabbing Ginny and Pansy by the hands. "Come on, you can help me carry things." Archie sighed. "Every time she comes in here, I wish I was paid on commission." Harry looked at Archie again. "Muggleborn?" he asked, as he'd never heard any wizard talking about commissions. Archie shook his head. "No, but I read a great deal, and Hermione loaned me a few Muggle books on sales and stores. I read about commissions there. By the time Hermione was done, even with shrinking spells, it took 3 bags to carry all the books." She smiled at Harry. "Remind me to thank you later." The group's last stop of the day was Mr. Sharpstar's office, W.H. Harry spent nearly an hour in the conference room alone with him. When they came out, Harry had a Slytherin smile on his face. He refused to say anything though, claiming it was a surprise. "Ooh, Harry and the girls, Harry's room. Ooh, Sunday." Harry dressed in the military fatigues he'd bought and waited. Moody was going to come over and take them to the training area where Harry's people would be getting their training. Moody showed up around 9, stepping though the flow. He looked at Harry. "You have to change your flow address, Harry." Calling out, "Harry's magnificent mansion is just silly." Harry sighed. "Talk to Dobby. He set the thing." Mad Eye's signature eye rolled for a minute. "It will have to wait. He's not in the building right now." Moody gave them the flow address of the training area he'd chosen. The group followed Miranda to the Inferno. Harry stayed on his feet this time, and smiled. He was getting the hang of this flow, although he'd still prefer his broomstick. Moody was already talking as he walked out of the small room with the fireplace. "This used to be an Auror training facility until Fudge cut the funding. We rented it as a warehouse." He paused and looked at Harry. "You'll be getting the bill for that, by the way. None of us could afford this place." Moody led them down a hallway with a dozen or so smaller rooms that had been used for offices and classrooms. At the end of the hall was a large set of double doors. He pushed a door open and led them into a large room. They were standing on a balcony that ran completely around the room, about 10 meters off the floor of the room. The room itself was a maze, and from the balcony, you could see almost all of it. Harry blinked as he saw people standing in the maze in random places. Until he realized that they didn't move. Moody smiled. "This is the Inferno, the ultimate training facility. Once, you had to navigate the maze before you could become a senior Auror. Those people you see down there are not real. They're dummies with a single purpose. They are twice as fast as any human and they cast only one spell." The Cruciatus. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Pansy stared at him. Why? Miranda looked at the course with more interest. Moody grinned savagely at their expressions. "All you have to do is get through the maze, but that for the end of training. For now, let's get start. Ed, seeing where you were in your training. The next 4 hours were a close approximation of hell," Harry decided. Moody and the other trainers pushed them, testing reflexes, hand-to-eye coordination, physical endurance, and a host of other things to determine where they needed work. Harry was very happy when they were done with the physical test and moved on to magical tests. Until he was being tested. The first test measured the sheer power of the testee. It was a box, with a hole in the side that you placed your hand into. Harry looked at the box while the instructor at this station droned on. He snuck a look at Moody, who was watching with a challenging grin. "This is going to hurt, isn't it?" Moody grinned wider. "Not exactly, Harry. You're not going to like it, but it doesn't hurt." Harry took a deep breath and stuck his hand in the box. He felt the pull of a portkey and tried to pull away, but it was too late. Harry landed on the ground with a thump and rolled to his feet, reaching for his wand. "Moody betrayed me," he thought, and froze as a voice he'd heard twice came out of the fog. Well, look who's come to play with us. No spare for us to kill this time, Potter." Harry spun, leading with his wand. Voldemort stood there, with nearly 30 other figures, all wearing the masks of Death Eaters. One of them stepped up and summoned the box, apparating away with it. Voldemort stepped closer. "I won't let you run like you did before, and there's no Dumbledore to save you this time. It's time for our final duel, Harry Potter." Ooh, the author, here and now. Ooh, I love finding new and interesting ways to mangle death wankers, and Harry's got 30 of them to play with. I think we may see a bit of violence in the next chapter. Some of you may remember that at the beginning of the chapter, I said it would take us up to Monday, but that at the end, it's only Sunday afternoon. I have two reasons for that. First, this chapter is approaching 21,000 words, and I try to keep the chapters under 20,000 words each. Second, well, that was just too good of a cliffy to waste. In other news, currently, I am writing Muggleborn Mag. I see in Wizard Science MMWS The Prophecy of 8 Poe. Untitled series, based on potions, puking and punishment. I have a bit of all of them ready, but I simply cannot work on all of them at once. I get lost as to what Harry's doing in a particular story, and who's a supporting cast member of which story. I am going to continue Poe, Sog and one other, but the rest I will put on hiatus. Until I finish one of the ones I keep working on. That, of course, is only the Harry Potter fanfiction I'm doing. Graham Manifesto is entirely separate, but still takes up my time. Anyway, I am asking you which of the other works you would like to have me finish first. For the stories you have not seen on this site, here are summaries of all of them. Sog. You're reading this one or you wouldn't be here. Do you really need a summary? Som. Harry Potter goes to live with the Dursleys, but on Dudley's 5th birthday, all 3 of the Dursleys are killed in a car crash. Harry, who was left at Mrs. Figg's house, is sent to live with the only relatives of the Dursleys that will take him in. Albert and Wanda Morgan are research scientists with the government. Harry is raised in a logical home, where the mind that the Sorting Hat commented on is stretched to its fullest. A certain letter on his 11th birthday is going to wreak havoc with that logic. O, HHR, RWLL, GWNL. Bob. In JKR's world, Lily cast the spell that protected Harry. In Bob, James cast the spell, "Come with me as we explore the changes this will make in Harry's life." O, ship's not determined yet. HPSP, Albus Dumbledore has spent decades slowly guiding the wizard world into what he wants it to be. Harry Potter can make the process move a little faster, if Albus can bring him into the supreme plan. O, Gray, Dumbledore, HPDI, The Demon Inside was a short story with 2 separate endings. They kept nagging at me though, and now, it's being continued with a bit of the Saint story and some of the Demon story in each chapter. Ox 2, Light, Harry Dark, Harry, HHR, Hother, and more impossibilities for normal stories. 101. Purely an amusement, as I torment Voldemort in any way I or the readers can think of. Watch Voldemort face Jason, Jaws, the Smurfs and the Care Bears. AU crossovers. No ships, pure Voldemort bashing. MMWS. Voldemort is dead, but life goes on for the trio. Harry is hard at work in the Wizengamot, trying to drag the wizards into the 20th century at least. Ron is playing Quidditch professionally and Hermione is being Hermione. A Muggleborn witch who is willing to mix and match magic and science might do more for the wizard world than anything Harry can do. O, post-Hogwarts, HHR, NLLL, Argyll of the Week. Poe. O, Harry killed Voldemort 15 years ago and now a dark wizard rises that will make Voldemort look like a child having a temper tantrum. 8 very special children from 4 countries and 2 continents have been chosen by fate to stop a Muggleborn Dark Lord from assuming power in both worlds. O, HG, RHR, Post-Hogwarts. Untitled series. Potions, Puking and Punishment was another short story that wouldn't leave me alone. Hogwarts has seen some of the greatest pranksters of any time or place, but the best of them remains completely unknown, and that's just the way Daphne Greengrass wants it. O, DGBZ. So, there are the choices. Sog and Poe will continue along with one other of your choice. Leave a review and let me know which one you want. Raven. Betrayal, Death and Reactions. Moody has betrayed Harry, and Harry is cut off from everyone, facing 30 Death Eaters and Voldemort himself. Harry is not happy. Completely serious disclaimer. I didn't do it, I'm not responsible, it's not my fault, I wasn't even there at the time, nobody saw me do it, and without videotape, you can't prove it anyway. Although, if anyone can find a way to prove I own Harry Potter and all related rights, please, let me know. Did you really believe I was going to print a serious disclaimer? If so, I have some ocean front property in Montana to sell you. Betrayals, Death and Reactions. Harry froze for a second as one thought ran through his head. Moody had betrayed them all, and he had all of Harry's closest friends in that place. The wave of magic that exploded from Harry then dwarfed anything he'd ever done as he cast a shield between him and the Death Eaters raising their wands. Harry turned and ran for the forest behind him. He could not exchange spells with this many people and win. He had to divide them, take them down one at a time until he could find a way to escape and find Moody. Moody was going to pay for this. Harry kept returning to that thought as he ran into the woods, and then he stopped thinking as Professor Snape rose up in front of him, waving an ugly red stump. "Take my hand, will you? Keep it as a trophy. When we kill you, Potter, I'll keep your tramp as my trophy." Harry and Snape leveled their wands, and Harry was just a shade faster, not having wasted time speaking. "Serpensordia," he called, and a 3-meter snake appeared close to Snape. "Kill him," Harry said in Parseltongue, even as he dropped to avoid the red dart of a Cruciatus that lanced out from Snape's wand. Snape looked at the snake contemptuously. "Is that all you have, Potter? A make-believe snake? You are even more pathetic than I had imagined." Harry finally said something, even as he leveled his wand at Snape again, waiting for him to turn his wand on the snake. "No, it's merely a visible example." Snape frowned, but the snake was getting closer quickly and he turned his wand to destroy it. Harry had been waiting for that. That second when Snape's attention wasn't on Harry. He cast the cross-species transfiguration and a pale green light washed over Snape, who screamed in pain as he was changed. Mutated into a 1-meter-long version of the bigger snake. Harry grinned savagely. He had not been sure that spell would work on a human, although it should, since it worked on other mammals. Harry spoke again in Parseltongue, hoping Snape could understand him now. "Eat the little one, my friend. Feed yourself on him." Snape could hear and understand, Harry had to assume, as he slithered away, with the other snake in rapid pursuit. Harry grinned as they disappeared into the woods, only to lose the decidedly evil smile as voices came closer. He looked around and stepped behind a tree. Harry thought quickly, trying to think of something that would occupy them long enough for him to think of a way to get back to the Inferno, and a memory from first year surfaced. Harry looked around and found a rock. He cast 3 spells on it in rapid order and turned from the clearing. He was 50 meters away when the screams started. He had an errant thought then. "I must remember to thank whoever made the giant chess set for the traps around the Philosopher's Stone." Behind him, the man-sized pawn continued to try and kill Death Eaters, only to be met with a hail of concussive spells and blasting spells. It would take them 2 minutes to reduce it to rubble, and by then it would have crushed 2 Death Eaters' skulls. Harry came around a tree and literally ran into a Death Eater, knocking both of them to the ground. Harry rolled over the Death Eater and sprang up, his wand tracking on her. The crack of a branch brought him out of his Bellatrix-induced stupor, and he whirled, leading with his wand. He saw only another Death Eater and cast a Stupefy at him. The Death Eater fell and Harry touched him with his wand and cast another spell. When he was done with that, he hit the Death Eater chair with another Stupefy and left him there. Harry took his wand and broke it as he left. "Potter, how nice of you to come my way." Voldemort's voice was still high-pitched and filled with the menace of insanity. Harry dropped and rolled as soon as he heard Voldemort speaking, and it was a good thing. The twisting putrid green spell Voldemort had cast at him passed over his moving body and struck a tree. The spell exploded into a clingy goo when it hit, and the goo began eating the tree at a phenomenal rate. In mere seconds, the tree was gone. Harry ducked the red beam of a Cruciatus and jumped behind a tree. He couldn't kill Voldemort yet, so dueling him when Voldemort could kill him was the height of stupidity. He grinned suddenly and peered around the side of the tree. Voldemort W. As looking in another direction, and Harry poked his wand just past the edge of the tree and took careful aim. He got ready to run and cast his spell. He didn't stick around to see what happened after it, but took off running, trying to keep a tree between Voldemort and himself, counting on Riddle being too busy to hit him with a spell. He listened to the impassioned cursing behind him and wished for Colin and his camera. At least the bad bogies would keep him occupied for a minute. Harry's luck ran out a few minutes later, after he'd resorted to Reducto when 3 Death Eaters came around a tree together. He beat them, leaving pieces of them scattered across the landscape, but they delayed him long enough for the rest of the Death Eaters to show up, led by a very angry Voldemort. The Death Eaters surrounded Harry, and he realized that there were still nearly 30 of them, despite the casualties he'd been inflicting. His despair and anger grew as even more of them came out of the woods. "I am going to kill you, Harry Potter. For your insult, I will kill you slowly, causing all the pain I can before you die, and you will die knowing that every person you know will die the exact same way." Harry looked around, searching for a way out of this one, and came up blank. Death Eaters were continuing to pour into the clearing, nearly 100 strong now, and all of them pointing wands his way. In front of them was Voldemort, his red eyes gleaming with anger, malice and madness. Harry could feel Death Eaters surrounding him, and an unbidden thought came to him. The only magic he'd ever heard of that had a circular effect was some types of accidental magic that children did. Harry sighed, put his wand away and concentrated on his friends and their fate if he failed. About Voldemort's threat to kill them all, and then Harry stopped thinking and started feeling anger, despair, fear, love and joy, everything he felt for his friends, Harry let flow into him. Harry didn't know how to do accidental magic, but he knew how it happened. Not enough control, and too much feeling. That, Harry could do easily. He let everything that Voldemort had done to him and his friends flow. Feeling the loss of his parents, of Cedric, of Sirius, years of abuse at the Dursleys' hands, and everything else that could be laid at Voldemort's door. When Harry was quivering with suppressing the emotional overload, he looked up at Voldemort. "Bugger off, you bloody mudblood." Harry quit controlling himself and screamed his defiance of the enemy. Raw magic, unformed and uncontrolled, exploded from Harry, covering the clearing in less than a second, racing though everything and everyone there. The entire clearing and the other people in it wavered and vanished, leaving a spent Harry Potter to collapse to the ground. Blood pouring from his nose, ears and eyes. "Ooh, Mad-Eye Moody, the Inferno." "Ooh." Mad-Eye watched as Harry put his hand in the box and froze. The box was designated to measure the amount and power of a wizard or witch's magic. It did so by making the test subject think they were in the worst possible place for them to be, and that they had no options left but to use all their power. With most people, the test was over in seconds, 10 at most. Mad-Eye frowned as Harry passed a full minute in the box. An amazing range of feelings passed across his face as Moody watched him. Fear, anger, fury, a whimsical smile. Finally Harry's face settled into a rage so profoundly disturbing that Moody took a step back. An instant later the box began glowing as the test ended, but at the same time, a wave of magic exploded from Harry, blowing Moody across the room and destroying everything in the room except Moody, the box and Harry. Moody's last sight before he faded into the blackness that overwhelmed him was of blood erupting from Harry's head as Harry fell to the ground, limp and still. "Ooh." The rest of the group, the Inferno. "Ooh." Hermione was laying on the floor while Pansy massaged a cramp out of her leg. "I knew I wasn't in the best shape, but oh." Hermione stopped to gasp as Pansy pressed on the knot in her thigh. "I'm going to be hating life for a while," she predicted mournfully. "Please remember that," Miranda said smugly, "when I'm trying to get you to do something besides study." Ginny rolled over and looked at the others. Playing Quidditch was supposed to keep you in shape." Ron sighed. "I hate to say this, but I have to agree with Ginny." Ginny was too tired to respond to that with anything except a baleful glare. Una was standing by the wall of the empty office Miranda had led them to while they waited to begin the magical tests. "I think you should help me hunt Crumplehorn Snurkax next year. Climbing over rocks and up and down mountains seems to work better than sitting on a broomstick and flying around." Before anyone could respond to that there was an explosion from down the hall and a wave of magic they were all familiar with rushed through the room. Miranda was the first to move, crossing to stand over Hermione. "Get up, we have to go see what happened." Luna and Ginny were closest to the door, and Luna beat Ginny out the door only because she'd been standing up. Ron and Pansy were close behind them, followed by Miranda and Hermione, who had to wait for Pansy to get off her. 3 of the Ainers were rushing down the hall with Neville, and the group poured into the room Moody had taken Harry into. There was a jam up at the door as each person stopped for a second to register what they saw before the press of people behind them pushed them into the room. Luna had been the first one in the room and she went to her knees by Harry. Her dreamy expression never changed as she pulled back an eyelid and examined Harry closely. Casting a spell over him. Harry has used all his magic, she reported calmly, making the wizards hiss in dismay and horror. Hermione frowned. She hadn't studied much wizard medicine beyond the basic first aid that any friend of Harry's seemed to need to know. Luna went on. Someone check on Mr. Moody. Ron, please get me the case I brought with me. Neville, come here. Neville came closer, wondering what the witch wanted. Luna reached up and kissed him on the cheek. I've heard that a kiss is considered lucky, and we're going to need some luck. Hermione and Pansy stared at Luna in disbelief. Ginny was on her knees beside Luna as soon as there was room. How do we stop the bleeding? She asked. Luna shook her head. I can't, right now. Harry has no magic, for all intents and purposes. Right now, he's a muggle and no magical treatments will work on him. Luna considered that. Maybe I should look into some muggle treatments. Ron came back in the room with Luna's carpetbag. A strange bag with small moving pictures of strange creatures running around on it. Luna reached inside and pulled out a potion Ron recognized. Luna, is it safe to give Harry that right now? That stuff nearly made me bounce out a window, and I was in far better shape than Harry. Luna shrugged. I don't know. I do know that no normal potion will work since potions all are. Require that the user have a touch of magic in them to activate it. A squib, with just enough magic to see magical sights could use a pepper-up potion, but Harry doesn't even have that much magic right now. One of the trainers frowned at Luna. How can your potion help him then? Luna carefully poured a bit of the potion into Harry's mouth, massaging his throat until the potion trickled down. Because this is a self-activating potion. With a bit of my magic in it. Hopefully that will be enough for Harry to be able to use it. Hermione frowned as all the wizardborn around her stared at Luna and Ron flushed several shades of red. Would someone tell me what's wrong with that? She asked when no one said anything. They watched Luna pour a bit more into Harry before Miranda spoke. Miranda was in her defender mode. Blank-faced and with the toneless voice that Hermione was learning covered emotional turmoil. Miss Black, most wizards and witches will only share magic with another person once in their lives, when they marry. It's closer than anything you can do, even more intimate than making love. Everyone was diverted then as Moody moaned and the trainer that had been looking after him helped him stand up. Moody shook his head and looked at Harry. Mr. Potter continues to surprise me, he growled as he rubbed his neck. Only 2 other people have managed to overload the wards on the box. And neither of them overloaded them to the point that their magic affected anything outside the box, it merely shut down and threw them out of the scene. Ron sighed. That's Harry for you, he can't do anything normally. Ron looked at Luna. He is going to be all right, isn't he? Of course he is. This can't kill him, you know. Luna was serenely unconcerned. Pansy stared at her. How do you know that? Most wizards die when they lose their magic. Our immune systems depend on it, as well as the rest of our system. That's why wizards live longer than muggles. Luna finally pulled a beat-up, old stuffed dragon from the bag and tucked it under Harry's arm. The prophecy says that Harry can only die at Voldemort's hands. This didn't have anything to do with the Mold Lord of many capitals, so it can't kill him. The other people stared at Luna and then at each other. Hermione was running though the prophecy in her head, and it looked like some of the other were also. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. JKR. Hermione frowned. The prophecy didn't actually say that Harry couldn't be killed by anyone except Voldemort, but the wording was strange. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Hermione frowned. Honestly, that didn't make any sense. Both of them were alive now, so how could neither live while the other survives? Her hots were interrupted as Harry coughed and moaned weakly. Hermione and Pansy joined Ginny next to Harry. He opened his eyes, gazing unfocused at them. Moody, betrayal, he said weakly, struggling to get up. I have to stop him. Ginny pushed him down. No, Harry, It was a test. Moody didn't betray you, Harry, she said soothingly. Harry tried to focus. Everyone's safe? He asked, staring at Ginny. Yes, Harry, said Pansy. Hermione and I are watching over them. You let Ginny take care of you. Harry looked at Pansy and Hermione and relaxed. His eyes closed and he was unconscious again in seconds. Miranda sighed wistfully. I could have made him the greatest defender ever 10 years ago. What a waste. Moody grinned. We are going to make him the defender of the entire world. Isn't that enough for you? Miranda shrugged. No. She looked at Harry. He's too old for proper training, and I shouldn't do this, but you will set aside 3 hours a week for me to train him. Moody blinked. Any chance I could sit in on that training? No. Moody almost pouted. Some people have all the luck. Miranda looked down at Harry. Ask him if he thinks he's lucky in a month. Ooh, Mr. Sharpstar, the Wizengamot chamber. Ooh, and so, my client is asking for the following law to be enacted. Nicholas Sharpstar watched the members of the Wizengamot closely as he laid out the proposed law Harry had asked about. On the surface, it was a mere clarification of an existing dark creature law. However, if this bill was passed the way Mr. Sharpstar had worded it, it would put Death Eaters on the same level as werewolves and vampires. That would be seen with a few minutes' thought, and Harry and Nicholas were not expecting the bill to pass yet. This attempt was about something else entirely. All they wanted right now was to see who voted against the bill. It wouldn't flush out all of Voldemort's supporters in the Wizengamot, and a few that voted against it would not be dark, really unwilling to add to the dark creature laws on the books already. It would give them a starting point to clean up the Wizengamot, however, and allow them to tailor future bills to negate the power of the people that would not like what Harry wanted to do. Nicholas Sharpstar was a pureblood wizard, with hundreds of years of wizard history in his family, and he'd never considered his opinions of Muggleborns. Half-bloods are non-humans before Harry had come to him, burning with a desire to make things right for good people, no matter what their bloodlines were. Miss Granger Black was an excellent case in Harry's favor. Honest, brave and smart, she was a person that any family should be proud to have, but she was considered less than many who had pureblood lines, but nothing else. Sharpstar had been looking at his own thoughts since Harry had made his wants and opinions clear, and to be honest, Nicholas was not entirely happy with himself. Granted, he'd never had much to do with non-humans. But that should have meant he simply didn't have an opinion, since he didn't have any facts to rest opinions on. He finished his speech and watched as a couple of people spoke, both for and against the bill. He noted the arguments the opponents used, planning on refuting their arguments if he needed to speak again. He grinned as the Wizengamot broke for lunch before the debate was over. Why was going to make being a solicitor fun again, like it had been when Mary was helping him? In his office, he wrote out his impressions of the people that had spoken against the bill, and made a flow call. 20 minutes later, a man came in the office and sat down without saying anything. Mr. Sharpstar looked at him. James Henry Michaels was a wizard of average height and very ordinary looking. He was also one of the best investigators in the wizard world. Nicholas had been friends with him for more than 40 years and a client nearly as long. It's been a long time since you called me for work, Nick. What's so important? Nicholas Sharpstar smiled. I am representing Harry Potter, and we have a lot of work for you, with more to come. Harry has a desire to change the world, and I'm going to help him. Michaels looked at his friend thoughtfully. Nick hadn't been this animated since Mary had died, nearly 20 years ago. Whatever Mr. Potter wanted to do, it had brought Nick out of his depression. And that meant it was a good thing. Michaels would help them, to the best of his ability. What do you want me to do? Ooh, Harry and his ladies, the Inferno. Ooh, Harry was laid out on a bed in the small infirmary in the Inferno. Hermione, Ginny and Pansy were sitting around his bed, using damp cloths to clean blood off Harry. How does he bleed so much? Asked Ginny fretfully. Practice, Hermione said wryly. Pansy rinsed her cloth and looked at the other two girls. Do you remember our conversation of a few days ago? Hermione frowned at her. It was just 3 days ago. Even a Gryffindor doesn't forget things that quickly. Pansy looked at them. I told you that I talked Harry into our agreement, because I need him right now, and not because there was any feeling between us. Ginny nodded. Harry is protecting you, and giving himself a reason to continue to do so when we return to Hogwarts. You said that the two of you would continue to put off an actual engagement until after Voldemort was gone. And then you would break up. Pansy nodded. What I don't understand is why you two agreed to share him for real. Hermione and Ginny looked at each other. Hermione answered her slowly. It's very simple. Ginny loves Harry, and she has for as long as she can remember. She used to love the boy who lived, but she's had a chance to know Harry, and Harry is just as good as any myth. Hermione sighed as she finished with Harry's arm and started on his shoulder. I love Harry, and you know about that. You were there when I told Harry. Ginny and I talked about it, and to be completely honest, if we refused to share him, we think he'd walk away from both of us. Pansy frowned. Harry loves both of you. That's plain to anyone with eyes. Ginny nodded. He does, and that's the problem. What happens to his friendship and love for Hermione, if he chooses me? Hermione nodded. Going the other way, what happens to his relationship with Ginny and the Weasleys, his only family, if he chooses me? Pansy thought about it. So you think he'd make a choice by walking away? It would be the only response that would allow everyone else involved to keep their friendships intact. He would be unhappy about it, but he would also do it. Harry has never let him getting hurt stand in the way of him doing the right thing. Leaving both of us would keep him from having to hurt one of us badly. Hermione said. Ginny blushed. Plus, Hermione and you intrigued me with that conversation we had, and I am not totally opposed to the idea of a female lover. Pansy smiled at her. But you'd prefer a Harry lover. Quote. Ginny's blush deepened. I would, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. She sighed. I think I made a mistake when we first started dating. Pansy and Hermione looked at her. What did you do? Asked Hermione. I told Harry I wanted to be a virgin on my wedding night. Pansy groaned. Why? Ginny sighed. Because Mum was, and she made it sound like a wonderful thing. But after sleeping with the three of you, and waking up with kisses, I'm beginning to think it may be overrated. Hermione blushed. I can still touch a unicorn, I think. Ron and I never actually did that. We did other things. Pansy shook her head, eyes lost in a memory. No, you can't. Unicorns don't choose between types of sex. If you've done something you know is sexual, you can't touch one. Hermione sighed. Oh well. I did want to investigate some of the possibilities in their healing, but I can find something else. Ginny was studying Pansy. Sooner or later, we're going to hear your life story. Pansy, you have too many secrets that could come back to haunt us. Pansy looked at Ginny. You still don't trust me, do you? Ginny shook her head. Too many years of hearing how dark you are. And watching you run around with Malfoy. Ginny shivered for a second but continued. I know that you're a Windermere, and that you people put your family before anything else, but I know what I saw. Also, I will keep watching you until I am sure you will not hurt Harry. Hermione rolled her eyes. Ginny, she's had plenty of chances to do things to Harry, if she wanted to. Ginny nodded slowly, watching Pansy. Yes, she has. Hermione, you may not know this, but the Windermere families have a reputation for incredibly convoluted plans, that may take years to fully unfold, don't you Pansy? Yes, we do, Pansy admitted freely. We've always been Slytherins, in the true tradition of Salazar Slytherin. We are purebloods, mostly, and ambitious as anything. Ambition, in and of itself, though, is not a bad thing. It's how you go about obtaining your ambitions that make you light, gray or dark. Ginny nodded. And while Harry says you are no darker than he is, we don't know about the rest of your family, and since they control you, and not Harry, I will watch you. Pansy put on a mock pout. Don't you trust me, Ginny? Ginny rolled her eyes. Do you trust her, Hermione? Hermione smiled at Ginny. Hold on. She leaned forward and grabbed Pansy's head just as Harry had, a day earlier. Hermione looked at Pansy. Pansy, she said, and something in her voice had changed. She sounded firmer, more authoritarian, but somehow sexy at the same time. Pansy struggled for a second and then quieted, staring at Hermione with a slight smile and dilated eyes. Yes, Miss Black. Ginny watched in confusion. She knew something was going on, but she didn't understand what. Hermione smiled again and used her thumbs to caress Pansy's face while she held her. You know what I am, And what you are, yes. Yes, Miss Black. Pansy was smiling wider now, and leaning into Hermione's caresses. And you know what will happen, if I decide I can't trust you, or that you might hurt Harry, don't you? Hermione's voice had changed again, causing Pansy's eyes to open wide. Hermione sounded cold, impersonal, and her thumbs were digging into Pansy's skin, leaving red marks in her cheeks. Pansy shivered. I do, but I will never give you reason to do anything to me. Hermione stared into her eyes for a minute and then smiled slowly. She leaned forward and kissed Pansy, much as she kissed Harry. Pansy happily submitted to the ministrations of the other witch until Hermione sat back, giving Pansy one last caress with her thumbs. See that you don't. Hermione looked at Ginny smugly. I trust her. Ginny shook her head. Right, you two are going to explain all that to me right now. The three of you are playing some freaky game, and I can see it, but I don't know the rules. The object are how to tell who's winning. Hermione and Pansy smiled at each other. If we play the game right, we both win, Hermione said, just in different ways. She blushed. If you ever tell your family that I told you any of what you're about to hear, I'll create a new hex, just for you. Ginny blinked. Why would I do that? Every time any of my family think about me growing up, why have hives and try to make me 10 years younger? Hermione blushed again. Pansy and I are into a sexual lifestyle called BSDM. Specifically, I am a dominant, commonly called a top, and Pansy is a submissive, commonly called a bottom. Hermione looked at Ginny. Despite what uninformed people say, this is just another way of expressing trust and love. It is not freaky, Miss Weasley, nor is it perverted. It is different, but the first rule is safe, sane and consensual. This means that everything we do will be safely done, so that there is no danger of anyone getting hurt. Hermione was interrupted. At least, not any more than they want to be hurt. I love a good spanking. Pansy smiled dreamily. Ginny blinked at Pansy. That's different, for sure. I've never liked them myself, she said neutrally. Hermione cleared her throat. If Miss Potter over there can keep the asides to a low roar, I'll continue. Sane means we don't do things that are nutters. We don't suspend the bottom from a broomstick at 500 meters. For example, consensual means that everything we do is between adults, and agreed on by all the parties involved before we do anything. Pansy may or may not be into edge play, which involves using a knife. But I am not, and I doubt Harry will be, so there will never be anything like that. Since they are unable to consent, children and animals are out as well. Hermione and Pansy told Ginny some more about the D's lifestyle, and when they were done, Ginny just shook her head. I know you don't like this word, Hermione, but it still sounds freaky to me. I'll stick with kisses and regular sex, thank you. Quote, Pansy shrugged. It's not for everyone, or it wouldn't be an alternate lifestyle, as Hermione calls it. She looked at Hermione. You never did explain what that meant. It means that D's is something different, that it takes an open mind to accept, much like the morals of your Windermere families. The three girls jumped, as they hadn't expected Harry to join their conversation. Harry, how do you feel? Asked Hermione, and all three of them waited for Harry's answer. Hermione nodded. You should, because in your mind, that is exactly what you did. She frowned. You've been unconscious for nearly 5 hours, Harry, and Moody showed us the recording of your fight in the tester. Harry was about to say something when Ginny crawled up next to him and cuddled carefully into his side. That was a beautiful use of the bad bogey hex, Harry. She kissed him on the cheek. Hermione crawled up on his other side. I thought what you did with Snape was a bit over the top. She kissed Harry, but it was a well-done cross-species transfiguration. Harry smiled at her. Does that mean I can get away with more, if I do very well? He looked at Ginny. Aunt, suppose you could ask Moody if we can save the image of Voldemort fighting the hex. That picture in the paper would infuriate Moldywort. Ginny grinned at him as Harry looked at Pansy. And what did you think? Pansy looked at the other girls. You want my honest opinion, or the public one? Harry looked at the other two girls. They already know we're playing a game for the rest of the world, as long as it's just us four. Be honest. Pansy nodded. What the hell were you thinking? She demanded. You could have killed yourself there, and then where would the rest of us be? Voldemort would not have died, you would be gone. And with you goes all hope of killing Voldemort. Pansy came to stand at the foot of the bed staring at Harry. We need you, Harry. Without you, we cannot win. You absolutely must live until Voldemort is truly dead. Ginny and Hermione were staring at Pansy. Harry spoke up with a slight smile on his face. Ladies, meet the real Pansy. She needs me, and she never forgets what is important to her. That we can work together is good, but if it would help her family more to jump ship, she'd be gone in an instant. Harry smiled at Pansy. I like it. It's a refreshing bit of honesty from someone who doesn't really care if I live or die, except as how it affects her plans. Admire my morals later, Harry, Pansy said, frowning at him. Right now, I want you to remember that you are the most important person in our campaign to destroy Voldemort, and I will do things to you if you keep risking your life before we can kill the enemy. Harry sighed. I didn't have a choice just then, Pansy. You saw what I was facing. Death wankers all around, and Voldemort threatening everybody I know. Harry thought back to the instant that he'd made his decision to do whatever he'd done. I didn't have any choice but to try and take out as many of them as I could. I was also hoping to reduce Voldemort back to his bodiless state. If I did that, it would give you time to find a way to contain him since you can't kill him. Pansy crawled up on Harry, straddling him, a position he normally liked. It was not as much fun with her holding him by the hair and staring intensely at him. Listen to me, Harry Potter. That was a test, but if you ever find yourself in a similar situation in real life, I expect you to find a way to live, not just destroy the enemy. Do you understand me? She looked at him. Right now, Harry, there are more than 300 people counting on you to keep them out of Voldemort's mercies. You absolutely cannot die before you kill him. Ari nodded and pulled Ginny a bit closer. He'd felt her tensing up as Pansy berated him and he turned to look at her. Calm down. Pansy is offering her outlook on the matter, an opinion motivated only by her needs. Not by like or dislike of me, and not influenced by her feelings. It is an honest viewpoint, and it balances out the opinions of my friends. Hermione frowned. I hate to say it, Ginny, but Harry and Pansy are right. We're so used to Harry coming out of everything he does alive, that we forget that some of the things he does are impossible for normal people. Harry looked offended. I am a normal person. All three girls just looked at him, as if he'd announced that he was going to marry Snape. Harry looked stubborn. Ginny ran her fingers through his hair. No, Harry, you're not, and you never will be normal. You're special, Harry, to all of us, for different reasons, and to the public for yet more reasons. She moved closer to him, looking up in his face. I know you, Harry, and you've saved my life and my soul. In first year, you're far more than normal. Hermione was the next one to speak. She's right, Harry, you are special, not for what your mother did, but because of who you are, and what you do. Very people would throw themselves on a troll, fight a basilisk, prevent Pettigrew's death, or battle Voldemort repeatedly, and you have done all of that and more. She smiled at him, no longer hiding the love she had for him. Plus, you're warm and caring, willing to give anyone the benefit of the doubt, until they prove to be untrustworthy, and you forgive amazingly easily. You are so much more than most people, that you are special. Pansy had shifted so she was laying comfortably across Harry and Hermione's legs. As much as it pains me to admit it, Harry, they're right. And for the average person, who doesn't know you, like me just 2 weeks ago, you're a legend for so many other reasons. You stopped Voldemort at one, battled him again, escaped, bringing back Cedric's body. Battled him again, and this time, he fled. People keep watching you do the impossible, and soon, you're going to be as much a legend of the wizard world as Dumbledore was. Harry laid there quietly for a long time, mulling over what the girls had said and enjoying the ladies curled up around him. I'm never going to have a quiet, normal life, am I? Even after Moldywort is gone, people will be bringing me other things they think I should deal with. Hermione sighed. You're going to be the next Dumbledore, Harry. I think you may even be greater than he was someday. Harry frowned at her. What do you mean? Hermione sighed again, brushing her hair back and looking at Harry earnestly. Harry, I trusted him, I won't deny it, but the last year or so, I realized that he'd forgotten that people are just that. People. He was locked in a mindset that said everyone would come down on one side or the other of any question. He trusted Snape to change when Snape came to him, and set him up as a spy. Never dreaming that Snape would betray him. She looked aside. And that's not mentioning leaving you with the Dursleys and never checking on you. He assumed they would take good care of you. He trusted people too much. Harry frowned. I will grant that he made mistakes, but how will that make me better than him? Ginny was still running her fingers through his hair. Because Professor Dumbledore kept all his great plans to himself, and didn't have anyone to give him other viewpoints, but you actively seek out other views and people that don't automatically agree with you. Ron does. Except in matters that concern his specialities, but the rest of us will tell you when we think you're wrong. She grinned at Pansy. Especially the Slytherin over there. She's more than willing to give you a piece of her mind when she thinks she's right. Harry sighed again. Why me? What did I do, that everybody has to depend on me? Pansy shook her head. Nothing. You were chosen by fate before you were even born. In every generation, there are a few like that. If Binns would teach something besides the Goblin rebellions, you'd know that. Dumbledore, and before him, Th. are a line of names that stretch all the back to Merlin and beyond. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, to name the ones you know, and dozens more. In every generation, there are those who want to rule and those that want to stop them. They are heroes, not because they want to be, but because they can't walk away when someone abuses another person. Hermione nodded. You didn't choose this life, Harry. But it's what you have. You can spend it griping about your lot in life, or accept it and make the best of it. She hugged him. It could have been better. And Ginny and I will do our best to make sure that it is far better in the future. Harry pondered their words for a long time, until the girls thought he'd fallen asleep. Well, he said finally, if I'm going to be the great hero of this era, I think I'd better get up and start learning how to be a hero. The girls didn't move. Sorry, Harry, said Ginny, sounding not at all sorry, but we've been ordered to keep you lying down and quiet until at least dawn, when Moody's healer will examine you again. Harry sighed. Why do healers always want to keep you overnight? Ginny pulled his head around. Because you nearly died, you stupid prat, she said. Tears starting in her eyes, and we care about you. Pansy nodded from her position across Harry's legs. Why do you think I jumped on you with both feet, Harry? Why? Oh, you used more magic than anyone I've ever heard of. You used so much, in fact, that if you didn't have a friend that loves you, loves everyone, you would be a dying muggle right now. Harry blinked at them, his face going through an amazing range of emotions. But, I'm not feeling that bad, he protested weakly. Hermione led him through what had happened from their viewpoint, and what she'd learned since then about using your magic. Magic is like any of your body's other resources, Harry. If you use your muscles too hard, you tear them. If you put too heavy of a load on your heart, it stops. If you use too much of your magic, it can't replenish itself, and it's gone. She draped an arm across him. When that happens, you become a muggle, unable to do magic at all, and you start to die, Beck. Oz wizards are born a slight bit differently than muggles. Our immune systems, every part of your body uses the magic somehow, and without it, you're missing an essential element. You will begin to die. Like a muggle not getting the right foods. Hermione sighed. You have no idea how much that thought makes me want to put a dozen wizards and witches through a battery of tests, she said, dream-eyely staring at something only she could see. DNA, to start, MRIs, CAT scans. Pansy and Ginny were staring at Hermione in confusion, and Harry, who knew vaguely about such things from the news, was smiling. Hermione, I think that might violate the secrecy laws just a bit. Hermione sighed again. I know it would, she said wistfully, but just one Curlian photograph would tell me so much, I think. Especially if it was taken during casting. Harry just smiled at her. I'd rather talk about something else. For example, on my birthday, I'm leaving the Dursley house forever. Where are we going to live? I need to get it warded before then, if I can. Ginny smirked. Well, Mr. Potter Black Montrose, Slayer of Dark Wizards and all-around hero, she said, the capitals plain in her title for Harry. I think we'll just have to build a place that matches your magnificence. I'm sure Dobby would be glad to build you a house to match your stature in his eyes. Ginny was laughing by the time she finished. Hermione grinned. I can see that house now. 500 meters long and twice as high, floating directly above the Ministry of Magic, with a private Quidditch pitch and stands big enough to hold the World Cup in. Pansy snickered. Let's not forget the greenhouses, private lake and anything else Harry Potter sir could ever need or want. Harry sighed. I'd never get the Weasleys off my pitch. And Dobby would add a library with every book ever written in it, so I'd never see. Hermione. He looked at Pansy. And what would you want in this magnificent manor? What do you like more than anything? Pansy blinked, and blushed. I don't know. I don't have obsessions like these two. Harry pulled her up, searching her eyes with his, sympathy plain in his eyes. Everyone has something they would rather be doing. You just never had a chance to find out what yours is, between dark twits and hiding your true allegiance. We will change that, I promise. Pansy was caught in Harry's eyes, green and caring. No magic in them at all, except the magic of a good person, who cares about people, and the thought came to her mind that it would not be a bad thing to wake up to those eyes every morning for the rest of her life. She shook her head, pulling back. It was a nice thought, but Harry was just another task for the family. She could pretend, but there were 2 witches who loved him already. And who were more than capable of protecting their claim. We'll see, Harry. Ooh, Ron Weasley, Omega Hall, Monday morning. Ooh, Ron had been given a portkey that brought him to the same small room Shacklebolt had brought him to. A minute later, the door had opened and Algernon had beckoned him into the hallway beyond that. Good morning, Ron. You will start your training today. I know you spent yesterday at the Inferno, so you understand that we have ways to test you and train you that are far quicker than books. Ron looked at him, thinking hard. If you keep following Harry, he's going to catch. Ron trailed off at the look Algernon gave him. You're not following Harry. They continued down the hallway while Ron thought about it. They reached a small room with a table and 4 chairs around a table. Ron was still thinking about how they knew that Harry had been at the Inferno. If you're not following Harry, and Moody believes the Inferno is warded, that only leaves the travel. You have to have a way to detect the use of the flow, or a spell on a destination. Algernon smiled. Not bad, considering you don't know about even half of our capabilities yet. We have a trace on certain destinations. That records the magical signature of every person that goes to that place. While we don't know everyone that was with you, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger and yourself have your auras recorded, simply because you've been too highly visible not to take that precaution, especially since you have a high probability of running into Death Eaters. Ron nodded. So, anytime we go to one of your tagged destinations, you'll know it, correct? Now, before we start your training, I need to get a few things straight with you. You will be given a great deal of information during your training. You may not tell anyone about it, although you can use it in making any plans you make with Mr. Potter. I will give you a sheet of information you can tell Mr. Potter. You could just give him the sheet, although you may prefer to tell him some of it and hold other things back until they are needed. That is your decision. Algernon sat down and invited Ron to sit with a gesture. As they sat down, a box rose out of the table in front of both of them and Ron sighed. Not another magic test. Algernon shook his head. This is not the same thing that Mr. Moody used on you. This box is similar, but it changes memories. This time, I want to see about your learning curve, so we will be using one of your memories. We're going to relive the ministry incident Harry led you into. Ron winced. Not one of my better scenes. Algernon shrugged. Given the restraints the 6 of you were under, the lack of training and your youth, you did quite well. That was why we agreed to take you on. He pointed at the box. You will be seeing this from Harry's eyes, and anything you tell your team to do, that they are capable of doing, they will do. At the same time, I'll be running the Death Eaters, making changes based on your actions, just as the enemy will in real situations. He rolled his neck. You don't have to win this time. I just want to see how much you learned from the experience. If you put your wand hand in the box in front of you, we will begin. Ron took a deep breath and put his hand in the box. He blinked to see himself standing in front of him, until he remembered he was seeing this through Harry's eyes. The 6 of them were trying to mount the Thestrals. Hold up 1 minute, Ron said, remembering that trip. It's going to be cold, we need warm clothin'. Or spells that will last the entire flight. Ron began thinking about what they had done from this point, and what he wanted to change. Ginny, the Shades of Grey office, Monday morning. Ginny was reading the mail that had come in just 2 days. It was her job to read it and sort it out. Some of it would go to Harry, some to Mr. Sharpstar, and the junk was hers to do with as she wished. Most of it was junk. In her opinion, other businesses welcoming them to Diagon Alley and offering their services. She looked up as an owl swooped in the special window that was charmed to open automatically for any owl. She smiled at the owl. It was one of the solid black ones that the Parkinsons seemed to have a never-ending supply of. This one came over to her, holding its leg out and waiting patiently. Ginny unhooked the small message and pointed at the owl perches lined up against the wall. "Water is over there," she informed the owl, using the tone she'd heard Harry using with Hedwig so often. "You may rest and have an owl treat." The owl flew over to the perches and appeared to survey them, finally choosing the one closest to the door. Ginny looked at the message. It was from somebody named Eustace Parkinson, and Ginny opened it. "Miss Weasley, it has been decided that the Shades of Grey Company needs one of the special owls we breed, to be used for correspondence relating to a certain project. The owl's name is Tamarian, and he will stay with you at the office. You may note some odd things about him over the next few days, but do not be alarmed, it is simply the res. Ult of breeding owls specifically for carrying wizard mail. He is far more intelligent than a normal owl and will accept a great many letters that normal owls could not deliver. He can, for instance, deliver a letter to any of the families currently involved in this project, despite the normal problems of delivering to a protected person." Ginny looked at the owl again. Eustace Parkinson was claiming that this owl could deliver mail to a person hidden by a Fidelius charm, something Ginny had never heard of. The owl looked at Ginny and hooted softly. Ginny smiled at it and went back to the letter. Harry and diverse others. Harry's room, Monday morning. Harry was eating at his own table, something he was very thankful for. Moody's healer was an older man, and he'd been an Auror healer during the first half of the Voldemort War. He was good at his job, but his bedside manner was a bit rusty, to say the least. "Darn. Fool idiots trying to destroy themselves and everything around them," had been one of the nicer things he'd said while he examined Harry. Harry looked up at his companions. He grinned at the Weasleys, taking up most of one side of his table, interspersed with the ladies several of them were dating. Ron was already gone, off to wherever he was going, but Bill and Fleur were chatting quietly with Katie and Angelina while Fred and George looked at some papers they had. Harry looked past them to Shacklebolt and Wilkes, chatting with Moody and one of the trainers from yesterday, who Harry vaguely remembered as Mrs. Jean Jamaps, a dark arts teacher from Beaubaxton's. She was a tall blonde woman that Fleur respected greatly, and that even Moody listened to with respect. On the other side of the table were Lee Jordan, Neville, Luna, Hermione, Pansy, Diggle and Miranda's boyfriend, Lucas Montrose, who sat with 2 empty seats between them. Harry frowned at those seats. He saw the plates in front of them and watched as a glass was suddenly half empty. "Would someone mind introducing me to the 2 guests at my table?" Harry asked mildly. Fred and George grinned at the rest of the table. "We told you he'd catch on without any problem." Fred grinned at Harry, saying, "You know Miss Tonks and Mr. Lupin, I think." As he spoke, they faded into sight and Remus looked at Harry. "How did you know there was somebody there?" Harry explained how he'd know. "Ticked that the Fidelius charm didn't hide the results of your actions. I saw one of the glasses suddenly drain, without me seeing it move." Remus nodded. "We'll have to remember that, if we're using the charm against Voldemort. That might save a few of our people." Harry looked around. "Speaking of Voldemort, Fred, tell the rest of us about your group yesterday." Fred looked at the group. "Narcy, SSA and Draco were in Diagon Alley yesterday and the day before. They appeared to be scouting the alley. One of our group saw them, using a new thing we have invented, that pierces illusions. By the time they got us and we got back, they were gone. That happened twice, once each day." Moody frowned. "That's not a lot to take to the Aurors," he said dubiously. "They might not do anything." Harry thought about it for a few minutes. wishing he had Ron here for the planning. Shacklebolt, take any of our people you want for the main force. Your job is to respond to their appearance and destroy them. The Auror frowned, thinking about his orders, and decided that he'd worry about it later. After all, Harry would take care of his people, and he was one of them. Who do you want with you, Harry? Hermione, Pansy, Luna and... Harry frowned. With Ron gone and the twins in charge of the Diagon Alley group, he didn't have anyone to watch Luna as she healed. He couldn't take any of the experienced fighters, or any of Moody's, as they might be more important fighting, depending on how many death wankers showed up. Neville, pardon me, Ari, Fleur said, but I will stay with you, I think. I am not familiar with Z Alley, and I would like to help. Harry nodded, and smiled. If you would stay with Luna and Neville, and watch her back, please. She is our only healer right now. Harry looked at Moody after she nodded at him. Moody, would you and yours care to join the fun? Moody snorted, as if you could keep us out of it. Harry grinned. I didn't think so, but I have to try and pretend I'm in charge here. If you would gather in the Leaky Cauldron, we'll gather the other half of our forces somewhere else. I will be in Mr. Sharpstar's office, after we get Ginny. Pansy frowned, biting her lip. Harry, we can get a few more fighters, and a dozen healers. She held up a hand. The problem is, all of them are duelists, and the healers are not trained for combat. The three Aurors winced, and Harry frowned. Duelists would fight one-on-one, which would not be good. Send for the healers. Fred, George, we'll put them in your shop with 3 of your people to protect them, and why stay there until someone comes to get them? We don't need them running around in the middle of a fight. If any of your people have to have a healer right then, we'll send Luna, or if possible, get them to the shop. Auror Amanda Wilkes frowned. What if the attack doesn't happen today? George grinned. We can help you with that. The first half of your project is ready. Harry smiled. Beautiful. How much do I owe you? And how long will it take to teach it to everyone? Fred and George smiled innocently and Wilkes smirked. Well, development costs, time invested, it just happens to come to 2 nuts. Harry stared at them and then looked at Amanda. You're corrupting my partners, he said. Nearly everyone at the table snickered, giggled or outright laughed at that. Like anything in Hun, Est Auror could do would corrupt those 2 more than they are, Moody said. Harry sighed. Just get started teaching the spell, if you don't mind. Fred stood up. This is a fairly simple spell, Egan as the rest of the people around the table sat up and watched him. Ooh, Ginny, the shades of gray office. Ooh, Ginny looked up as 2 people entered the office. Hello, Mr. Sharpstar, she said, looking at the other man. Good morning, Miss Weasley, this is Mr. Michaels, who will be looking for the victims of the war for a while and using the office. Ginny stood up and held out her hand. How do you do, Mr. Michaels shook her hand looking at her curiously. How did you get this job? He asked, wondering how an underage witch had gotten such an easy job. Ginny smiled softly. The company's owner thinks that he can keep me safe by putting me here, I think, but him and I will discuss that at the proper time. Michaels nodded slowly as pieces began falling into place. Well, we're going to be fairly busy for a while. He warned her. I have a lot of reports and back copies of the Daily Prophet coming in, and we'll be going through them for names of people still alive after Death Eater attacks. There will not be many of those, but after we're gotten that list, we'll need a list of the people left behind after an attack, and that's going to be a bit harder. Ginny nodded. We'll need a system. Would you mind if I got some help creating it? Mr. Sharpstar looked at Ginny, planning to get Miss Granger Black's help. Ginny grinned. Of course. She's the single most organized person I know. She'll have something in place in a couple of hours, instead of the days it would take me. Ginny looked over as the fireplace flared. Miranda came out, stepping out quickly and to one side, watching the people in the room. She put the small vial of red powder back in her pocket and nodded at Ginny and Mr. Sharpstar. A few seconds later, people started coming out of the flow. Hermie. One was first and Miranda reached over and pulled her out of the way just as Harry stumbled out of the flow. Pansy, Neville and Luna followed them and Fleur stepped out gracefully. Ginny already knew something was going on. Harry's magic was exploring the people around him again and everyone looked tense. Harry looked around and started issuing orders. Neville, Luna, take Fleur and go get the other healers from the leaky cauldron. If they need any supplies, stop at an apothecary and get them, I will pay for them later. Hermione, make a dozen portkeys to St. Mungo's, just in case we need them. Harry saw the stranger and his eyes went out of focus for a second. He blinked, regarding the man. I assume you work with Mr. Sharpstar, but we're going to need these offices for a while. You can stay or leave, but stay out of the way. Quote. Michaels looked at Harry again. His eyes were bright and a fire was starting to burn deep inside. Harry was dressed in the solid black he favored when one of T. He girls didn't make him put something else on, and Michaels felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. This was a man who knew what he wanted, and would accomplish it, no matter the cost. I may not be a great duelist, Mr. Potter, but I think I can defend the office while you're dealing with the Death Eaters. How long do we have? Harry shook his head. We don't know. It may not even happen today. I hope it does, and fairly soon. Simply because I have a great many things to do today and promises to keep. Michaels nodded. Right, Miss Weasley, if you would make a pot of tea, and see about light foods for everyone. We'll settle down and try to wait calmly. He grinned wryly. I am familiar with waiting, and I can help you, so that your nerves aren't on edge when the event does happen. Harry nodded. Take care of it then. Miranda, watch them please. Pansy, come with me. I want to check on Fred and George and see if Moody's group has arrived yet. Harry kissed Hermione briefly and Ginny as well. Pansy was about to pout when Harry kissed her as well. Ginny and Hermione looked at each other. The difference between Pansy's public and private persona was a bit bewildering. The two of them left as Hermione went back to making portkeys and Ginny examined the supplies. She frowned. The kitchen here had not been meant to feed a group this large, and if there were more people coming, she'd had to get some more food. She looked around. Mr. Sharpstar, may I speak with you for a minute? She told him what the problem was and he nodded. We have an account you can use right down the street. He gave her directions and Ginny looked around. Mr. Michaels was doing something with his wand and Hermione was busy making portkeys. She told Hermione where she was going and Hermione nodded. Ginny stepped outside and looked both ways. She didn't see anything strange and started down the street toward the shop she'd been told about. Ginny went inside and got enough food to feed a Weasley family dinner. She figured that should feed any ordinary group, and if they needed more, the store was not that far away. Coming out of the store, Ginny hesitated and looked back. If you hear a lot of loud sounds, you might want to take cover, she warned the storekeeper. He looked at her curiously and then frowned. I know you. You're one of the kids that was with Harry Potter, when he battled you-know-who in the Ministry. The man froze, staring at Ginny. As you know who coming here? We don't know yet, but it's possible, Ginny admitted. We have a few people waiting for him, if he does show up, so just stay under cover. Okay. The man nodded. Thank you. Ginny hurried up the street, watching the people around her. If anyone tried anything, she was going to hex them first and ask questions later. She made it back to the office without a problem though, just a few minutes before Harry came in with Pansy. Harry looked around, about to ask where Neville was when they came in. Neville, Luna and Fleur had a dozen people with them, and all of them had small satchels. Luna and Neville were carrying bags from the apothecary. Sorry it took so long, but we stopped to get a few things. Harry nodded. Moody's people are covering the leaky cauldron end of the alley, and the twins have the other end covered. We're stuck in the middle, but Shacklebolt's people are moving to Mr. Sharpstar's office, and we'll hit the wankers from two sides. Harry looked at the healers. You will stay here, and we will bring you any injured, unless they can't be moved. In that case, Luna, you and Fleur will follow Neville. Neville, I'm counting on you to keep them safe. Neville stood a bit straighter. You can count on me, Harry. Harry looked at his ladies. You three will do the same things you always do, he said, but before he could go any further, Pansy interrupted him. You are not going to rush out there, Harry. You have things you have to do, and leading the battle is impossible from the inside of it. If Voldemort shows up, we'll need you to be fresh. Harry looked at her coldly. I will do what needs to be done to save people. My people first, and then everyone who is not a death wanker. You will not try to stop me. You can cover me, protect me, even scream at me, but you will not try to stop me." Harry was staring at Pansy, and Pansy felt a flash of fear. Not that Harry would hurt her, she knew he wouldn't, but that she would do something that caused Harry to reconsider their deal. Hermione stepped up and placed a hand on Harry's arm. "Relax, Harry," she said soothingly. "Pansy doesn't know you that well yet. She doesn't know that you couldn't stay here while people were fighting for you." Pansy frowned at Harry and Hermione, wanting to remind them that Harry had to live. And then she looked at Harry again. The fire was burning deep in his eyes again, banked, but waiting to explode, when it was needed. When Harry was needed, she thought about how Harry had been raised, and how it would give him both a burning need to prove himself and a fear of losing people he cared about, who cared about him. Pansy would have an easier time convincing the sun not to eyes than she would convincing Harry to stay behind. "You had better be careful, Harry," she said finally, "because if you allow something to happen to you, I'm going to tell Professor McGonagall about your secret crush on her." Harry, Ginny and Hermione all looked sick. "That is just you," Ginny said. "I might have put it a bit differently," Harry said, shivering at the thought of waking up with the Gryffindor house head like he did the three girls, "but I agree with the sentiment." Hermione frowned at Harry. "I hope you don't feel that way in 20 years or so. I fully intend on being the next Gryffindor house head if you're not." Quote. Everyone turned to stare at Hermione, who looked back. "What? Did you think I was going to be a housewife? I want to teach, and the pinnacle of teaching in Hogwarts is being a house head. Harry will be headmaster of course, after he's the Dada professor for a few years, but he'll be a better flying instructor." Harry smiled at Hermione. "And what will Ginny and Pansy be doing?" Hermione blushed. "I have not yet factored them into the picture yet. I started daydreaming about this years ago, but it would be nice." Harry thought about it for a second. "You know," he said in a surprised tone, "it's not that bad of an idea, really. I did like teaching the DA. And you were good at it," said Ginny thoughtfully, "but Ron was hoping you'd be the seeker for the cannons while he played keeper." Harry smiled. "I like Quidditch, but every time I play a game, something happens, and that would get old quick. I may play for a year or two, if someone offers a chance after this current problem is over." Before they could continue their discussion, Lee Jordan came in the door. He was tense, and he had his wand tightly grasped in one hand. "Fred says we need to work on a communication system. We have a dozen Death Eaters hiding at our end of the alley, and from the way they're acting, they're waiting for something." Harry grinned tightly. "Then let's give them something to see." He looked around. "Pansy, Hermione, Ginny, you three come with me. Lee, go back to the shop and tell them to be ready to move on my signal. We'll open the game this time." Harry laid out what he was going to do swiftly and looked at Neville. "Flow over to the leaky cauldron and tell Moody what's going on. Tell him we're starting in 15 minutes. Ooh, Harry, Ginny, Hermione, Miranda and Pansy. Diagon Alley. Ooh." Harry was walking with the three girls and having a great time. He had Ginny's arm on one side and Hermione's on the other side, with Pansy linked to Hermione. The four of them were doing, or trying to do, a Muggle dance called the Bunny Hop. Hermione was directing the dance line, but not having a lot of success, mostly because they couldn't stay in step. And when they did fall into unison, usually by accident, Harry couldn't dance for anything. They were having a great deal of fun though, ignoring everyone around them and laughing a great deal. Miranda was walking behind them, with the pained expression of a woman being forced to associate with lunatics. Harry was looking around occasionally, using the charms built into his glasses and the Greysight to look for the enemy. He found them finally, just a few doors down from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and passed that information to the others under cover of instructions and kisses. Smond Blackstone was watching Harry Potter acting like an idiot and smirking. The fool had no idea that they were about to lay waste to Diagon Alley, leaving only the Daily Prophet and Gringotts alone. The other teams would be in position in less than 3 minutes and then they would drop the illusions and be revealed in all their Death Eater glory. Panic and fear would begin, and then they were to destroy as much as possible. Lord Voldemort wanted mass mayhem and destruction and Desmond was only too happy to provide it for the Lord. He was watching Potter and planning the attack when everything went to hell. Ooh, Moody and crew, The leaky cauldron. Ooh. Moody had listened to Neville's terse report and sent him back to his post. Moody filled the others in and they started slipping out, 2 by 2, heading for the alley. The first 2 were barely out the back door when the hounds of Hades broke loose. Ooh, Shacklebolt's team, Diagon Alley. Ooh. Kingsley Shacklebolt was frowning at his team, examining them. He knew how Tonks and Wilkes would react, of course, as they were both trained oarers. The Weasley brothers, Charlie and Bill, had the solid look of professionals, given that one was a curse breaker and the other a dragon handler, he wasn't too worried about them. Remus Lupin was a good man, and would be an asset. The others, though, were from the old Order of the Phoenix. And they might be a different story. Diggle was a weak fighter at best, more suited for intelligence gathering, and the rest of Professor Dumbledore's people were the same way. He wasted a second wishing he had Moody or Miranda here and then looked at the ones he did have. Molly Weasley was here, and after the incident at the Burrow, Shacklebolt wasn't going to worry about her. She would be looking for revenge. Arthur was a quiet man, and Shacklebolt didn't know him well enough to say how he'd do. The 2 of them would make a good team though, having been married all those years. He put Mrs. Jemaps with the older Weasleys, since she didn't know the alley that well. He was interrupted by a knock at the door of the office. He opened it and a dozen people came in. In front was a girl he recognized well. Susan Bones was his former superior's niece after all, and she'd been around the ministry enough. "Hello, Mr. Shacklebolt. Hermione thought you might like to have a few trained people with you. All of my people were in the DA, and are trained by Harry." Shacklebolt looked at the kids and was about to say something about how young they were when Susan spoke again. "All of us fought at Hogwarts, Mr. Shacklebolt, and acquitted ourselves as well as any. Don't look at our age, look at our experience. All of us have faced werewolves and Death Eaters without freezing or dying." She grinned at him. "Besides, who else is going to come help you?" He sighed, looking at the group. Susan he knew, but the rest were students he'd never met. He looked at Susan. "Have you been told about Harry's rules about fighting?" Quote. She frowned, staring at him. "Unless he taught them to the DA, no." Shacklebolt grinned. "Harry doesn't like to lose people, so we're not fighting fair anymore. Gang up on a Death Eater. And keep hammering him until he's out of the fight for good. Incapacitated is good, dead is better. We don't leave any of our people behind. Understand?" Susan looked startled. "Harry is ramping it up a notch. Isn't he? I can live with that." She looked at the people that had come with her, standing there watching her. "Anyone have a problem with the rules?" They looked at each other and back at her. "No." Stephen Corner, Michael's younger brother, grinned at her. "In fact, I think I can live with those rules," he said, "even if they're against the dueling code." Susan looked back at Shacklebolt. "I've been thinking about what we're going to do since Hermione flowed me. You know the people you have, and I know my people. What do you say we each take a side of the street, and clean up our own side? That way there is no confusion about orders." She saw his look and shrugged. "Aunt Amelia spoke often enough about the job, I had to learn something." Shacklebolt smiled sadly at her. "She was a great woman, and she will be missed." Susan looked up, and her eyes were fey, as was the smile she wore. "And avenged." Shacklebolt looked at the strange smile she wore. Ian was about to say something when multiple apparition cracks sounded outside, and screams started. They were headed for the door when the inhuman wail sounded outside. "Ooh, Harry and the girls, Diagon Alley." "Ooh." Harry waited a few seconds longer and then the 4 of them acted. 4 wands came up and 2 voices shouted curses while the other 2 put up shields over the 4 of them, and then joined the other voices in cursing the enemy. Desmond went down in the first wave of hexes, as Ginny showed off a new spell she'd learned from Charlie. Concussion was a high-powered spell, designed to knock out or stop a dragon. What it did to the thinner skin and smaller bones of a human was ugly, as Desmond was literally and liberally splashed over his associates. Ginny shuddered as she saw the results. But her voice didn't change as she targeted the next Death Eater. She did use a different spell though. The Death Eaters, not used to being attacked, and very surprised by having tea. He remains of their leader strewn over them like so much strawberry jam, hesitated for an instant before bringing their wands up, and that was long enough for Harry's spell to land among them. "Bite them," Harry called in Parseltongue to the snake he'd conjured in the middle of the Death Eaters, and the snake obeyed, biting the nearest one. Harry had been imagining a poisonous snake when he cast the spell. And that was exactly what he got. The Australian sea snake is accounted to be one of the most poisonous snakes in the world, and Harry had conjured a 40-centimeter one. The first Death Aya, Chair-Bitten, started screaming as the poison ate at him, and the confusion grew in their ranks as some tried to fight the wizards and some of them concentrated on the snake. 3 Death Eater fell to our own people as curses flung at the snake in haste missed. It took less than 9 seconds from the first curse for the Death Eaters to lose half their number, and the defenders in the WWW were Barrel. Why starting out the door when the snake bit the second of its victims? With the odds changing dramatically, the Death Eaters tried to show discretion and flee the snake and the exploding curses Harry was sending their way now. They quickly found out that someone had put up wards against apparition, and suddenly, there were only 2 Death Eaters standing. They'd finally gotten the snake, and they were hiding behind a rapidly weakening shield. They looked at each other and one of them dropped his wand. "I surrender," he called, and the other followed suit. Harry looked at them, his wand pointed at them, and the 2 Death Eaters paled. Harry was not lowering his wand at all. Hermione looked at Harry, and years of watching him allowed her to almost read the thoughts he was having. Harry looked around. Nearly 30 Diagon Alley storekeepers and shoppers were standing around, frozen by the violence that had erupted in their midst. The whole fight had lasted less than 2 minutes and none of Harry's people had so much as a scratch. Fred and George were bearing the arms of the Death Eaters, showing the dark mark off to the entire alley. "You have changed, Harry." Rita Skeeter was quiet, almost subdued for nearly a whole minute as she looked at the scene, and then she turned to Harry. "Care to give me that interview now, Mr. Potter?" She directed her photographer to take pictures of the scene and turned back to Harry. Harry was holding a shaking Ginny and barely registered the reporter. Hermione stepped up. "Your last article was not bad, and Harry is willing to grant you some limited access. Provided that your writing continues to be honest, as regards Harry and his friends." Harry looked over Ginny's head. "It wasn't. I haven't even seen it yet," he said mildly. Hermione waved him off. "I read it this morning over breakfast, and while it was slightly speculative at the end, it was factual, except where she had questions she didn't have answers to. I'll handle the press, Harry, you worry about Ginny right now." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Hermione." Fred and George looked at the crowd gathering and at each other. George looked at Harry. "Harry, you forgot to sign your work." Harry turned his head and regarded the twins and the line of Death Eater bodies, some of whom were still alive, and the 2 prisoners. He looked down at Ginny. "Would you like to be the first?" Ginny looked up from Harry's chest. Having had started to recover from the first effects of seeing one of her spells turned a man into a fine red mist. "The first to what?" Harry whispered something in her ear and they spoke for a second. "Remember, this is an easy spell according to Fred and George, so I know you can do it." Ginny nodded. She raised her wand and cast the spell Harry had gone to the twins for a week ago. Electricus. A massive green lightning bolt, the same shade as Harry's eyes, erupted from Ginny's wand with a loud thunderous roar, to hang over the scene. Harry rolled his eyes. "I thought I said something tasteful and decent, to cover and destroy the dark mark," he chided the twins. "Harry, you may be the best fighter in the world, but we are the best at attracting attention, and this will be a better image for people to remember in the long run." Harry looked at the people coming out of the stores and shops along the alley, gathering to gawk at the scene. "I hope you're right," he muttered. "Ooh, Moody's crew, the alley behind the leaky cauldron. Ooh, the first 2 people that Moody had sent toward the alley and the brick wall that was the end. Trance to Diagon Alley had opened the door to find a mass of Death Eaters on the other side, with one of them just opening the wall. Surprise didn't help anyone this time, as both sides were completely taken aback. The 2 retired Aurors reacted as they'd been trained, stepping aside and using the doorway for shelter as they raised their wands. The Death Eaters in the rear had been just as surprised, but the sight of rising wands triggered their reactions, and they jumped aside to raise their own wands. The Aurors had the advantage of partial cover, but the Death Eaters had numbers, and the 2 Aurors were soon down. Only to have 2 more take their place. Moody saw what was happening and snarled. "Monroe," he barked. "Get up here and make some space for us." A thin man, shorter even than Harry, and very nearly as skinny, wormed up to where he could see. "Not a problem, mate," he said gleefully. He rummaged around in his bag for a second and pulled out a strange canister. Moody had no idea what it was, but he knew he didn't want to be caught in its effects. Monroe giggled madly as he tapped the canister with his wand and rolled it out among the Death Eater's feet and pulled back inside the door. The two oars that had been throwing spells at the Death Eaters were familiar with Monroe as well, and they pulled back, one of them putting a shield over the open door. Moody stepped up to the door and looked out. All the people that had been in the alley were laying around, their bodies twisted in strange ways as if they'd been convulsing when they passed out or died, as Moody could see at least one of them with blood pouring from his mouth. "Why didn't the Ministry want to use your gadgets again?" Monroe frowned and then pouted like a child unable to play with his toys. Hay said a 40% mortality rate was too high. Moody stared at Monroe with his normal eye while the magical eye inspected the people in the alley. "These are Death Eaters." He looked around at his friends. The Aurors who the Ministry said were too old, too damaged or too insane to work anymore. Anyone have a problem with a few dead ones? The only response he got was from the old healer that had worked on Harry at the Inferno. "I do. It's not high enough. We lost Diane." He looked up from the Auror who had been the one to find the Death Eaters. "Have Monroe roll a few more of those things out there. Maybe we'll get them all." Moody restrained Monroe as he giggled and reached into his pouch. "Not this time, lad. Too many witnesses." Just then, they saw a green lightning bolt appear through the open alley entrance. Moody stepped inside Diagon Alley and responded with another before returning to his friends. Moody looked around at the gathering wizards and lowered his voice. "It won't always be like this, though." The answering smiles that comment got would have given a dragon pause. "Ooh, Shacklebolt and Susan Bones, Diagon Alley. Ooh." The wail ended suddenly and the sounds of a voice screaming curses came from outside. Susan frowned. "I know that voice," she said and started toward the door. Outside, a single small figure advanced toward the Death Eaters that had suddenly appeared in the alley, and the lone person was cursing them continuously, spells flying as fast as she could draw breath. She hit several, and actually knocked two down, but they recovered own being attacked quickly and a single Avada Kedavra flew at her. Hannah Abbott died there, never knowing that she had managed to kill one Death Eater. Susan and Shacklebolt rushed out in time to see her go down, and Susan moaned. "Hannah," she whispered, recognizing the young girl who had lost her last family so recently. Susan's team joined her and Shacklebolt took his people to the other side of the alley. They looked at each other and started up the alley. The Death Eaters were starting the destruction Voldemort had sent them to cause, but because of Hannah's maddened attack, they were looking for trouble, and the Battle of Diagon Alley began. On one side, 20 people united only by compassion and a need to help their fellow man. On the other side, 20 people united by a desire to rule over and control others. In a fantasy world, the good guys would win and live happily ever after. Shacklebolt, Tonks and Wilkes were leading on the left side of the street, and managed to find cover as curses and hexes came their way. Susan Bones, Stephen Corner and Dennis Creevy were leading on the right, and Stephen took a second to push Dennis into cover, a second that cost him, as a cutting curse took most of his arm off. He dropped, unconscious before he hit the ground. Dennis grabbed him and dragged him under cover. Charlie Weasley threw a portkey across the road. "It will take him to St. Mungo's," he shouted. Dennis nodded and set it on Corner's chest. He tapped it with his wand and the injured boy disappeared. Susan and Cho Chong were alternating curses as they tried to keep Death Eaters down while Dennis dealt with Stephen. It was a good idea for a minute, until the Death Eaters figured out that when one of them went down, the other one would pop up and throw a curse. Cho Chong took a killing curse full in the face. Shacklebolt and the two female Aurors were more cautious, popping up at random intervals and never from the same place twice. They had taken 3 Death Eaters down when a blood-red beam caught Tonks full in the chest and she fell. Remus Lupin saw his friend and love go down and cast a curse in the Death Eater's direction as he sprang up, rushing to Tonks. He dropped in front of her. sheltering her with his own body as he cast curse after curse in the direction of the enemy. Shacklebolt and Wilkes redoubled their efforts as Remus dragged Tonks back to cover, using the enhanced strength that was one of the few good things about his affliction. He looked at Tonks, and his fear surged as he saw the hole in her chest and the blood pouring out. Remus scooped Tonks up and apparated away. Shacklebolt saw that and was relieved that Tonks was being looked after, but it dropped his effective forces by 2. The Death Eaters were coming out on the losing end of the fight so far. But they were casting deadly curses while half of his forces, mostly the older order of the Phoenix people, were not. Bill Weasley was using a single curse, and Shacklebolt didn't know what it was. But he wanted to. Anyone hit with Bill's curse simply turned to dust and drifted away in the slight breeze blowing. It was slow though, and he missed more often than he hit. But he could cast it without fear of missing, as it didn't seem to affect anything not made of flesh that it hit. Charlie was using the concussion spell Ginny had used just a minute ago in another part of the alley. And between the two of them, the Death Eaters were beginning to concentrate on the attackers. Explosive hexes and deadly curses rained down on the buildings and shields of the light side wizards. And the tide was slowly turning in the favor of the Death Eaters, who had far more experience in fighting than the other side. Susan lost another of her people when Jerry Bujold, fourth-year Hufflepuff and member of the DA, pushed another person out of the way of a killing curse. A thunderous roar caught everyone's attention, and they watched as a green lightning bolt appeared some distance away. "Yes!" cried Charlie. "Harry's won his fight." A few seconds later, another roar announced the forming of a second bolt, in the direction of the leaky cauldron. "It appears Mad-Eye Moody won his fight as well." Bill looked at Shacklebolt. "You know what this means, don't you?" he asked loudly, over the fighting. "We only have to hold the ground. The others will be coming any second now." Lucius Malfoy heard the comment and he swore under his breath. If those things in the sky meant what they said they did, then he was about to be surrounded. On the other hand, if it was a trick, and he fled, Lord Voldemort would not be happy. Worse yet, the fools fighting them had killed Nott and Goyle, and that crazy girl had gotten Raven Lestrange as well. He looked around and brought his remaining forces closer together and had 8 of them casting in turn at the 2 knots of the defenders that were here now. That made them keep their heads down, able to get off only occasional shots, and Lucius looked around. The buildings on either side of him were burning, and there were a dozen or so dead Diagon Alley residents laying around them. They had done at least part of what they were supposed to do in the alley. He winced as that Weasley boy caught one of his people and the Death Eater simply vanished in a fine red mist, leaving only a pair of dragon hide boots standing in the street. The boots were filled with something red and gooey Lucius didn't want to know about. Lucius had 4 of his people watching behind them, and suddenly one of them was down, gasping around a throat red with his blood. One of the others swore and cast a curse. "It's Potter," and a whole bunch of others. Lucius looked behind him. Potter was coming, darting from cover to cover as a dozen or more people covered his advance. With him was the Weasley girl, that Mudblood Granger, her defender and pansy. He sneered at the thought of that girl being anything but a man's play toy. Far behind them, he could see Mad-Eye Moody leading another group this way. Potter came closer and Lucius could see the smirk as Potter cast a curse. Lucius didn't hear the curse, but he knew what it was instantly. As a 2-meter snake appeared in the midst of his group. He heard Harry yell something in a sibilant language Lucius had heard too many times to mistake. "Everyone retreat," he called, and apparated away. Potter was here, that insane Moody was coming, and Lucius was not going to be trapped between them. Ooh, the order without a name, Diagon Alley. Ooh, it had been nearly an hour since the last Death Eater fled. And Harry was finally getting reports on all his people. Hermione came up with a list in her hands and a distressed look. "I have the final counts," she said slowly. "Moody lost Diane, and captured 9 Death Eaters, with 5 more dead." She sighed. Shacklebolt and Susan ran into more trouble. Hannah Abbott attacked the Death Eaters before they got there, and was killed. Harry sighed heavily. Hermione continued. "With the Death Eaters alerted, they had the only pitched fight. They also had the largest group of Death Eaters to fight. We lost Cho Chong and Stephen Corner. He bled to death at St. Mungo's before they could help him. We also lost another young man, Jerry Bujold. Tonks is still unknown. She may or may not live out the night. Harry paled and closed his eyes, remembering the woman he'd had a crush on in his first date with. Stephen Corner he didn't know as well, but Ginny did, and Jerry had been one of the DA. He wasn't very good, but he'd been willing to try and endlessly eager to be a part of the group. Harry pushed all of that aside. One of his family was in the hospital tonight, holding on to her life with a thread. Hermione touched his hand. We have 6 dead there and 2 captured. We of course, captured 9 and killed 3. Total Death Eaters confirmed, 46. Of them we have 20 prisoners and 11 dead ones. The rest escaped. Hermione moved closer and wormed her way under his arm. We lost 4 of ours and Tonks. Everyone else has been seen by a healer and will be fine within a week. Harry closed his eyes. 4 people that trusted him were gone. Moody looked at the young man. He had led Aurors, and he had lost Aurors, so he knew exactly what Harry was feeling right now. He looked down the street. Are you God, Potter? Harry looked at him. No, he said, not understanding what Moody was saying. Moody looked at him with his normal eye. Only God can save everyone, Harry. The rest of us have to watch them go sometimes, and are left behind to wonder what we could have done to save them. Most times, the answer will be nothing. Sometimes, you will find something you could have done, and hopefully, you will learn from it. Moody looked at Harry for a second, using both eyes. Most of the time, you'll just be spending wasted nights looking for something you could have done. Harry stared at the bit of the alley that had been destroyed. His people had fallen here. Will it ever get easier? Moody shook his head slowly. Only for those who are losing respect for life, Mr. Potter. Voldemort doesn't feel anything when he kills his own, but any human being with a shred of decency will always be hurt when someone they know is killed. Moody stared at the scene as the Aurors took the last of the bodies away and the Ministry cleaning crew set to work. That they died for you, on your orders, or doing something you asked them to do, will only make it worse. Harry watched as the Ministry lost the fight that had gone on here and had the irrational thought that Diagon Alley should look like the blasted lives of the ones that had died here for a few days at least. Hermione was still whole. Ding Harry, and she was the first to feel the tendrils of his magic. She looked up at Harry and followed his gaze. She watched as one of the Ministry people cleaned a part of the street. She looked back, finding Ginny with her eyes. Ginny saw Hermione's look and started toward them. She understood what was happening as soon as she got close enough to feel Harry's magic exploring the people around him. Pansy saw Ginny heading for Harry and followed her until she felt the magic. Harry ended up with all 3 girls clustered around him. What's wrong, Harry? Harry glanced at Ginny, his eyes full of pain, guilt and a growing anger. This is not right. People died here, gave their lives, so that all these other people can live in peace, and they are erasing everything, so that it can be glossed over or forgotten. The 3 girls tried, but Harry's guilt over the people that had died for him and his anger as he watched their efforts being erased combined. I have had enough. Harry broke free from the girls and stood in the street, his magic a visible presence around him. He looked down and something changed in him as he stared at the parchment at his feet. Cho Chong, student, killing curse. Harry's feelings exploded as someone he knew and cared about was reduced to a name and 3 words. That parchment said nothing about her intelligence, her seeker's skills or anything that had caught his eye and made her a person. He knelt, unsure of what he was going to do, but knowing he had to do something. He focused on what he wanted, and released his magic, as he had in the Inferno test. Magic poured out of Harry in waves, freezing everyone in range where they stood as the magic touched them, examined them and moved on. Some of the people it touched it did not leave, and glowing bands of light soon connected Harry to Hermione, Moody and 3 others Harry didn't know. One of them was the senior Ministry person cleaning the scene and the other 2 were Diagon Alley residents. The rest of the people watched in awe as Harry began glowing, a rich golden color that soon grew too bright to look at directly. Moody, Hermione and the others felt Harry's magic touching them, reading them somehow. And then Harry screamed. The sound was filled with anger, guilt and defiance. The magic grew, changing the glow around Harry to a white light, causing even the people that had their backs turned to close their eyes against the glare. It disappeared in an instant, leaving everyone blinking spots from their eyes. When their vision cleared, they stood there, looking at Harry's addition to the alley. It was a life-size statue of a dozen people, nondescript people, until you actually looked at them. They stood there, and something in the way they stood made it clear that they would not back down from anything. No matter what the cost to themselves. Everyone who saw the statue saw different things, according to their own nature. Harry saw his parents, Cedric and Sirius, standing side by side with Cho, Stephen, Jerry and Hannah, while you could feel the presence of someone standing over them, someone that was not there. Harry thought it felt like Albus Dumbledore. Hermione saw Cho and Hannah, Stephen and other members of the DA that were fighting the war, and she could feel Harry's presence watching over them. Ginny saw Gideon and Fabian, uncles she'd never met, killed in the first phase of the war. Along with the other people she'd known that had died. She also felt Harry standing guard over them. Moody would never admit who he saw in the statues, but Harry suspected that he saw the ores that he'd buried. Moody did say he could feel Albus sheltering the statue. Hermione broke the spell the statue caused and looked at the small silver-colored plaque in front of it. It bore just 2 words. Never forget. Hermione looked at the statue for a minute and then went to Harry. How? Harry looked at her. He smiled sadly as he went back to studying it. I don't know. I wanted to make sure that people remembered the cost of their freedom, and to make something that would remind them of everything that our people paid. My magic went from there. Hermione nodded. Ed as another piece of the Harry puzzle fell into place for her. She resolved to do a bit of experimentation. This would have to resolve before Harry let loose with a less benevolent use of magic. RMI1 had wished many times since viewing the Inferno test that the wards on the Inferno box had lasted long enough for her to see what Harry's magic would have done to the Death Eaters and Voldemort. She suspected it would not have been pretty, whatever it was. Hermione looked at the statue again and realized that it was reacting to her emotional state. She went around then, talking to everyone looking at the statue. And by the time she was done, she was certain that there was some sort of magic on the statue that interacted with the viewer's emotions, making them feel the personalities of whomever they saw. And the price they paid for the rest of the wizarding world. She frowned at Harry for a minute, knowing that he had no idea how he did this. Hermione was a logical girl, far happier with the precision of arithmancy and runes than with charms or transfigurations. She could do those things, but Hermione wanted to know why and how you got a result, and it was easy to see in her preferred arts. Harry, though, was not as worried about how or why, merely about results. Hermione was certain that Harry had just pushed his magic out and said something like, "Do this," never worrying about how it would be done. That was the only problem he had in transfigurations, as his emotional state of the moment would infuse itself in whatever transfiguration he was doing. Now, with the information she had, Hermione was very upset at herself for not seeing the signs of something different about Harry's relation with magic from first year. As she thought about everything they'd done, it was obvious that Harry was an Estuamagus. Harry was as driven by emotion as Hermione was by logic. She had made the comment about his saving people thing, but it wasn't about the heroics, it was just Harry, able to feel for anyone. Even those that he'd never met. Hermione sometimes regretted that comment, but Harry had never held it against her, and she knew better now. She jumped, reaching for her wand as a flare of light and a sharp report sounded. She looked up in time to see one of the ministry cleaning crew blown across the street to lay in a moaning heap. Stop. Moody's voice was urgent, and the ministry person about to cast another spell on the statue froze, staring at the old orer. I know that shield, Sonny, and you won't like what happens to you if you cast a spell on the statue. Harry smirked and looked around. If my people would come with me, we have things to do today. The senior ministry man looked at Harry and Harry just stared at him, daring him to say anything. The man wisely passed on that, continuing to check on his injured worker. Moody stepped up close to the man. That statue is protected by an aura spell, a shield called Retribution. It returns any spell cast at it as a stinging hex. The stronger the spell you cast on it, the stronger the stinging hex is. Moody regarded the statue thoughtfully. I would like to know how he made it self-sustaining though. I always thought you had to concentrate on that spell. The ministry man sighed. He's Harry Potter. the boy who lived. What makes you think there's anything he can't do? A few seconds later, only the spectators and the clean-up people were left. Voldemort, somewhere in England. Voldemort held Lucius's limp body as he thought about the scene he'd just torn out of Lucius's memory. He dropped the unconscious man and stalked around the room, only vaguely aware that the remains of his strike force was scrambling to stay out of his way. Harry Bloody Potter had done it again. He'd defeated his Death Eaters. And this time, it had been decisive. In the Ministry, none of the Death Eaters had died, and Voldemort had gotten them all back. This time, at least a few had died, and fully 2/3 of them were captured. He swore and continued to think. He should have seen this coming. Albus Dumbledore had been unwilling to escalate the fighting, but Potter had no such compunctions. Well, Voldemort had known that sooner or later, the fighting would get heavier, and he'd been planning for that time for over a decade. Lestrange, go to the Baron, and tell him that I want to see him. Then go to the den and tell the werewolf the same thing. After that, you will go to Lucifer in Hades and tell him that our time has come. Bellatrix smirked as the last Lestrange brother went pale. Voldemort just looked at him. Lucifer will not kill you, since I am stronger than he is, and I would kill him for depriving me of a good tool. Now, go. Rudolph Lestrange bowed, with the look of a man going to the gallows. And disappeared. Voldemort looked at Bella. You have a meeting and a duel tomorrow. I think you should retire to your rooms alone tonight. I want you to destroy that woman tomorrow. And I don't want you tired or drained when you meet her. Bella smiled at Voldemort. Thank you, my lord. She turned to go. Oh, Bella, she turned, watching her master. Take Lucius with you and leave him in his room. Lock the door on your way out. Bella looked at the other Death Eaters that had returned from the failed mission and smiled. Someone was going to pay for their lord's anger. And Bella only wished she could watch. She grabbed Lucius by a foot and dragged him out, making sure to hit a corner or two with the body she was dragging. She locked the door and waited a minute. When the first screams rose from the other side, she smiled and dragged Lucius down the hall, her insanity supplying pictures to go with the screams. By the time she reached her rooms after dropping Lucius on the floor of his room, she was nearly in tears. Her clothes disappeared as she fell on her bed and tried to relieve the ache of pleasure, imagining the scene in her lord's chamber right now. Harry and crew. The Montrose seat. Harry and the rest of the party had been met by Blaise and Daphne when they arrived at the Montrose Manor, and Blaise had been more than willing to show Harry around the huge house. But Harry was more interested in the people in the house, and he'd soon been surrounded by people he'd met just once. Most of them were young women, with a smattering of children of both sexes and a very few men. Each of the men that had come were attached emotionally to one of the women, and Harry was not surprised to find that none of them had the same last name as the woman they liked. He anticipated a lot of requests to marry one of his people coming in the near future. Mostly from another of his people. Blaise and Daphne had been talking to the new people, and they treated Harry with the respect due the head of their family, but without the awe that he hated so much. Violet had been the first to treat him differently, running up and jumping in his lap to touch his scar again. And ask if he needed a kiss. Harry had held her and been about to say no when he looked at her again. He nodded, and she put her little arms around his neck and laid a light kiss. Like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, on his scar. Someone else started to scold Violet and Harry stopped them. Let her be. Violet smiled at Harry. You're my. She frowned, trying to remember the word, house something. But I don't understand that. I think you're my big brother, aren't you? Harry smiled at the small girl, enchanted by the purity and innocence of this small girl. Yes, Violet, you're my little sister. Violet smiled and hugged Harry. Harry kept an arm around her as he looked up. The crowd around him had started murmuring as soon as he spoke, and he looked at them, wondering what he'd done now. Hermione leaned over. I love you, Harry, but I wish we had a bit of time to teach you the customs. You've just made that girl your heir, if something happens to you. Harry looked at her and Hermione sighed. Since all of your family is adopted, and you have no blood relations here, they will get their place in your families by your word. Naming her your La sister makes her your closest relative. Harry sighed. Today, I don't care. I just want to spend some time with a few people that don't have battle and death on their minds all the time. Is that so much to ask? Hermione shook her head. Not from me, but some of them have fears that may need assuaging. Harry sighed. I'll deal with that as I need to, he said, looking at Violet, who was fussing with his Wizengamot pen. For now, I'm just going to enjoy the day. Hermione frowned at Harry. He was far too happy, given the events of the day, and she didn't understand it. She looked at him and watched as he talked gently to Violet. And then it hit her. Harry was responding to the emotions of the little girl. She knew nothing of pain or fear, and the idea of worrying about tomorrow had not intruded on her worldview yet. Harry was responding to that, and Hermione nodded. If Harry could pick up on ambient emotions around him, that would explain why he'd been miserable at the Dursleys' foe Reaver, and why he'd exploded in anger almost as soon as he'd entered Grimmauld Place. The place was dark and full of years of anger and hate. She watched then, as Harry opened up under the admiration and gratitude of these people, who knew only that Harry had saved them and didn't care about anything else. They had lunch in the garden, and for a few scant hours, even Hermione managed to forget what waited for them. Harry's carefree time ended though, when a ghost approached him. You were the one who would be the Montrose. Harry looked up, and Hermione could feel the change in him as he studied the ghost. The man was dressed in the simple robes of an much earlier time. Hermione studied him, comparing him to pictures in her history books, and decided his fashions had been made sometime in the 5th century AD. The ghost was an older man, in his 40s by his appearance, which for a wizard meant he could be anything from 40 to 80. Hermione wasn't sure, but she thought he might have had dark hair in life, although the pale shades of a ghost made that hard to determine. I am the Montrose, Harry said then, interrupting her thoughts. What do you want? I am Emberic, first of the line that would become the Montroses. And I have some information for your ears only, unless you have a Lady Montrose. Harry looked at Hermione. Miss Hermione Granger Black will be Lady Montrose in a year or so. The ghost examined Hermione, much as she had examined him a minute earlier. That is good. The line will continue. He looked at Harry again. You have the blood, supposedly. We shall see. He looked at Hermione again. Would you please hold Mr. Montrose's hand? Hermione stood up as Harry did, setting Violet down. She crossed to him, wondering what was going to happen now. When they were holding hands, the ghost spoke again. Harry James Potter Black Montrose claims the Montrose seat, and the responsibilities thereof. The people watching froze in horror and panic. Where RRY and Hermione had stood a second ago was absolutely nothing. They had disappeared without a trace. Pansy groaned and Ginny sighed. Here we go again. Ooh, the author. Here and now. Ooh, hee. Harry just can't do anything normally, can he? More coming, after a chapter of Bob and one of Poe. Have fun until then. On another note, I am amazed at the sheer numbers of you that love this story. Y'all are starting to make me nervous. I hope I don't disappoint anyone with what's going to be happening. Raven. The lull before the storm. Harry and Hermione are somewhere, following the Montrose ghost. Let's find out what they're doing, and catch up with everyone else at the same time. I wonder what the rat is doing. I have a few things to say after we catch up with all the people in the story, so stick around for the notes. Right now, it is Monday afternoon. 358 days to go. I said that in Chapter 8 also, and it took me 2 chapters to cover one day. This is not going to be the 15-chapter story I had planned on writing. For those of you that need to know this kind of thing, the year should be 1997, and for the purposes of this fic, the last day of school was 30 June 97 and it was a Sunday. Meaning Harry met with Pansy in Chapter 1 early in the morning of Monday, 01 July 97. Before anyone says anything, I know that the 30th of June, 1997 was a Monday. The lull before the storm. This chapter is dedicated to my latest betas, Fanfic Guardian and Vicky. You are awesome for even trying to put up with me, and I thank you. Ooh, Harry and Hermione, the Montrose Estate, Monday afternoon. 08 July 97. Ooh. The crowd had barely begun to react to the disappearance of the couple when they reappeared in the same place they had been before they left. They looked the same, except that Harry and Hermione now had matching medallions around their necks. Harry also had a large key in one hand. Ginny sighed. That must have been boring. Harry's not even scratched. Harry and Hermione looked at each other and back at Ginny. Boring? Asked Harry. Not really, but at least they didn't want to kill me. Pansy rubbed her eyes. Is it always like this? She asked Ginny. Harry just finding bizarre things to get involved in. Ginny nodded vigorously. Yes, it is. Harry just isn't being Harry if something isn't going on every month. Pansy sighed. Great. I'm going to have gray hair before I leave school. Harry and Hermione were looking at each other and at the key in Harry's hand. Put it away, Harry, Hermione suggested, looking around. We've scared a lot of people here. And you should reassure them that you're fine. Harry looked around, seeing all of his family members watching him with various expressions from fear to interest. He smiled at them. Just another moment in my life. I'm fine, and so is Hermione. Ginny and Pansy looked at each other. Would you mind filling us in on where you went and what you did, Harry? Asked Ginny. Some of us would like to know. The Montrose ghost that had been talking to Harry just before he disappeared looked at Ginny. Mr. Montrose may not speak of it, nor may Miss Black. It is an old charge, it on the first Montrose more than 1200 years ago, and Mr. Montrose has renewed the contract. A low murmur rose from the crowd, louder among those who had accepted the Montrose family name. Ginny and Pansy looked frustrated, but kept their silence. Violet came up to Harry. You scared me, disappearing like that. Harry bent down and picked the young girl up. I'm sorry about that, Violet, but sometimes, things just happen. And we have to deal with them. I'm back, and this is all over. Harry looked at the tables where they'd been eating. I think there's some ice cream left, he said conspiratorially. Let's get some before it's all gone. Violet smiled and hugged Harry before sliding out of his arms and grabbing his hand to drag a smiling Harry toward the ice cream. With Harry and Hermione back and apparently uninjured, the party started up again, although it was a bit more subdued than before. Blaise came over to Harry and sat down. Daphne was with him and Harry wondered if the two of them ever separated now, as they seemed to be holding hands every time he saw them. Harry, that thing you're doing, how will it affect the family? Was Blaise's opening comment. Harry shook his head. It won't. It will be known only to myself and Hermione, until we have a firstborn Montrose child of our own. It is tied to the bloodline, and I am the last person in the direct bloodline. Blaise nodded, thinking about it. Good. I was afraid you'd gone and done something that would affect us all. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. No, this wouldn't affect them all. Voldemort, the Baron and Greyback. Somewhere, midnight, 08 July 97. Voldemort looked at the ones he had to call allies, at least to their faces. In truth, they were minions of a vexing sort. Too strong to be openly bullied. Yet not the purebloods that Voldemort wanted. In short, they were cannon fodder as far as Voldemort was concerned, but he could not let them know that. Only the Baron and Greyback were at this meeting. Lucifer had to be handled carefully, due to his madness, and Voldemort would deal with him shortly. Voldemort examined the two beings. The Baron was a short man now, although he'd been considered tall when he'd become a vampire 1300 years ago. Now he controlled an entire coven of 30 vampires with an iron fist. While it was not the largest coven in the world, it was powerful due to the Baron's habit of turning wizards and other semi-magical beings. There were even rumors that he had tried to turn a centaur. Greyback, on the other hand, was a raving madman who lived only for blood and the change to what he saw as his rightful form. The war is growing, as I predicted to both of you, and it is time for you to use your assets, Voldemort announced. Looking at the two of them in turn. Baron, some late-night bloodletting, left where the corpses can be found and not hidden from the public, would accelerate the terror until the full moon. Hen Fenrir will gather as many werewolves as he can and attack a target I will choose. The Baron looked at Voldemort coolly. I hear what you want, Lord Voldemort, but I do not hear the benefit to me or mine. Voldemort nodded slowly. I do not mind if you feed on muggles, and anywhere I rule, you are welcome to feed on any who do not bear my mark. The Baron shrugged. Nice, in the future, but right now, you do not rule yet. And Harry Potter stands between you and that rule you desire. I understand your troops were soundly defeated in the Battle of Diagon Alley. He looked at Voldemort. What do you offer me? Now, Voldemort kept his face blank despite his rage and contained the urge to hex the vampire several times. "What do you want?" The Baron smiled faintly. "I wish to be able to chaw Yenge Baron de la Motte for his territory, and in order to do so, I must have 3 vampires who are wizards. I need 3 of your Death Eaters, ones that can be turned." He looked at Voldemort. "I can turn shock troops from anywhere. But I need magic users that do not need to be taught about dark magic." Voldemort frowned. After the twin defeats at the Burrow and in Diagon Alley, he was short of lower Death Eaters. More were being recruited and trained, but it would be at least 2 months before they were ready to be used in any significant way. They must be able to cast magic, but does their intelligence matter, or just their obedience? The Baron considered that. "I would prefer intelligent minions, but it is not completely necessary." Voldemort nodded. "The night of the full moon, if you have allowed at least 1 dead body to be found every night, I will give you 3 of mine. If you miss a night, you lose all 3. It is 12 days until the full moon. That means I expect to see 12 attacks reported in the Daily Prophet." The Baron stroked his chin and nodded. "If I should find that any of yours have hidden or ruined a feeding, I get the 3 that day." Voldemort nodded. "Good enough." He looked at Fenrir. "And what do you want to lead an attack?" Fenrir grinned, a savage look in his eyes. "Nothing, except a few survivors that have been bitten. I also wish to increase my ranks." Voldemort shrugged. "As long as there are lots of dead bodies lying around, you may take whomever you want." Greyback snarled in glee. "We can do that. I only want the young ones, those can be molded into the image I want. Anyone over 15 will be left dead." Voldemort made a few more arraignments and then the 2 left, going back to their respective lairs. Voldemort made a mental note to have someone make sure that Greyback hadn't left any fleas behind and went to his personal weapon. Voldemort, London, All Hallows Eve, 1979. Voldemort was flushed with pride. His campaign of terror was going well, to the point where most wizards wouldn't even speak his name anymore for fear of attracting his attention. He was lightly attended this night, with only Bellatrix and the Lestrange brothers with him. They were returning from a meeting with Voldemort's spy inside the Order of the Phoenix. They stopped as a burst of accidental magic exploded through the air somewhere nearby. Voldemort hissed, "A Muggleborn. Let's go and relieve it of the burden of life." They started toward where the magic came from, a small house that had seen better days, and better decades. They stepped up to the front door and Bella opened it with a quick twist of her wand. Voldemort led the way inside and toward the sound of chanting. He stopped, listening to the chant. A memory intruded then, of those long-ago days in the orphanage and being forced to listen to a minister every Sunday. Voldemort held up his hand and ordered the others to wait. He listened long enough to be sure of what he heard. Somewhere down the stairs, someone was trying to invoke the devil. The Death Eaters with him shivered at the arcane chanting. The man sounded grim and angry, invoking thoughts of death and blood with every sentence. Voldemort didn't believe in any religion except power, but he knew that belief could be a power in itself, when it was used properly. An idea came to him and he smiled. He might just have a purpose for this particular Muggleborn after all. Voldemort told his followers to wait until he called them, and to follow his instructions to the letter. He eased down the stairs until he could see a corner of the room the voice was coming from. He apparated, appearing in front of a Muggle dressed in black robes. In the corner was a small boy, about 9 or 10, who was the source of the magic that had attracted his attention. "You have called me and I am here. What bargain do you wish to make with me, mortal?" Voldemort stared at the man that was gaping at him in shock and fear. "Speak quickly, mortal, or I shall rip the very soul from your body to feast upon." That was how Voldemort had found Kevin Brown and his son David. Kevin was a Satanist, and Voldemort played the part of Satan well. Kevin soon found his life improving, all for a minor cost, or so he thought. Until Voldemort gave David, who was a Muggleborn wizard, to a dark witch to raise in the ways of Satan. David was raised to believe that his powers were gifts of Satan, and that only complete obedience would allow him to keep them. The witch that raised him instructed him constantly and the acts that pleased their master, and by the time he was 15, David was sacrificing Muggles with no more thought than most would give to swatting a fly. David grew up a hard cold man, and High's only wish was that Satan would return and bless him further. After the disappearance of Voldemort, she continued to train him, thinking to use him herself. When Voldemort regained his body, he visited David. David had changed his name to Lucifer and collected a solid core of believers. Satan's return was greeted with much joy by David. Lucifer, and only Satan's word stopped him from sacrificing someone to honor the return. Voldemort told him to gather more trustworthy followers and sent them an occasional muggle to sacrifice to him, holding them in reserve for the fighting he knew would be coming when the Ministry of Magic decided Voldemort was too powerful. After all, having a fanatically loyal wizard who knew muggle ways intimately would be very helpful, especially when it came to hunting down muggle-born wizards and their families. Voldemort and Lucifer, somewhere, 0100-09 July 97. Voldemort opened the door to the small room Lucifer had been waiting in. Voldemort. RT looked at the man that had been a 9-year-old boy when Voldemort had first seen him. David Brown was a muscular man, tall and dark of hair. He might have been considered handsome if it wasn't for the aura around, a grim and cold feeling. People in the Muggle world described him as creepy and evil, never knowing just how close they came to the truth. Lucifer looked at the world with the burning eyes of a fanatic and a cold twist to his lips, as if he was barely refraining from sneering at anyone he saw. That was very close to the truth. Only one being was greater than him, in his opinion, and everyone less was merely a sacrifice that had been seen to yet. I have work for you, disciple. If you please me, you will advance to the next level. If not, your punishment will be remembered for 1,000 years. Voldemort used the small magic that made his voice lower and deeper, more of what they both thought Satan should sound like when he spoke to Lucifer. His new appearance, since the events that gave him this new body, worked to reinforce his Satan persona, as he was obviously not human now. I am yours, Lord Satan, body and soul. Command me, and I will do your bidding. Lucifer concealed the joy that rose in his chest. Finally, the master was moving against his enemies. Blood would flow in rivers and torrents now. Voldemort smiled. Then listen carefully, Lucifer. This is what I want you to do. The order without a name. Harry's room, 0600-09 July 97. Harry stared at his breakfast blearily. They had been up quite late last night, as Hermione and Harry had told Ginny and Pansy what had happened in those few minutes they had disappeared. The ghost had grudgingly given Harry permission to tell the two girls when Harry had refused the ancient charge if it meant keeping secrets from the other two girls. Miranda, unlike Harry and the girls, was bright-eyed and nearly quivering with anticipation. Most of the order was here, with only Wilkes, Tonks and Shacklebolt missing. Dobby and Winky were happily feeding the entire group as they finally had something to do in Harry's room. Most of the time, the two house elves were rather bored, as cleaning the rooms didn't take them that long. Harry looked down the table. Pansy and Ginny were sitting to each side of him this morning, with Hermione next to Pansy and Miranda beyond her. Ron was sitting next to Ginny and the rest of the Weasley family. Minus only Molly and Arthur, lined up after them. Even Percy was here this morning, talking quietly to Ron about something. Neville and Luna were chatting about Psalm. Ethan and Harry smiled slightly as Neville went goggle-eyed at something Luna said and then blushed fiercely. Apparently, Luna was being herself this morning. Katie and Angelina were discussing Quidditch with Fleur while Moody talked with Remus. Remus was wan and tired, and Harry interrupted his conversation to ask after Tonks. She woke briefly about an hour ago, but she'll be in the hospital for at least another 2 weeks. Harry and the others smiled at that news, but most of the smiles disappeared quickly and Harry began watching the others. Harry frowned as he felt that something was wrong, but for a minute he couldn't tell what. He figured it out quickly. Everyone was too quiet, as if they were at a funeral. Harry looked down the table again and decided to test this magic that Hermione was certain he had. He concentrated for a second, remembering the scene at the burrow and the bodies Miranda had left behind. When he had the feelings he wanted, he relaxed and let it out. Young looked up at Harry as they felt his faith in them, his confidence that they could do what needed to be done, borne on the familiar touch of his magic. I think some of you are worried about Miranda, and it seems to be affecting everyone. I believe she will win, after seeing her work. I also think you all need to relax. Hermione was looking at Harry thoughtfully. This was the first time he'd consciously used his ability. And it was only typical of Harry that it would be to make others feel better. Fred and George looked at each other. Actually, Harry, it's not Miranda we're worried about. It's the possibility of other death wankers showing up, while you and Ginny are alone and Miranda is busy. Harry frowned as he thought about that. I was assuming that Bella was acting in good faith, and that Miranda would make sure we weren't followed to wherever we're going to do this. Miranda looked up. I can swear that no one will follow our portkey to its destination. She smirked. And, if by some chance they do manage to follow us, they will regret it. Moody sat up in his chair. You're going to the 5th level, aren't you? Miranda nodded. I have permission to have the duel there, so that it can be recorded for future defenders to watch. Bella was quite agreeable to be made immortal that way. The rest of the people at the table were looking at each other in puzzlement. Would you be kind enough to tell me where we're going? Asked Ginny, looking at Miranda. Miranda smiled. The 5th level is the defender testing grounds, much like the Inferno except geared to our particular abilities and skills. Harry nodded slowly. I assume that there will be others there, to ensure Bella's friends don't interfere. Miranda shook her head. Only the 4 of us. Bella cannot attack you, Mr. Potter, and you can only attack her if she attacks Miss Weasley. Harry blinked. You mean that scene from the Inferno test was right? Ginny tapped Harry on the shoulder. Why would you imagine Bella kissing you anyway? Quote. Harry shrugged. I don't know. He looked at Moody. How does that box work, anyway? Moody thought about it for a minute as Dobby came in the room and handed Hermione a stack of papers and letters. Hermione thanked him and began going through them. The box creates a scenario that forces you to use your magic to the utmost, using the worries and fears of your mind. I didn't make it, and I don't know much more than that. You're not the first person to report strange images from the box. A few of the unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries think the genius that created it did better than he knew, and that it can draw images from your subconscious as well. Ginny looked disgusted. You mean Harry thinks Bella could like him? Miranda frowned. Ned thoughtfully as she remembered her meeting with Bellatrix. It is entirely possible, Miss Weasley. Bella likes powerful people, and Mr. Potter is that. As I recall, the box Bellatrix said something about it being a pity he was so nice. Or they could have fun. She said something similar to me when she asked me to join her in some creative mayhem. Ginny frowned. Are you saying that Bellatrix would abandon Moldywort if somebody stronger came along who would allow her to hurt people? Miranda thought about the woman that she'd talked to behind the burning burrow. I think that her madness is growing, and that the only thing that is truly real to her anymore is death and destruction. Harry frowned. You had better be careful with her then. I would really prefer to have you win this duel today. Tonight, actually. You have a dozen things to do today, including a meeting with the twins tonight at 6, so Bella and I agreed on a 9 o'clock meeting at the Wicker Basket. Plus, Chekhov is taking the recertification test today, and he's using the facility. Pansy looked at Miranda. Why do you always refer to defenders by a single name? Everyone else you call Mr. or Miss, but your fellows, you don't use honorifics for. Why? Miranda shrugged. It's traditional. Someone decided a couple of centuries ago that we didn't need any more honor than being a defender, so we don't use T less when talking to or about each other. The breakfast conversation became a general discussion about what the various people were going to be doing today. Hermione was going to set up a Schedule W. ITH Moody to start training the people that would make up Harry's fighters, and then she would join Ginny at the Shades of Grey office to work out a system for finding the surviving victims of Voldemort's attacks. Ginny was going to the office to work with Mr. Michaels. Ron, Neville and Luna were going to Diagon Alley to get some potions supplies Luna needed. Dobby came to stand next to Harry. Harry Potter, sir, Dobby said. Dobby is wondering what to do with Ratman. Harry blinked, and then remembered Dobby had Peter Pettigrew. He thought for a minute, and then Pansy whispered something in his ear. Harry listened and looked at Pansy. That's going a bit far, he chided her gently. But it will work, with one small change. He looked up. Moody, can you get Aurors Wilkes and Shacklebolt here fairly quickly? Moody nodded and got up to cross to the flow. He put his head in the fire and made a flow call. While he was doing that, Harry had Dobby fetch Peter's cage. Dobby brought it in and set it on the floor. Harry looked at Peter and everyone was surprised at his control. "Good morning, Pettigrew," he said quietly. "I'm going to ask you to change and join me for breakfast, unless why? I'd rather spend a few more days in your cage, waiting for me to have time to get back to you." Peter nodded his head and Dobby opened the cage. Peter came out of the cage and changed quickly. "Oh, thank you, Harry." Harry had Dobby get Peter some food and a small table to eat at. By the time Peter was eating, Shacklebolt and Wilkes had joined them. Harry sighed and looked at Peter. "I am calling in the debt you owe me, Pettigrew. Right here, right now, you will tell us everything you've ever done for or with Voldemort, going back to your first meeting with him. If you do this to my satisfaction, I will offer you 3 choices. If not, I will simply give you to Auror Wilkes, and allow her to claim the credit for capturing you." Peter stared at Harry as he thought about his options. He couldn't run. There were far too many people here to even consider fighting, and Harry had his wand pointing at him. Peter sighed and began speaking. An hour later, Harry had to leave the room for a few minutes as Peter talked about the events leading up to Halloween, 1981. People left as Peter talked, until the only ones left were Harry, Hermione, Pansy, Ginny, the 2 Aurors and Moody. Harry looked at his watch and frowned. "I have places to be today. You will finish telling your story to the Aurors, and then Dobby will return you to your cage until I return from the duel. At that time, if I'm told that you have given these 2 everything they want to know, I will give you your 3 choices and you can decide what you're going to do. If they tell me that you were not completely helpful, then you will be given to Auror Wilkes. Do you understand your options?" Peter sighed. "Please, Harry, don't leave me in the cage forever again. I swear to help you, if you just don't leave me there." Harry colored slightly. "It's been a really busy time," he half apologized, "and I won't do that again." He looked at Dobby. "Dobby, when we get back from the duel, remind me that Wormtail needs to be dealt with, one way or another." Dobby nodded. "Dobby will remind the great Harry Potter, sir, even if Ratman is not good today." Harry looked at Ginny. "When you get to work, I'll call in and ask him if he could come see me tomorrow. Tell him I have a job for him and his camera." Harry thought for a second. "Hermione, while you're with Moody, see if you can work out some way for us to know when a Death Eater attack starts, so we can respond instantly." Hermione frowned. "I had an idea about that, Harry, but I don't know how practical it is, and I would need Professor Lupin's help, as well as Mr. Moody and Auror Wilkes, I think." She frowned again. "If we can even get it to work." Harry nodded. "Remus is at St. Mungo's with Tonks. See if you can get him away from there, but make sure you put someone else there to watch over Tonks. I don't want her attacked while she can't defend herself." Hermione nodded, obviously thinking about who they could have standing guard. "I'll make sure someone is there, Harry. I also need to see about your other idea." Harry grinned. "Ginny, while you're at work, ask Mr. Sharpstar to set something up, an offshoot of the Shades of Grey, a research lab for Hermione. Get with him about a place to put it, and get with Hermione about what she'll need in it, and then hire her and Miranda to work there." Hermione started to protest, but Harry stopped her. "Hermione, you're going to be working on a great many things for me this year, things that might have value after this war is over. It's only right that you get the credit and a share of any money that comes from those things." He smiled slyly. "Besides, do you really want to spend that much time in the Black Manor?" Hermione sighed and then smiled. "I could use a real lab to work in," she said. A faraway look on her face as she thought about it, with a desk and a good potions table and some books. Ginny giggled. "I knew she'd want the books," she said as Hermione mock glared at her. One pulled an old folded parchment from her robes. She handed it to Ginny. Ginny unfolded it and read a few lines, then looked at Hermione. "You have a lab setup already written out?" she asked incredulously. Hermione blushed as the others smiled at her. "It was just a dream, something I'd like to have but never thought would happen." Harry shook his head. "All right, while this is fun and informative, I have a million things to do today and I need to get going." Hermione handed Harry another parchment. Harry looked at it and grimaced. "Thank you for the list of things I have to do. I completely forgot about Mr. Robards. You did promise to meet with him for dinner Saturday night, and we missed it. I set up an appointment at his office at 10 this morning. You should have at least enough time to apologize and maybe set up another meeting. She frowned. The minister is likely to know as soon as you get to the ministry, Harry, and since you don't want to talk to him until you have all your plans in place. I kept the meeting time short. Hopefully, you'll be in and out before he can stop whatever he's doing and find you. Harry nodded, reading the rest of the list. We'll come and you and Ginny from the office before we go to the twin shop, okay? I would prefer not to have Miranda defend you just before she meets Bella tonight. Plans made. Harry kissed Hermione and T.H.N. stepped into the flow with Pansy to start the things they had to do. After everyone else was gone, the three Aurors continued to interrogate Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail had been with Voldemort since his return in Harry's first year, and since he was one of the few people that the Dark Lord was certain had no intentions of trying to take his place, Peter had been very useful to the evil wizard. He was privy to almost everything Voldemort did, and Pettigrew's habits of sneaking around to avoid the notice of the other Death Eaters had allowed him to overhear many of their plans as well. Shacklebow, LT and Wilkes asked question after question, about who the Death Eaters were, what they did, where they had hidden and more. Moody interjected an occasional demand for details, but mostly he sat and listened, storing everything he heard for later, when he got back to his friends. Some of the things they were learning were too out of date for anyone else to look into, but Moody had time on his hands. And there was always a chance that something could be learned even in an abandoned hideout that hadn't been used in 10 years. It was nearly lunch before they finished questioning Peter. They reviewed their notes, making sure they had covered everything they wanted to know. Moody was staring at Peter as the other two read. You're hiding something. What do you know that Harry's instructions didn't cover, Death Eater? Peter rubbed his nose with the side of his hand, still rat-like even in his human shape. He evaded everyone's eyes as he replied. Nothing. I told you everything I did with her for the Dark Lord. Just as Harry asked, Moody rose and came to look at Peter, pushing right into his face. His magic eye whirled as he glared at the small man. You're hiding something dark from us, rat. Now, unless you want me to start looking for it with a sharp knife, I suggest you talk. You can't do that, Peter whined. There are Aurors here. Shacklebolt looked at Wilkes. I don't know about you, Amanda, but I think we could leave the prisoner in Moody's hands while we went to lunch, don't you? Any injuries that he might get while we're gone would obviously be from attempting to escape. Amanda Wilkes looked at Moody and Peter. I don't know, she said, staring at Peter. To be honest, after the story we just heard, I think I would rather help Moody get his information. There are ways to make sure he doesn't talk, and I don't think Harry would be too upset if he died. Moody smiled at Peter. You see, no one here will say anything, and it would be your word against ours, rat. Now, unless you would like to start losing bits, starting with that silver hand of yours, you had better tell me what you're hiding. Peter looked at the three Aurors and saw no mercy in any of their faces. Slowly, he began to talk. When he was done, the three Aurors looked at each other. Let's keep this to ourselves until I can get somebody to look into it. I don't think we need to burden Harry with this until we're sure it actually means something. Moody looked at Wormtail and pulled his wand. Before Pettigrew could do anything, the grizzled Auror cast his spell. Ooh, Harry and Pansy, Mr. Sharpstar's office, 0800-09 July 97. Ooh, and this is a list of the people that voted against your first bill, Mr. Potter. Mr. Sharpstar handed a parchment to Harry, who looked at the list and snorted. A crab in a bowl. I am so surprised. He kept reading. I don't recognize all of these names, but I do see a few more I know. I'm not surprised, Mr. Sharpstar said, seeing as most of them are older pureblood family names and very prominent. I have a man checking them out now to see if they have ties to your enemy, or if they're just bigoted. Harry nodded. Do you have the next two items for the Wizengamot ready yet? Quote. Nicholas smiled. Yes, and one of your new allies is going to introduce the important one while I make a big fuss over the other one. Pansy was looking at the two of them in confusion. Would you mind filling me in on what you're doing? Harry shrugged, turning an innocent face to her. I'm going to introduce a bill to the Wizengamot that would require Eve Ryan sentenced to Azkaban to be given Veritaserum, so that no more serious black cases can happen. I'm going to raise hell about it, even going so far as to provide Rita Skeeter a pensive memory of E. Very time I've seen Peter Pettigrew since he supposedly died. Ron and Hermione are going to help. Pansy frowned. That's not all of it, Harry. Tell me the rest. Harry gave her a wicked smile. While I make a fuss about that, one of the other families is going to quietly introduce a bill allowing anyone wronged by someone convicted of a crime to claim some part of their wealth, depending on how badly they were hurt by the criminal's actions. We're going to use the theft of things from Sirius House as the basis for it. That should get us a few pureblood votes, as the thought of somebody stealing things from a family as old as the Black family should hit home. We're also using Sirius because a few more people will be disgusted by the thought of stealing from the dead, and of course the Longbottom, Potter, Black and Montrose votes are behind it. Pansy nodded. I can see that, but why? Harry smirked. Because as soon as that bill is law, I intend to claim everything the heir of Slytherin has. For the deaths of my parents and his attempt to kill me. Neville will likewise claim everything the Lestranges have, and I have other people that will be claiming almost everything every known Death Eater has. Harry smirked. As Hermione said to that goblin, money is power, and I plan to take Moldywart's power this summer. Pansy smiled as she thought about it. You're going to hit them financially. And you've already hit him in the supporters department. Any other plans to hurt them, Mr. Slytherin? Harry drew himself up and smirked. I am a Gryffindor, miss, please do not insult me like that. He imitated Lucius' sneer and looked down his nose at Pansy. Pansy looked at him and burst into laughter. Harry, stop. Don't ever try to act like that in public. Harry looked at her. Didn't I do it right? Pansy grinned. No. It takes a very long time in front of a mirror, and lots of practice to get a good sneer down. You just looked as if you'd eaten something bad. Harry laughed. You mean Draco practiced that sneer? He needs to work on it more. Nicholas watched the teenagers joking around. I hate to interrupt your fun, but I have a few papers for you to sign, Mr. Potter, and the people from the Comet Broomstick Company want to know when you can pose for a few pictures. Harry sighed. Hermione will be at the office later. Get in touch with her, she's scheduling my time these days. Pansy smirked. We told you she'd be good for you, Harry. Harry looked at the parchment Nicholas had just handed him. What is this? Your notice to the Wizengamot to claim the family seats on your birthday. And assume the title of Baron Potter and Lord Black. Harry nodded, reading through the document. Hey, this states that once I assume the seats I may assign other people to vote in my stead. Nicholas Sharpstar nodded. Yes, in order to facilitate the recall of the Wizengamot, each active Wizengamot ring has a modified protean charm on it, allowing contact with the wearer. Additionally, it will portkey you to the Wizengamot chamber if you have been summoned, with a simple tap of your wand. Harry frowned at that. I hate portkeys. Who can I appoint to hold my seats? Any witch or wizard in good standing who has not been convicted of a crime and who is of age. Pansy was frowning at Harry. What are you planning, Harry? Harry smiled. I think I will vote the Montrose seat and put you, a Windermere, in the Potter seat, and Hermione in the Black seat. Pansy and Nicholas stared at Harry. Mr. Potter, you're going to put a Windermere, a decidedly gray, possible. Why dark witch in the family seat of a light family, and a Muggleborn light witch in an old pureblood dark seat? Harry nodded. Call it my notice that I will change things. The rampant bigotry of the wizard world is going to go down. Even if I have to bribe, blackmail or intimidate every wizard in the world. Pansy frowned. Harry, I'm not saying that I disagree with you, but can we stick to one enemy at a time? The old families are going to be hunting for you if you do this, and we can't afford any more enemies at this time. Nicholas added his opinion and Harry grudgingly allowed himself to be persuaded to wait before starting his social revolution. He signed the parchment and looked at the next one, which was a balanced statement about his vaults. Since he had just purchased the Montrose Manor, his balance was down somewhat. But with the incomes from the Black estate added to the Potter incomes, his earnings ratio was way up. Negotiations are underway to buy the Daily Prophet and Witch Weekly. The weekly is cheaper, but it appears that the owners don't want to sell it, which is going to increase the price considerably. Nicholas looked at another paper. The Daily Prophet's owner was intrigued by the offer we made, and is considering a counter-offer. Harry nodded. Maybe this will help. Start the paperwork for me to start a newspaper of my own. Get the permits or whatever. And start looking for the shop and things I need to run it. Don't hide it. Let everyone you talk know that I'm starting a paper, and that I will be writing an opinion piece in every issue. Nicholas smiled. You're going to make it appear that the Prophet will soon have competition, and see if that makes selling out a better option for the owner. Or are you actually going to start a paper? Harry frowned. I don't know anything about running a paper. Mr. Sharpstar shrugged. So, you don't know anything about pranks, but you put the money up for the people that do, and you're making money from that. This would be the same thing. Only instead of letting the editor-in-chief decide everything, you would set some guidelines that he would have to work within. Harry nodded. Can we afford to start a paper? I do have to have some ready funds, just in case Moldywart does something unexpected. Nicholas looked at Harry's balance and thought about it. I don't know, but I will within a couple of days. If you can. Do you want to start a paper? Harry looked at the ceiling. Go ahead and get the numbers together. When you have them, I'll sit down with you and the ladies to discuss it. Harry and Mr. Sharpstar discussed Harry's plans in the Wizengamot and how they would be working the members, trying to drum up support for the things Harry had planned. Nicholas Sharpstar had found a tutor for Harry in the customs of the Wizengamot and politics, an older witch who had been active in the Wizengamot until her age made it impossible to maintain the schedule of the Wizengamot. Harry grinned. Hermione will probably want to learn some of that as well. When you see her, remind her that I only have so many hours in the day. Speaking of hours in the day, Nicholas Sharpstar said, looking at Harry. I spoke to an unspeakable I know in the ministry. Croaker says he'll allow you to use a time turner for your birthday, but in return he wants two things from you. Harry sighed. Naturally. Everybody wants something from me. What does he want? Most important, he wants you to allow them to hear your prophecy, so that they can record it for the Hall of Mysteries. He also wants a detailed report on exactly what happened that night, preferably an account of what each person did, from their own mouth. Harry frowned as he bit his lip. That may be possible, he said hesitantly, but I won't make any promises for the rest of the people that were there. Nicholas made a note on a parchment. I'll tell him you'll ask them, but that you will only say that you'll give your version of events. Harry nodded and looked at his watch. I'd stay and discuss this some more, but I have an appointment with Mr. Robards in 15 minutes. Pansy handed Harry a string. Harry looked at it. Quote, Hermione said that you might go over your allotted time, and made a portkey between each destination, or as close to it as you can get. Harry smiled. That's Hermione for you, always one step ahead in planning. He looked at Pansy. I bet you've also got a schedule, with a time to leave each place we visit, don't you? Pansy pulled a paper from her robes. 2 times, actually. The time we should leave so we don't have to rush in the absolute last minute that we can leave and be on time. Harry grinned. Well, let's not mess up her schedule. She gets cranky if you do. Harry and Pansy said goodbye to Mr. Sharpstar and disappeared. Pansy led Harry into the phone booth and into the ministry. As they came out and spoke to the Auror about registering their wands, he looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, I have to thank you for your actions in Diagon Alley. My sister was working in one of the stores there, but they were able to put out the fire that started because your people ended the threat before the fire got too large. Harry shrugged. That must have been at Susan and Shacklebolt's end of the alley. I will pass your thanks on to the people that fought there. They got their passes and Harry looked at his. Harry Potter, appointment with Mr. Robards. He read and nodded as he affixed it to his robes. Pansy led him to the Auror's offices and Harry spoke to the witch sitting at the desk there. She looked up and her eyes did that typical little flick to see his scar. Excuse me, Mr. Potter, I'll see if he's ready for you. She got up and went through a door, returning in just a few minutes. Mr. Robards will see you now. Mr. Potter. Harry followed her through the door with Pansy following along quietly. The office Harry was led into was filled with cabinets and file holders. Mr. Robards looked up from his desk, which was also filled with files and parchments. Good morning, Mr. Potter. I missed you at dinner the other night. He pointed at a couple of chairs and silently invited them to sit. Harry sighed. As you might have read, I've been very busy, and it completely slipped my mind. Mr. Robards smiled. Busy might be a bit of an understatement, Mr. Potter. You and your friends have captured or killed so many Death Eaters in the last week that I'm thinking of just replacing the Aurors with your group. He looked at Harry. Does your group have a name, by the way? Keeping track of the Order of the Phoenix was easy, but no one has heard a name for your group yet. Harry smiled. I don't have a name for it yet. I thought I'd leave that to people who worry about that sort of thing. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement looked at him. You do realize that it will end up being called Potter's Army or something similar if you don't give it a name, don't you? Harry shrugged. I really don't care what people call it, as long as it works the way I want it to. Mr. Robards nodded. Small talk aside, would you mind telling me just what you're doing these days? I read the article in the Quibbler, and while it had the polish of an article written by a professional, I did recognize Miss Granger's touch in phrasing and word choice. Harry told I am everything he was going to tell anyone that was not part of his group or families. I am going to keep Moldywart's attention on me, as I have the best chance of surviving another encounter with him. Harry looked at Mr. Robards. Sooner or later, I will end this constant assault on my friends and I, one way or another. Mr. Robards regarded Harry silently for a minute. You're holding back a few things, and one of them is the reason that you were in the Hall of Mysteries last year. It doesn't take a lot of intelligence to figure out that you or you-know-who was after a prophecy, as that is the only thing stored there. Given that obsession you-know-who has with trying to kill you, I have to assume that you are a serious threat to him somehow. Harry shrugged non-committally. It really doesn't matter why he's obsessed with me at this point. He's killed my parents, my godfather, and been responsible for constant attacks on me and my friends, as well as making possible the death of Professor Dumbledore and Cedric Diggory. At this point, I just want it all to stop. Mr. Robards looked at Pansy. And what is the Windermere interest in this matter? I thought, as did almost everyone else, that you supported you-know-who. We might have, except that Harry Potter is related to the Greengrasses, and that makes him family. Pansy smiled. Plus, in a couple of years, I will be Lady Black. And I am protecting my claim and stake in this. Mr. Robards frowned thoughtfully. Lady Black, not Lady Potter. Harry looked at him. I would prefer that this not go any further than your ears until my birthday. But Ginny Weasley will be Lady Potter after she finishes Hogwarts, and Hermione Granger will be Lady Montrose. Mr. Robards blinked. I don't know whether to pity you or envy you. He thought for a minute. My goodness, this is going to change the social standing of almost every family, especially if you do manage to end the current problem. He thought about it for another minute. You have given me a lot to think about, Mr. Potter. I would like to meet with you again in a week, after I've had time to think about it. Harry nodded. Send an owl to Hermione with the date and time and she'll get back to you. I'll be glad to talk to you again. They made their goodbyes and the two teenagers left. They were in the elevator when it stopped and Percy Weasley got on with Dolores Umbridge. Harry ignored them both, even though Umbridge glared at him until the elevator stopped again. You'll get yours, Potter, she hissed as she followed Percy off. Harry just looked at her. Be careful with your words, ma'am, he said, staring at her. Sometimes they can come back to haunt you. The elevator doors closed before either of them could say anything more, and Pansy frowned at Harry. One enemy at a time, Harry. She's not an enemy, Harry said quietly, merely an annoyance that will be dealt with quite soon. Ooh, Hermione and Ginny, The Shades of Grey Office, 1008 July 97. Ooh, and that will give the names of all the people that have survived an attack by Death Eaters. By cross-referencing that list with the lists of those that died, we'll have a starting point. Find anybody that is related to people attacked by Voldemort's people. Hermione passed the parchment to Ginny that had the instructions on how to use the system that Hermione had created to find people Harry had created the Victims Relief Fund for. Ginny smiled at Hermione and gave her a hug. Thanks, Hermione. I would have taken a week or more to come up with a system that worked. Hermione shrugged. It's merely a different way of looking at things. Muggles depend on logical progressions, so databases like this are easy to make. Wizards tend to work more on intuition, and a more circular thought pattern. Ginny stared at Hermione for a minute. You do realize that I barely understand what you're talking about, don't you? Before they could continue their conversation, Moody and Alicia entered the office together. Hello, Hermione, Alicia said. Mr. Moody here says I'm supposed to talk to you about scheduling training time at the Inferno. Ginny grabbed the paper and stood up. I've heard enough logic for one day, she said hastily, so I'll leave you three to your discussion and get started. She left, going into the other room. Hermione pulled out a fresh sheet of paper. Mr. Moody, if you would tell me when the Inferno will be operating, I'll make up the schedule for everyone that will be attending sessions there. Ron, Luna and Neville, Diagon Alley, 1008 July 97. Hello, Neville, how are you? The three of them turned. Susan Bones was walking toward them and even Ron could tell that she was having a problem. Her eyes were red and bloodshot, and she was in need of a bit of personal grooming. Neville Longbottom stepped closer to her. What's wrong, Susan? Hannah was laid to rest about an hour ago, she said quietly. Only 3 people were there. And only one of them was an abbot. Neville and Ron looked at each other. I thought there were more abbots than that, Ron said quietly. Not anymore, Luna said just as quietly. I believe that the last abbot is Jonathan Abbott, and he's only 7. Susan nodded. He was one of the people there. I didn't know the other person. Neville held out his hand. Why don't you come with us? You could use the company. And we're not doing anything dangerous today. Susan looked at him. Why not? I will need to stop by a flow and tell Mother that I'm going to be late. Luna smiled. This is nice. With 4 people we have a chance of seeing a vanishing galleon. The other 3 looked at her in puzzlement, but it was Ron that asked the question. Luna, what exactly is a vanishing galleon? Luna looked at him, and the slightest of smiles tilted her lips. Have you ever been walking down the street and thought you saw something, like a galleon out of the corner of your eye? The other 3 nodded slowly. That was a vanishing galleon. It can assume any shape, but you can only see it from the corner of your eye. When you look at it directly, it vanishes. The 3 students looked at each other. That would explain why. Neville shook his head. What am I thinking? Maybe, said Luna, as she started toward the apothecary, you're beginning to understand what Shakespeare meant. And when he said, there are more things between heaven and hell, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Ron was about to say something when Luna spoke and he stopped as he puzzled his way through the quote. He looked at Luna thoughtfully. That was the second time this week she'd said something that made him stop and think. She looked at him and that faint smile was still there. Don't worry about it, Ronald. That's just the way it will be. She turned to Susan and began instructing her on how to catch a vanishing galleon. The families, Windermere Hall, 1008 July 97. And so, in exchange for helping us escape Voldemort, Mr. Potter is asking us to look into something for him. Before I tell the people who volunteer exactly what that is, they will be taking an unbreakable oath for Mr. Potter. All I can tell you right now is that it will be dark and dangerous, most likely. He looked at the assembled people. Every member of the Windermere group that had joined Harry Potter was there. From the age of 16 and up. In addition to that, he has asked for a few people to be trained to fight Death Eaters. I will now open the floor to discussion. The question is simple. Do we tell Mr. Potter that we have a fully trained group that could be ready today? Harry, Pansy and Remus, Spell Damage Ward, Street. Mungos, 1108 JUL 97 Remus looked up as Harry and Pansy came in. Hello, Harry. There's been no change, and she hasn't woken since I got back. Harry nodded and came to stand next to Remus. Pansy waited by the door as Harry looked at Remus. You need some rest, Remus. Harry said quietly. Hermione is going to get someone to watch over Tonks, and after she talks to you, get some rest. Remus raised an eyebrow and studied Harry. You're growing up, cub, he said quietly. But you're not that big yet. Harry looked at Remus. Maybe I'm not old enough to make that an order, he said quietly, but I can say this. If something happens to 2NKS because you were too tired to react properly or fast enough, I will make you regret it. Remus looked at Harry, an angry report on his lips until he saw Harry's face. Harry was looking at Tonks and his face was a mixture of naked emotions. Did you know that Tonks is the first family member I've had that I actually liked? Before her, there was only the Dursleys, and I cannot say I liked any of them. He sighed. And now she nearly died because she followed me into something. Remus heard the unspoken end to that comment, just as Sirius did, and winced. Harry, Tonks is an Auror, he said, taking the sleeping woman's hand. She will be in this fight whether she follows you or not. The only difference is that by following you, she knows that she'll never be left behind or abandoned. Harry sighed again, becoming depressed. And she's still in a hospital bed, having barely survived. How many times can she do this before her luck runs out? Remus looked at Harry and a smile crossed his face. I don't know. How many times have you woken up in the infirmary? Harry glanced at Remus. That makes me feel so much better. Remus shrugged. Maybe you should think about how we feel ever. Why time we're sitting around a bed waiting for you to wake up, or awaiting another owl telling us how you are. Maybe the two of you should fuss at each other somewhere else. Some of us are trying to sleep. Hello, Remus. Watcher. Harry. Remus had forgotten Harry at Tonks' first words and Harry was an instant behind him. Tonks was looking at Remus through half-opened eyes. Remus smiled, and it made years fall away from his face. You scared me, love, he said softly. I wish you wouldn't do that. Tonks smiled. I might just do it again, if it makes you call me pet names in front of others. Her words were light-hearted. But the look she gave Remus was full of love and more serious emotions. Harry smiled, reassured that she would heal eventually and turned to go. Take care of her, Remus. Hermione will be here with somebody to watch over her. Tonks. She has something she needs your help on, and you need to get some rest. Harry looked at him. That's not an order, Remus, merely an observation. Harry gripped Remus' shoulder for a second. She won't heal any faster with you wearing yourself out. He looked at Tonks, but she had fallen asleep again, a faint smile on her face and her hand still holding Remus' hand. Harry and Pansy said goodbye to Remus and walked out of the room. Harry looked at Pansy. What's next on the list? Pansy handed him another portkey string. We're off to get your new broomstick. Due to your offer, you're getting the first Comet 310 to be made. Harry sighed. I bet it's not as good as my firebolt is. Pansy shook her head. Boys and Quidditch, I swear. You are all obsessed. Harry grinned at her. It's not only the boys, look at Cho and Ginny. A shadow passed over his face as he remembered Cho Chang and her fate just 2 days ago. He pushed it away with an effort. And that's without mentioning the finest chaser team in Gryffindor history. Pansy sighed as she stepped outside street. Mungo's and waited for Harry to hold out the portkey. Great, I'm surrounded by Quidditch nuts. I'm going to have to learn the rules just so I know what you're talking about. Shacklebolt and Wilkes, Auror Headquarters, 1308 July 97. All set, Auror Shacklebolt. The memories will be ready for your retrieval in 3 days. Kingsley nodded and rejoined Amanda. He told her what the recorder had said. Amanda Wilkes stood up and they started toward the door. They had barely opened it when a paper note started fluttering around Shacklebolt's head. He reached up and grabbed it from the air with the ease of long practice. He read it and looked at Amanda. The minister has summoned us both. Amanda Wilkes looked at him with a frown. I wonder what this is about. Kingsley snorted as he started toward the minister's office. What else? Harry Potter, of course. They were ushered into the minister's office as soon as they arrived and told to sit down. Minister Scrimgeour looked at Shacklebolt. Mr. Potter has been a busy young man this last week. Have you been following the Daily Prophet? Kingsley had, but he wasn't about to admit that. I've been rather busy myself, he said. Following Harry around has become a full-time job. The minister picked up a paper and opened it. Listen to this. Harry Potter stops attack on Diagon Alley. Scrimgeour looked at Shacklebolt. Not a bad headline. If it makes the public feel better, it's a great headline. On the other hand, I could do without this kind of reporting. He read a portion of the story. Harry Potter has shown us twice that the forces of you-know-who are not invincible. Which is more than the Ministry has done. One has wondered exactly what the Ministry is doing in these dark times. One minister has already been sacked for his handling of the you-know-who situation. Is the second one about to go the same way? The minister looked at Shacklebolt. You two seem to be close to Mr. Potter. I want to open an unofficial dialogue with him. Ask him what he wants in return for being seen as a supporter of the ministry. If it is not unreasonable, I'll make it happen. Kingsley frowned. What if Mr. Potter doesn't want to help you? The minister sighed. In that case, I can only continue as I have been, and Mr. Potter will have to deal with another minister, probably quite soon. Ooh, Harry, Pansy, Mrs. Longbottom and Mrs. Weasley, 1208 JUL 97 ooh. Harry and Pansy had arrived just in time for lunch and had enjoyed a good meal. The conversation had been a bit embarrassing for Harry, as everyone had been very interested in which of the stories in the paper had been true and which were someone's imagination. After the meal was over, the two teenagers had retired to the suite. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were staying in with the adults. Mrs. Longbottom had gone to oversee the preparations for her meeting a bit later. Harry looked around the rooms the older Weasleys had been staying in and sat down in a chair. He looked at them with a smile. Now that we're all fed, how much arguing are we going to do about the rebuilding of the burrow? Molly sighed. Not as much as we would have done the day after the fire, Harry. Harry blinked, that not being what he had expected. What happened? I was expecting you to marshal all your arguments by now, and have 1,000 reasons why I shouldn't help. Arthur sighed. That was exactly what we were doing, until each of our children came by and gave us some money to help rebuild our home. Even Ginny had some, which surprised us no end. He gave Harry a sharp look. You wouldn't know anything about the company she works for, would you? Arthur and Molly were watching him and Harry colored slightly. I might know a bit about it, but you will not find it in any list of the Black or Potter properties that I inherited. To be honest, I'm not sure who the public owners of the company are. Nicholas Sharpstar is listed as the public owner, but it's in a holding company with private funding, which means he doesn't have to reveal who his partners are. On the other hand, his partners have been doing some very strange things. Hiring an inexperienced and underage girl at a very high salary, opening a charitable fund for the victims of you-know-who, and most tellingly, the company has no obvious purpose. Arthur was watching Harry intently. When a new company starts up, they generally have a way to make money before they have anything else. For example, Fred and George's shop sells pranks. The Shades of Grey company, on the other hand, doesn't have anything like that. Molly sighed. It does have your touch all over though, Harry. Charitable funds, much like buying Ron's robes, hiring Ginny, things like that. Harry frowned. I hadn't realized that it was that obvious, he confessed. I'll have to do something about that. He looked at the Weasleys. I had thought of something that I thought you might accept. Your family's association with me is going to make you a very prominent target for Moldyward. If you will allow me to pay for the wards in one room, I won't make any fuss about the rest of it. Arthur and Molly looked at each other. Harry, you don't need to pay for anything. Molly offered. We have enough to rebuild it as it was, Arthur added. Harry sighed. As it was, maybe, but where will you put the grandchildren, or constant visitors like me? Bill's getting married this summer, and the twins seem very attached to a couple of girls, so there may be more marriages in the near Weasley future. You'll have to have room for them. Molly looked up. Fred and George, dating. Who? Are they good girls? Harry sent a quelling glance at Pansy, who was snickering. Yes, they are dating two girls from their year in Hogwarts, and yes, they're good girls. I would prefer, however, that you not let the twins know that I told you that. They will come forward in their own time. Pansy smirked. You just don't want to give them a reason to start a prank war. Harry shrugged. I don't have time to give pranks the time they deserve. He turned his attention back to the Weasleys. Do we have a deal? I have to tell you that I'm learning to be stubborn from Ginny. Arthur smiled faintly. She can be a bit stubborn at times. Molly sighed. The wards only, Harry. None of our children are paying for their room. Harry's eyes were shining as he hugged Molly. Thank you. Ooh, the Wizengamot, Trial Room 1. 1400, 08 July 97. Ooh. Harry sat down in a spectator's seat, looking around. Almost everyone that had been at the attack on the burrow was here, as well as most of the professors from Hogwarts. Harry hadn't even known that Snape was going to be tried today until Pansy handed him the portkey from the Longbottom estate and told him where they were going. Since then, Pansy had been hard-pressed to keep Harry's magic from flaring up. It had gotten a little easier when they arrived at the trail room and Ginny and Hermione had joined them, but Harry's eyes were still glittering. And the faintest feel of his magic was surrounding him. The Wizengamot filed in and Harry studied them carefully. He grinned as Neville's grandmother took the Longbottom seat. That was one vote for a kiss. He frowned as Mrs. Malfoy took the Malfoy seat, next to Bull and Crabbe. Narcissa saw Harry and his curiosity flared for a minute. That was possibly the first time he'd seen any Malfoy look at him without sneering or glaring. Bring in the prisoner. Harry's attention was caught by that. He watched as two Aurors led Snape into the room and sat him in the chair Harry remembered so vividly. The chains came up and wrapped Snape up, with a cap covering the stump of his right arm where Harry's spell had removed the hand. Wizard Marcus Inky, acting as the Wizengamot Supreme, me Mugwump until a new one was chosen, stood at the dais. Severus Snape, you are here to answer charges of being a Death Eater. How do you plead? Snape looked up. Guilty, but with extenuating circumstances. Wizard Inky continued as murmurs ran around the courtroom. Severus Snape, you are charged with attacking Hogwarts in the company of other dark creatures and wizards. How do you plead? Guilty, but with extenuating circumstances. Severus Snape, you are charged with the murder of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, using the Avada Kedavra. How do you plead? Guilty, but with extenuating circumstances. Severus Snape, you are charged with conspiracy to commit murder in the deaths of James and Lily Potter. How do you plead? Guilty, but with extenuating circumstances. Severus Snape, you are charged with consorting with you-know-who and, by your silence, conspiracy in every crime of the Dark Lord. How do you plead? Guilty, but with extenuating circumstances. So be it. Severus Snape, by pleading guilty, you have forfeited your right to a trial. Do you need representation? I do not. I am prepared to defend my actions before the Wizengamot. Harry was tensing up and only the touch of Ginny and Hermione's hands, seated on each side of him, kept him from doing something extreme to Snape. If he goes free, Harry said softly, glaring at Snape, I will find him again, and his time. No one is going to talk me out of anything. Wizard Inky looked at Snape. You have stated that you have a reason for all the crimes you are accused of. Speak now. Snape rattled his chains. May I stand? No. Your physical comfort is of no importance now. Snape shrugged as best he could with the chains on. In March of 1979, Albus Dumbledore came to me, asking me to spy on the Dark Lord. He taught me occlumency and assisted me in a cover story. I made contact with a Death Eater, and was introduced to the Dark Lord. Since then, I have been Albus Dumbledore's spy inside the Death Eaters. As the Supreme Mugwump, he had the power and the right to absolve me of blame for the things I did to maintain that cover. Snape cleared his throat and looked at the Wizengamot. I did use an unforgivable on Headmaster Dumbledore, under the influence of not one, but two unbreakable vows. The first was to Albus Dumbledore, swearing to serve him to the best of my ability in defeating the Dark Lord. The second was to Narcissa Malfoy, and it was simply to help Draco survive the school year. He had some sort of mission, and had he failed, he would have been killed by the Dark Lord. I did not know the terms of his mission when I made the vow. Everyone turned to look at Narcissa. She stood up, her face expressionless. I did not know the details of the mission my son was given either. R'lyeh knew that it was important to the Dark Lord and that Draco was terrified about it. I went to Snape to make sure my only child lived. I did not know what the consequences of that decision would be. She took a deep breath and stood proudly. Even now, knowing the cost, I would do it again. Draco is my only child, and the only one I will ever have. I will do whatever it takes to save him. R'lyeh frowned as a touch of pity for Narcissa impinged on the anger and hate for the Malfoys. She was caught between a rock and a hard place. In her place, Harry might have done the same. Wizard Inky cleared his throat, bringing all eyes back to him. I must admit, that after the first fall of you-know-who, Albus Dumbledore stood in this very place and defended Snape as a light wizard. I must assume that he did know about Mr. Snape's hidden agenda. Harry snarled and magic exploded, drawing all eyes to him. He stood up, shaking off the hands that tried to hold him down. Sir, may I speak? Ki may shed some light on this Death Eater's testimony. More murmurs broke out until Inky raised his hands. Mr. Potter, the only testimony allowed here must be from your direct experience. You are not old enough to have a memory of most of these events. Harry shook his head. I do not, but I was present for the death of Professor Dumbledore, and I am prepared to testify that Professor Dumbledore was asking Snape not to kill him when he was murdered. Snape shouted over the rising talk. You lie, Potter. There were only 5 people there. Harry turned his head and glared at Snape, his temper flaring and the first tendrils of magic touching the people closest to him. 6. Snivellus. Harry was past caring what anyone thought of what he said. This Death Eater was not going to walk away by lying about his crimes. I was there, under my father's invisibility cloak. Professor Dumbledore and I were doing something when the word of the attack on Hogwarts reached us. We arrived on the tow where Draco found us and Professor Dumbledore cast a Petrificus Totalis on me. I watched as Draco came up and couldn't bring himself to kill Professor Dumbledore. Then you and the others arrived, and Professor Dumbledore begged you not to kill him, but you murdered him in cold blood anyway. Harry shuddered, reliving that terrible moment. He looked at the Wizengamot. Snape lies about other parts of his story as well. But since those memories are only of being told about it, you will not accept them. I was there for Professor Dumbledore's murder though, and I am willing to give that memory up for examination to anyone that wants to see it. Marcus Inky looked at the young man, who had returned to glaring at Snape. The thought that letting Snape go would be as certain a death sentence as being kissed crossed his mind. But he pushed it away. Mr. Potter, are you willing to be questioned under Veritaserum? Harry looked at him. On 2 conditions. First, the questions only have to do with the scene of Professor Dumbledore's death, and second, that no question is asked about what the headmaster and I were doing. Those things would complicate certain things I am doing right now, and possibly get people killed if Voldemort found out about them. Harry rolled his eyes as almost everyone shuddered. Mr. Potter, I would ask that you not use that name. Harry rubbed his face until he could control his voice. Fine. Since grown men are afraid of a few sounds, I will call him Moldywort. Before anyone could do anything but stare at Harry in shocked horror, Harry started a tale he'd told a dozen times already. Moldywort was born Tom Marvolo Riddle, the son of a Muggle and the only daughter of the Gounts, Salazar Slytherin's last living descendants. Since she was not only ugly but severely inbred to boot, the Muggle was entranced by a love potion. The Wizengamot sat frozen as Harry told them everything he knew about Riddle, leaving out only the Horcruxes and the prophecy. Now, he searches for something to make him completely immortal. I don't think that would be good for me or my family, so I plan on stopping him. The Wizengamot was silent as they stared at Harry. The spectators were just as quiet, except for the scratch of a quill. Harry looked over at the only sound in the chamber and was not surprised to see Rita Skeeter. That's not a quick quotes quill, is it? Rita looked up. No, I don't think a quick quotes could improve this story. Harry nodded. Come see me later this week, and I'll tell you about Riddle cleaning the bathrooms in Hogwarts in his first year. Mr. Potter, can you prove any of what you've just said? Harry smiled. I can, if you would accept the memories of Professor Dumbledore as evidence. I have every single memory of Tom Riddle that he had in his own pensieve. The Wizengamot broke out in shock. Marcus Inky took almost a minute to restore order. Mr. Potter, we will ask you to bring those memories by later, but right now. We will see your memory of the night Headmaster Dumbledore died, so that we can finish this trial. Harry walked down to the Wizengamot seats. If you have a pensieve, I will give you the memory right now, before everyone. So that you can all see that it is my memory and there is no trickery. A pensieve was brought out and Harry placed his wand to his temple, concentrating on the scene at the top of the tower. He put the resulting mass of silvery thread in the pensieve. I will ask to get that back. I would not forget even the worst moment of the time I knew Professor Dumbledore. Marcus Inc. He pointed at 4 other Wizengamot members. We will view the memory and report on what it shows. The chamber was deathly silent as they looked at the memory. When they looked up again, everyone waited on their verdict. Ooh, Lucifer. London, 1408 July 97. Ooh, Lucifer sat in the dimly lit room and dreamed of the day he would become the Lord's right hand. This assignment to find and kill enemies of Satan that hid in the normal world was a beginning. He reached out and took the sacrificial knife in his hand. Idly, he cut a small nick in his finger and sicked the blood, using the taste to remind him of other blood. Blood that had flowed in far greater amounts. He snarled as blissful memories of honoring Lord Satan with death after death was interrupted. His followers' first words changed that. Lucifer, we have all of the addresses Lord Satan asked for. Lucifer looked at the sheet of paper that his follower held out. Good work. The Lord will be pleased. Get a map and find every one of those addresses on it. Mark them well and have one of our people drive to each one. Do not attract attention, but be sure that one of you can find each house easily. Lucifer smiled as his followers went to do his bidding. Soon, the enemies of the Lord Satan would be no more. His only regret was that there weren't more of them. He rang a small bell and put the knife back in the sheet. Made of the skin of his first sacrifice. When his servant appeared he looked at her. Prepare the van. We shall find a victim and tonight, she will be given to our Lord. He sneered, watching the woman flinch. I think we shall make this a full Sabbath ritual. Fred and George, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, 1408 July 97. Fred looked at the note Harry had given them. I can't find anything dangerous. But the mere fact that we can't read it makes me nervous. George agreed. I think it might be safe, but I would hate to be wrong. Whoever cast the spell was too bloody good for my peace of mind. Too right. Maybe we should see if Miranda knows anything about the spell they used. She was trained at Durmstrang, and if anyone would recognize a dark spell, it would be her. George grinned. Unless you would like to ask the one Harry calls Moldywort. I'm certain he would recognize any dark spell. Fred shook his head. No, Gred, I'll pass on that. I'll go see Ginny, she should know where to find Hermione and Miranda. Quote, Voldemort and Bella, somewhere, 1408 July 97. Bella was humming a tune under her breath and Voldemort looked at her fondly. Bella was easily he most loyal person following him despite, or maybe because of, her insanity. Bella, when you return from your duel, you shall take Lucius' place as my favorite. It would be only right, if she killed a defender in single combat. And Lucius was becoming a liability anyway. Not to mention, Potter had made a very interesting offer. Bella stared at him for a second and then dropped to her knees. Thank you, my lord. I shall not fail you. Quote, Voldemort rested a hand on her head, feeling her quiver under his hand. I know you will not. You, better than anyone, know the price of failure, don't you? Bella shuddered and her voice was low. I do, my lord. Voldemort raised her to her feet. When you have killed the defender, inform Mr. Potter that I would speak with him, just us two. Tell him he may bring as many people as he wishes. And that he may take any precaution he wants, so long as they do not threaten us unless we do something. Bella looked up. Why, my lord? Voldemort spun, looking out the small window. Albus Dumbledore spent years protecting him, and with that prophecy, I wonder what Harry knows that I do not. Harry Potter is the only one that can tell me, and he made me an offer that I am considering. Plus, if we are that close, I might be able to get something out of his mind without him knowing. Bellatrix nodded. I will make the offer while he is still bound not to hurt me, my lord. I could be injured bad enough that I cannot speak to him afterwards. Voldemort nodded. Good thinking, Bella. Make sure he knows this is only a parley. Yes, my lord. The Wizengamot, 1508 July 97. The 5 Wizengamot members returned to their seats. Marcus Inky stood at the dais again. We have seen the memory of Harry James Potter and it is the decision of the 5 of us that it is a true memory. In addition, it shows exactly the scene Mr. Potter described. He looked at Snape, and the anger was bright in his eyes. Severus Snape, all counts are dropped at this time. Until we have evidence one way or another of your relationship with Albus Dumbledore. All charges but one. Severus Snape, you are found guilty of the murder of Albus Dumbledore, using an unforgivable. Wizard Inky looked at Severus. Given the nature of the crime and the person murdered, I would ask the Wizengamot to have you kissed instead of imprisoned. He looked around. Severus Snape is guilty. You know what he has done. The question remains of his punishment. All those for life imprisonment in Azkaban, show a light. Harry watched as a very few lights were raised. Marcus Inky counted them. All those for administering the Dementor's kiss, raise a light. Harry smiled vindictively as a small forest of lights came up. It took the acting Supreme Mugwump a while longer to count the lights. If any member of the Wizengamot wishes to ask for another punishment, speak now. He waited a few seconds until it was plain no one was going to ask for another punishment. Then, by a count of 14 to 109, Severus Snape is sentenced to be kissed. This trial is over. The two Aurors moved up as Snape's chains fell off of him. The first Auror grabbed Snape by the arm, and before the second one could get around to the other side, the first Auror and Snape disappeared. Ooh, Harry, Hermione, Miranda and others, www. 1808 July 97. Ooh, and that's the whole story, Harry. We can't find anything wrong with it, but we can't pierce the enchantment that keeps us from reading it either. That means that there may be something on it that we simply don't recognize. Harry regarded the letter carefully. He frowned and concentrated for a minute. The others in the room shivered as his magic swept out and the letter began glowing. Harry held it for a second and then relaxed. I can't find anything either, not even a trace of ill will from the writer. Hermione looked up. Harry, what did you just do? Harry shrugged, thinking about how to put it into words. I wanted to know how the person that wrote the letter felt about me, and if there was anything dark on it. I concentrated on wanting that, and released my magic. Hermione looked at him for a minute and then slumped, dropping her head in her hands. I just wanted it, she muttered as the rest of the people around her smiled behind their hands. I wanted it. She looked up, glaring at Harry. Harry, you are the most exasperating person. Harry smiled at her, touching her cheek with the back of his hand, caressing her softly. You love me anyway, don't you, Hermione? Of course, but you're still exasperating. Harry smiled and turned his attention back to the letter. As he studied it, he thought about all the things it could be. He snarled inwardly as he thought again about Snape's escape. At least one good thing was coming of that. Every single Ministry employee was to be questioned under Veritaserum about their loyalties. Any that didn't pass would be canned on the spot and their names sent to the Aurors. It had not really surprised Harry to find out that the Auror that had disappeared with Snape had been Dawlish's partner. Harry pushed those thoughts out of his head and took a deep breath. He reached out and picked up the letter. Harry had given the envelope the letter came into the twins, and this was the first time he'd touched the letter itself. Everyone froze as the letter glowed for a second and then faded. Harry looked at it. Dear Mr. Potter, you do not know me, but I of course know about you. Some years ago, a member of the Potter family saved the life of one of my clan. Since then, we have been unable to discharge the life tape of that person. Now, you are involved in something that makes it imperative that you live. As the last Potter, if you die, we will never be free of the life tape we owe. In the furtherance of our debt and your mission, I have some things that could help you. These things will be delivered to the time and place of your choosing. Simply write the time and place at the bottom of this note and I will know when and where you wish to take delivery of these things. With great respect, Nobusuke Kitasato. Remus jerked at the name. Say that again, Harry. Harry repeated the name and Remus frowned. That name sounds familiar. James had a fight once with his father, and that sounds like the name they were fighting about. Remus thought about it some more. I don't remember any more than that. I could even be wrong about the name. It has been more than 20 years. Harry sighed and looked at Hermione. Can you stand one more thing to look into, or are you busy? Hermione frowned. I am very busy, but I could pass that to Missy Mishima. She's a Muggle-born witch who happens to be Japanese. She knows more than anyone I know about Japan and the wizards there. Harry frowned. Just ask her about the name. Don't give her any hints about why you need it looked into, or who it's for. Hermione nodded and copied the name down. Harry tucked the letter in his robes and sighed. Fred, did you make a schedule for your group? Yes, Hermione worked it out. The Diagon Alley Defense Group will be using the Inferno 3 times a week. The times are shared with some of your people in the order without a name, so that our tactics are the same. Harry nodded. Does anyone have anything further? Several small questions and comment were made. But no one had anything of major importance to add. Harry looked at Miranda. Since there is only one thing left to do today, why don't you tell us what you can about where we're going, and what protections we will have? Miranda stood up and looked around. We are going to a secret location after we meet with Mrs. Lestrange. The four of us will take a portkey to the 5th level, and Miss Weasley and Mr. Potter will wait in the observer's booth, where they can see the entire room. Bella and I will enter. Bella and I will duel, and one of us will come out of there alive. After that, the 3 survivors will use the portkey to return to the wicker basket. Please remember that no matter who wins, no violence can be started by either of you unless the duelist attacks you. Once you have parted at the wicker basket, that ends and you are free to hunt each other down. Harry nodded. What protection will we have against Death Eaters in the 5th level? Miranda smirked. Only Woe defenders can make the portkeys that go into the 5th level. If anyone else attempts to make one into that area, it is shunted away, directly into our holding cells, where magic doesn't work. We go down there and clean them out every 40 years. Ron blinked. Who feeds the prisoners? Miranda just looked at him. That's why we have to clean them out. Ron finally got the hint. He looked sick. The thought of starving to death was not on Ron's top 10 ways to die. Ron's obsession with food meant that he didn't even think that the prisoners would die of thirst long before they starved. Harry nodded and thought about it. So we're covered until we return. What about from the wicker basket back to here? Some of my people and I will be watching the basket, said Moody, and Miss Granger has a portkey ready for when you return. I assume she'll give it to you before you leave. Hermione nodded and Fred looked at her. Hermione, you've been making portkeys left and right for the last week. How come there are no Ministry owls telling you that portkeys are restricted? Hermione smirked. Some of us, wanting to avoid official notice, might have gone down to the Ministry and dug through that mess they call the Department of Magical Licensing until we found the proper permits and filled them out. George frowned. How did you get it approved so quickly? It took us 3 weeks just to get a license to run the shop. Hermione pulled out a thick book. Ron sighed. Hogwarts, a history, can't have that much information in it. Hermione rolled her eyes. It doesn't, but the complete guide to Ministry regulations, laws, guidelines and rules, does have that much and more. Pansy rubbed her temples. Hermione, this obsession with books has to be unhealthy. Harry took the book from Hermione and looked in the table of contents. Have you read the entire thing yet? Hermione shook her head. I only have 1 hour a day to read it, the rest of my time is scheduled for other things. Ginny giggled. She even has sleeping with Harry, and snogging Harry, time scheduled. Hermione blushed as everyone looked at her with expressions ranging from disbelief Pansy to smiles Ron and Harry. What? Between his 16-hour days and my 18-hour days, I had to make some time for that, or we'd never get any sleeping or kissing. Harry looked at her curiously. What do you do for that extra 2 hours? Hermione blushed. I read the Ministry book. Ginny frowned. Wait a minute, you just said you only read it for an hour. What about the other hour? Pansy sighed. She usually spends it with me. She looked at the suddenly silent room. Not doing that, you wankers. Hermione and I discuss the Windermere group, old family customs and other wizard things that she doesn't know. Ron dropped to his knees, staring at Pansy in shock. You mean there's something Hermione doesn't know? He said incredulously. It can't be. Hermione knows everything. Hermione glared at Ron until she realized that he was only teasing. Ronald Weasley, she said, pretending to be angry with him, would you like to see how well I know my shrinking charms? She pulled her wand as she spoke, and direction it was pointed left no doubts in anyone's mind about what portion of his anatomy she was about to shrink. Ron ducked behind Harry. Save me, mate, he said dramatically, she'd never hex you. And you can kiss her out of her bad mood. Harry smiled. I don't know that she wouldn't hex me if I made her angry, but the kissing sounds good. Hermione blushed. I cannot be kissed out of a mood, thank you. I do have greater willpower than that. Harry's eyes lit up. That sounds like a challenge, Miss Granger. Is it? Miranda coughed. Save that for your room. I have no desire to see you two giving each other dental exams with your tongues. A rapid round of agreements came from everyone except Pansy and Ginny. Pansy just shrugged. Equal time, Harry, don't forget that. Ginny looked at her brothers and didn't say anything, but the smile she turned on Harry left few doubts that she was thinking about the same thing. Harry shook his head to dispel the pictures running through his mind and cast about for something else to talk about. His eye fell on a copy of the Quibbler. How did the interview go, Luna? Luna smiled. It seems that public service announcements sell very well. The Prophet and several papers on the continent picked it up, along with a dozen other stories that have been in the papers this week. Harry looked up. Have we really been in the paper that often? Hermione reached into her book bag and pulled out a thick mass of papers. In order, there was Rita's first article Tuesday, about the adoptions, before she talked to you. Boy Who Lived Gaines Family is the title, and it is a lot of guesswork along with the known facts, which it seems she got out of the ministry in a hurry. She looked at the rest of them. Wednesday through Friday are fairly tame. Just pictures of you in various places and speculation on why you're so much more visible this year. Saturday, that all changed, after the attack on the burrow. Harry winced. I shouldn't even be in that story. Mrs. Weasley, Ginny and Miranda did all the work, and you captured Snape. Hermione blushed. Somehow, Rita found out who ripped Snape's hand off, and what spell was used. While the four of us got the majority of the write-ups, she has a whole page of speculation about just how strong you are, and why no one has noticed this before. Hermione smiled. You'll like this, she said, handing Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet. Look at pages 6 through 9. Harry opened the paper, ignoring the pictures of the Burrow and the Weasleys, turning to page 6, where the letters and opinions were normally printed. For this issue, the letters took 4 pages. Harry Potter should be in the ministry. Obviously, he can do something about the evil that plagues us these days, which is more than the ministry can do. The Boy Who Lived deserves an Order of Merlin, not the trash some people talk about him. He has steadfastly stuck to his wand and told the truth, even when it wasn't popular or people belittled him for it. We need more people like Harry Potter. Harry skimmed the letters, finding more of the same sort of thing. He smiled. I'm on top again. Good. People listen to me more when they think I'm right. He frowned. Of course, one bad thing I don't stop or prevent will have them screaming for my head again. He looked at Hermione. Speaking of that, how's the Death Eater tracking research going? Hermione frowned. I have the basis of an idea, but Remus and Moody are going to have to help me with it, and it's going to be very expensive. Remus coughed. If we can do it, Hermione, he said gently. We don't even know if it can be done on this scale. Hermione looked stubborn. If it can be done for Hogwarts, in the detail you have it in, it can be done. We just have to figure out how. Harry watched them. Would you mind filling me in on what you're talking about? Hermione assumed her lecturing tone, so familiar to Harry and Ron from Hogwarts. It's a simple idea. Only 2 groups of people consistently use apparition in groups. The Aurors, responding to a threat, and Death Eaters, going out to cause trouble. Using the Marauders map as a basis, I want to create a map of the Isles that tracks apparition. If we can eliminate the Aurors from it, any group of 4 or more apparitions in one place is most likely going to be Death Eaters. Then, we check it out using your portkey idea, Harry. Moody looked up. What portkey idea? Hermione smiled at Harry. Harry had the idea of making a round-trip portkey. When you activate it, it sends you to the destination. After a set amount of time, it automatically brings you back to where you started. If we see a mass apparition, we send one person to that place, using the portkey. 3 seconds later, after they have enough time to look around, but not enough for anyone to detect them, they are pulled back, and we find out if they're Death Eaters. If they are disillusioned or invisible, they should be completely undetected, still allowing us to have the element of surprise when we return. Fred and George looked at each other. Why didn't we ever think of that? Because there isn't any fun in it, suggested Ron. The twins stared at him. No fun. Are you mad? Imagine for 1 second that you see something appear in the corner of your eye, but when you look at it, it's gone. 5 or 6 of those flashes would drive anyone nuts. Harry grinned at them. So, what's the spell worth to you two? The Granger portkey is a one-of-a-kind thing, you know. Granger portkey, Hermione said, blushing. You thought of it, Harry. It should be the Potter portkey, which sounds better and would sell better. No, I thought of an idea. You did the research and the work to make my idea a reality. The PG portkey, then, offered Hermione practically. Make it the GP portkey, and you've got a deal. You did do the most to make it. Fine. Hermione looked at the twins. We'll discuss the price of the spell and the unit another day. I'm a little too tense to be bargaining with the two of you tonight. What unit? Asked Fred. Unlike a regular portkey, you can't make this one out of just anything. It has to have a set of arithmancy runes that control the return time. I created that rune set and I'm not going to just give it away. Hermione smiled at the twins. Research is expensive, you know. Fred looked at George. We need her. She could add new levels to the store with that mind. Hermione blushed. I am just a bit busy this year. See me after I've gotten my newts. Miranda Street oohed up from the counter she'd been sitting on. This is fascinating to watch, but it's time to go. Harry and Ginny cast glamours over themselves, while Fred and George cast another glamour over that. Few people would see through the first glamour, and they didn't think anyone would see through both of them. The group said their goodbyes with Pansy and Hermione waiting until last to talk to Harry. I expect you to bring back Ginny and Miranda in one piece, Harry Potter, Hermione said, her face creased with worry. We'll be waiting. Pansy frowned at Harry. You had better be back in one piece as well, Mr. Potter. I would hate to have to tell Mr. Filch that you want one of Mrs. Norris's kittens for yourself. Harry shivered. I don't know which threat is worse, that one or the McGonagall one. Ooh, Harry, Ginny, Miranda and Bella, 2108 July 97. Ooh, Harry and Ginny had entered the wicker basket about a minute ahead of Miranda and ignored her when she came in. Miranda went straight to the bar and ordered a butterbeer. Someone snickered, until she froze them with a scowl. Miranda stood at the bar, scowling into the mirror, and Harry and Ginny were amused to watch everyone leave her alone. Even going so far as to vacate the 2 seats on each side of her. At least until a drunk man came up to her. He said something to her in a low voice and Miranda just looked at him. He said something else and Miranda stood up. Looking around the bar, her eye fell on Harry and Ginny and she pointed at them. You two, come here. Harry and Ginny approached slowly as everyone else cleared a large space around them. You two will be my witnesses that I am not going to do anything dark or illegal to this fool. Miranda led them out the back and as soon as they were outside, she held out a small chain. Everyone grab on. A few seconds later, the 4 of them were in a small room and Harry helped Ginny stand up after he stood up. The man dropped his glamour and Bellatrix Lestrange stood there smiling at Miranda. She looked at Harry and Ginny. You'll have to drop your glamours, so I know which of you is my second. That was the work of a minute and Bella watched with interest. 2 overlapping glamours. Very nice idea. She thought about it for a second. Very Slytherin of whomever thought it up. Give them my thanks for such a great idea. Harry watched Bella curiously. She didn't seem nearly as evil as he knew she was. She looked at him and smiled. Wondering about me, Potter? I have not changed since our last meeting, but you can wait. She gestured at Miranda. This kind of challenge comes around maybe once in a lifetime, and it is far more important than you are. If I beat her, I will have done something that no wizard or witch has ever done. I will have beaten a defender in single combat. Miranda walked over to a wall and touched it with her wand. It became transparent and everyone walked over to it. The other side was a large room, empty of everything. There were 2 green doors into the room. One at each end. Bella and I will leave here and go down separate corridors. The 2 hallways end at one of the doors. When both of us are ready, the doors will turn blue. We will step inside and begin our duel. Once we begin, the doors will turn red and they will not open again until one of us is dead. Are there any questions? Nobody said anything and she continued. While we are in there, you two will be watching from here. You will see everything that happens in there, even during the scenery changes. Every 3 minutes that we are in there, the scenery will change into another type of scenery. Town streets may become the ocean, which may then become a cave. She looked at the others. That is all there is to it, and I am ready any time you are, Mrs. Lestrange. Oh, please call me Bella, and I will be ready as soon as I have a word with Mr. Potter here. I have to pass a message along. Bella led Harry into the corner and spoke to him. She barely begun talking when Harry's magic exploded in a burst of amazed curiosity. He controlled it quickly, but not before Bella blinked and looked at him thoughtfully. She said a few more words and Harry nodded. They came back to the other two and Bella looked at Harry again. It's a shame you were too nice to take my lord up on his offer first year. We could have had such fun together. The other three looked at each other, shocked to hear Bella echo the box from the Inferno like that, and Harry made a mental note to find out more about it. Miranda and Bella looked at each other for a long minute. We both know the rules we agreed on, said Miranda. Bellatrix Lestrange, are you prepared? I am ready. Miranda Riddle Black, are you prepared? I am. Harry and Ginny watched as the two women bowed slightly to each other, their eyes never losing contact with the other person. Which door would you like to enter? Asked Miranda. Both of them are the same distance, not that matters sin. See, the doors won't open until we're both ready. I'll take the door on the right. The two women walked to their doors and opened them. The doors closed behind them and Harry and Ginny moved to the clear wall. A few seconds later, the doors into the room turned blue and they both opened. The room became an old ruin, with a few standing walls and several clear areas as the doors turned red and faded into the wall. The duel had begun. Neither Harry nor Ginny would ever have the words to properly describe what happened next. Bellatrix Lestrange was older and not as fit, but she had the power of madness and decades of experience to draw on. Miranda Riddle was younger, far more fit and better trained, but with less than 2 years' experience to work with, and her spells didn't have the sheer strength that Bella's madness gave her. The fight was fast and furious at first, with both women seeking to end it quickly. Rubble was transfigured into weapons and animals, which then chased their enemy until destroyed. Spells, hexes, jinxes and curses flew both ways. By the time the scenery changed the first time, both women were breathing hard and Bella was bleeding from a slight cut on the neck, where a transfigured knight had nearly gotten her. Miranda wasn't bleeding yet, but she had a large puffy bruise across one cheek, where a banished rock had grazed her. The second scene was of a forest and the two women began to slow down, both of them realizing that this would not be a quick fight. Miranda cast a dozen spells on the forest floor and began working around Bella, counting on speed and spellwork to keep her safe, while Bella depended more on stealth and guile to trick her opponent. Round 2 faded into the second scenery change as the forest became a cavern system. Bella cast a spell that had 4 of her running around, looking for a target, while Miranda gave up on the speed for now and disillusioned herself, sneaking quietly toward the commotion the 4 Bellas were making. She cast a swirling blue spell at one of them and it disappeared just as the real Bella caught her with a bludgeoning spell that knocked Miranda head over heels. She came out of the fall in a rolla. ND cast a cutting spell back that Bella narrowly avoided. Bella couldn't avoid the next one though, and her leg was quickly dripping blood. By the third scene change both women had been running and casting for 9 straight minutes. The new scene was the inside of a large warehouse and Bella took a minute to cast a minor healing spell on herself. Miranda touched her side where the bludgeoning curse had struck her and winced. She closed her eyes for a second and the pain lines eased in her face. She opened her eyes and looked at the warehouse and all the crates in it. She cast a pair of spells on herself and started casting fire spells everywhere. Soon the entire place was lit with burning crates, walls and floors. Miranda waited, taking a minute to catch her breath as she watched the area in front of her. With her back against the wall, she had a bit less room to maneuver, but she couldn't be snuck up on either. Bella had cast a spell on herself as soon as the flames started, and then she started walking through the flames. Harry and Ginny knew about the flame freezing spell of course, and they knew that both women had cast that spell on themselves. Bella came out of a large fire, and both women cast spells at the same time. Bella's crucio hit for barely a second before she had to release it. Her robes had caught fire on the left side of her body and her hair was about to. She cast another spell on herself as she ducked around another crate that wasn't burning yet. Harry snapped his fingers in the little room. Finite incantatum, he said to Ginny. Miranda cancelled Bella's flame freezing spell. Ginny snickered. That would be something ironic, if Bella fell to a first-year spell. Harry nodded. watching the two fighters. It appeared that Bella was having a problem. She was hacking and coughing until she cast another spell around her head. That's what the second spell Miranda cast was, Ginny said excitedly, a bubble head charm, so she wouldn't breathe any smoke. Harry shook his head as the scene changed again. I'm very glad I'm not in there against either of those women. Ginny agreed wholeheartedly. The new scene was a simple town street that bore a resemblance to Hogsmeade. Bella and Miranda were barely 10 meters apart when the end came, and came quickly. Miranda pulled the Chris knife from her robes and threw it at Bella.